See if everything is working. Sorry, my allergies are kicking again. Rabbit. Hey, Phantom, Toodleman. Turken. Hi, Bonnie. Sorry, my allergies decided to kick in at the last minute. So, that's why I'm a bit sniffy. Okay, sounds good. So, they've always got such great timing, no worries. So, this was originally scheduled for Saturday, but it's one of these are the type of things where I like to have regulars and stuff to talk about it. And so I moved it around. So I moved it to today. It's always, you guys know what I think about the React stuff. It's fine, but I try to not do much of it due to the constant debate over it. My body is ready for IT Bonnie savagery. So so try something a bit different tonight. Oh, got my advanced energy. Good stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna have to clean my glasses. So before we start, today I went out with, I don't know if the subject to have an opinion, just here because you here. Ah, thank you, Phantom. Energy, thank you, sponsor. Yes. Don't forget, chat, use exclamation mark advance to get the details on the lady's new ambassador position. I highly recommend you guys get the strawberry shortcake flavor of energy. Forget to use code BNUI10 to get a discount and use my referral link. So yeah, before we start, today I went out with Bonnie Mama, and I feel bad because I think I was a bit too harsh or overreact to it. But do you remember when I've told you that Bonnie Mama does this thing with technology that you teach her to do something and she forgets because she's a boomer? But you teach her again and she says she forgets, and she will keep saying she forgets, expecting you to spoon feed her and hand hold her to do stuff. Hello Bnui, hey Anon-kun. Sorry, I'm like, no, you're not late, we just started. Yep, I remember. So, here in Ballad we have an app that's kind of similar to Cash App. It's from a bank, and you can get you can pull out money from their ATMs through that from that app as well, because it's an app they made. So Bonnie Mama apparently is already doing her own ATM cash outs by herself, which is good. but for this app, she had to take out money, and the thing is that it's pretty much the same process as with her bank, with her debit card, just that she needs to put her phone number. She needs to input her phone number and the code for the transaction, and that's it. And again, like I told you guys, she sees the instructions right there, and she will still ask what she has to do. Like she reads, but she doesn't fucking read. So why do I do? So it was a touchscreen ATM. So at the lower right corner is transactions with a debit card, and the lower left corner transactions with this app. So we were at the ATM, and she wanted to get money out of the app. So okay, so with option. I mean, where are you going to get the money from? The app. Press the app. And I mean, the ATM does have a touch screen, but it also has like a numpad input to put codes and stuff. So okay, so she touches the app option, like type your phone number for the transaction, yada yada. So the problem is that she also takes painfully long. It's like watching the it's like the sloths in Zootopia when they were typing at the where they were typing at the DMV. It's one click. Oh, you can hear it because I have silent red switches on my keyboard, but and of course, because she doesn't do it fast enough. Oh man, you have a lot of patience. And because she doesn't do it fast enough, the transaction is automatically cancelled. And I keep telling her that she has to do it. She has to be fast about it, because if she doesn't, the transaction will be cancelled and she'll have to do it all over again. And in the screen there was still the instructions, like press accept if this is the right number, or press cancel if you want to correct the phone number. And the notepad has the cancel and confirm buttons and stuff. And Bonnie Mama still, like, even when she typed the number in the notepad and saw the buttons in there, she still tried to press accept in the touch screen. And she sometimes does it on ATMs that have no touch screen, by the way, which we really old ATMs that work with only buttons and stuff. I don't know what is it, but she has a lot of problems following instructions. Fucking yellow paint. Yellow paint is not enough for Bonnie. It's not enough for Bonnie Mama. So, in fairness, sometimes it makes you type out the numpad and then give you options on the touchscreen. My gas station is like that. I mean, it does, and when it does, it tells you in this case. But in this case, it did tell you to press the green button or press the red button to press the green button to confirm, or press the red button to cancel. And she still didn't like she sees the instructions there and still asks what to do and expects you to handhold her. And sadly, like I tried this time, I think I was a bit too harsh, but it is really frustrating. Because I told you we should have gone, because there are bank subsidiaries and stuff where you can get the transaction, where you can get the transaction done. But that's why I wanted to go to a subsidiary to get the money out of the app, because when you go to a subsidiary, basically the attendant does the whole thing for you. That's why she wanted to go, because pretty much someone else gets the job done, gets the thing done for her. And I told her that she couldn't rely on subsidiaries being anywhere. Sometimes she'd have to do it alone at an ATM. But this was my first time doing it, but it is no different. But it is no different from getting money out of your debit card. So is this kind of learned helplessness where she expects everyone to solve her technology woes for her? And I've told her, blessing us. I mean, you're right that she needs to be able to do this, but it does kind of sound like she was trying this time and just failed. It really was no different. Hell, I'd say it was easier than doing it with a debit card, because you didn't have to put the debit card in. You just had to put your phone number and the amount you were going to get out of the app and the security code to confirm the transaction. But that's the thing, like she has the instructions right there, and she will still ask what to do. And she does it at such a slow pace. With this, you have to be fast, and she's just so slow about it that she'd be eternally stuck at steps 1 or 2. Things you know how to do are always easier than things you're doing for the first time. Man, it really was just the same as getting money out of your debit card. The instructions are right there, like it's just to follow the steps. So it's pretty juicy that, though, that also ties back into her. For example, like she hates my handwriting. She thinks my handwriting is ugly, and then I never fix it, and that it's unreadable. But hers is worse. I think she thinks that her handwriting is better than mine because she writes in cursive. But that's the thing. Even when she's not writing in cursive, her handwriting is even worse than mine, and it is absolutely unreadable. It's worse than mine. Cursive is messy as shit compared to printing. She left me a list of stuff that she wanted me to get, and I couldn't understand it because her handwriting is atrocious. She mixes normal. She mixes normal style with cursives, and throws in capital letters in there. Along and throw capital letters in random words in the mix, just to top it all off. Uh, so she mixes normal and cursive, small with capital letters at random spots. Sometimes what she writes is completely different of what she wrote is completely different of what she was supposedly writing down. I have to snag one of her that last part's almost like dementia. Could be, but that has been happening since I have memory, turtle man. Just that now I did notice that I was the one being lambasted. That my handwriting was being lambasted for no reason. Maybe that's very weird then. ADD maybe? Bizarre. It is very bizarre. One time she gave me another shopping list, and I couldn't understand one of the words, and she said that it was I don't remember, I think it was soap from a certain brand. That was actually what was written there on the list was something like soap circus. Like what? Or soap fiesta or something like that. Like what? Bonnie Mama is not that hyper to have ADD. But maybe but maybe that checks out with her having issues following instructions. I know, but people often have the D without the H, which is why I'm annoyed they combine those diagnoses. Oh, okay. Oh, and as an aside update on Bonnie, one of Bonnie uncles, Bonnie Mama was explaining to Lord Bonnie, giving Lord Bonnie updates on Bonnie uncles, and my hemophilic uncle, he is supposed to he is now supposed to get a surgery too, but they delayed it because she told Lord Bonnie that because that they wanted to keep an eye on him and delay the surgery because his blood was coagulated. And I was like, what? Wasn't he hemophilic? So I didn't say quiet. To say wait. Why does he have? Why does he have? Why does he have a coagulation problem if he's hemophilic? The issue is that his blood does not clot, does not coagulate. You know. Well, yeah. That's it. That's the thing. And I told her, this is why gossip this is why rumors and shit starts. You do not tell the gossip. You do not tell the gossip as it is, and then you end up making up shit. And she hates that I say that because for some reason hates the word gossip. And I told her, what do you want me to do? To lie? You are pretty much gossiping at this point because you are giving the wrong information. To say, well, yes, his blood does not coagulate. So you're not telling the details right. You were saying his blood was coagulating when the problem was the opposite. You are not telling the gossip. You are not telling the gossip how it is. You are not gossiping as it is. You are telling it wrong, and she really hates it because she, for some reason, she thinks like people are constantly talking about you, and she's oddly fixated on what other people. She's fixated on what other people think a bit too much, and she seriously considered that because I say that she tells the gossip the wrong way. She people will start imagining things or get a bad image and stuff. She's paranoid like that, which, considering our hometown, that her, I can understand it, but this is a pretty much, well, this is not a city, this is a fucking shithole still, but this is bigger than a small town. This is bigger than a small town for sure. We're pretty much we're pretty much working ants in the colony at this point. We don't matter, and she still thinks that because I say that that because I say that she's telling the gossip, she's telling the wrong gossip, spilling the tea wrong. People will start imagining or thinking stuff, and something's unfair image. Yeah, that seems like a bad learned thing. But yes, for one moment she was about to give Lord Bonnie the wrong information. So that's why gossips and actual gossips and rumors start. You're not telling it how it is. He's hemophilic. His blood does not coagulate. He's at risk of bleeding out. Not what you were saying, that he had a coagulation. His blood was coagulating. She has a bad habit of filling in the gaps. Yeah, it really sounds like either memory or focus issues, more like the latter. It is a lot of focus issues, I've noticed. When she focuses on something, she gets it done. That's good. I mean, no problem there, but for instructions and that type of stuff, she really... He's kind of scatterbrained like that. Coupled with that, with the fact, well, she does have her hearing aid now, but even then, sometimes she still doesn't listen. So I keep telling her that if she learned to how to use and handle a phone, she can do this stuff like the ATM stuff by herself, and gets mad at me when I tell her that. I don't have serious ADD symptoms, but without the Ritalin, I do sometimes have trouble getting through longer reading. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should get a list or something Bonnie Mama wrote and show you guys. I'll write the note, and then I'll give you a side by side, and you guys and I have not only you guys, but Twitter, if possible, to tell me which one is more readable. Uh-oh. Oh no. Give me a second. One of the pads for... Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Sorry, one of the pads for my keyboard unsticked. There we go. So it's like the initial tangent, guys. Sorry about that, but that's what happened today. Not the keyboard. But let's jump into technology, and to start with that, I asked Bonnie Mama when and if there was any even a slight hint of Bonnie brother coming to visit us, because I'll be here. He doesn't like passing down here very often. But he says that with his in-law very sick, it's even less likely now that he visits. And I'm bringing this up because I told Bonnie Mama that I wanted to upgrade Nezuko before he arrived. So if he by some chance visited us, I wanted to flex Nezuko to him, and hopefully by then she'd be more powerful than his PS5. Sorry, I was tying my hair. I mean, I already have more RAM. On par or even better graphics. Now I need a beefier CPU. So I've been considering in getting a new CPU plus cooler. Today in the mail arrived my new SATA drive and angle cables, making some changes so to avoid bent pins and whatnot. Initially, I would even consider, well, I would have considered getting a 50 series at some point, but with the issues that it has, I think I'm gonna keep my 7800 XT and run it for as long as I can. Hopefully they at least hook enough people to bring 40 series prices down a bit. That's the thing. I don't think people are literally not buying it, children. People, the 50 series problems are very, very apparent. And people ain't buying it. People are still buying the 40 series. So before we go into blasting Nvidia, I wanted to check a little bit of this video here from Steve. Everyone who knows to check, sure, but plenty of people are still ooga booga, bigger number better. It's interesting that Steve actually does comment and points out that Yeston tries different things, but he still kind of low-key dunks on them for their stylistic choices. Man, why they hate for anime stuff? Yeston is the one Yeston is the one actually trying something different. And keep in mind, he calls the GPU low-key coomer because it has a Vtuber in the backplate. Yeston has a Vtuber, by the way, Sakura Atlantis. So we can start by checking this in a bit.
Yeston's done a lot of cool things over the years. They put cat shrouds on their video cards. They made that case. And if you're wondering where all the GPU supply went, well,
I actually want that.
They made that case.
I want this case, and I've been trying to look for it, but just can't find it. Can't. The same as the CZ09. It's gone.
And if you're wondering where all the GPU... Yeston's done a lot of cool things over the years. They put cat shrouds.
By the way, there is a 4060 version of the CutePet GPU. If you are interested, you can get it on Amazon too.
The final Sapphire designs bear the Pulse branding, which are the models we used in our reviews. And then there's Yeston. Yeston's done a lot of cool things over the years. They put cat shrouds on their video cards. They made that case. And if you're wondering where all the GPU supply went, well, Yeston put video cards in the ocean.
I'll give them a 10 for the ads, but putting a graphics card on the sea and the beach really made me cringe. The water, the sand. I know, Turtle Man. That was my reaction. I understand the thing, but you had to get the thing wet.
They made that case. And if you're wondering where all the GPU supply went, well,
the ad with the Natsumi BGM, yeah. They actually use Natsumi's BGM, funny enough. In fairness, that might just be a shroud with some filler components. I hope it is, Churuman, I hope it is.
Made that case. And if you're wondering where all the GPU supply went, well, Yeston put video cards in the ocean. Yeston really said it all with this video. They've apparently been doing these for a while too. We never noticed. It's a new channel to subscribe to. It's part of their decision to add perfumes and scents to video cards off the line. And in this instance, for some reason, they've decided they want the GPU to smell like the ocean. That's because this GPU came from Atlantis. That's right, nothing says electronics and metal like brackish port water. We'll just talk about the GPUs, which were...
So Yeston RX 9070 XT, 16G Sakura Atlantis. Baby blue and baby pink. A wide breathing effect, ARGB support, nice. A colorful shell appearance will display different colors at each angles, nice. Eye-catching fancy adorns with shell and starfish motifs. And the backplate is their own VTuber, Sakura Atlantis.
We're pretty sure aren't ocean waterproof, but whatever. The Sakura Atlantis is what you just saw there, with its baby blue and baby pink shroud, they say, with, quote, colorful shell appearance, end quote. That's supposed to shift the colors as you look at it from different angles. If this were Need for Speed Underground 2, it'd be the pearlescent paint job. It's unfortunate that it's just on the shroud of the card, since in most cases, the shroud will be facing down. You could vertical mount it, but then you wouldn't be able to...
That's our VTuber, by the way. Sakura Atlantis. Pretty cute.
In most cases...
I would have gone with another art of Sakura Atlantis, to be fair. Just the model there is a bit too simple for my taste. I would have gone with something like, let's see.
Say, with, quote, colorful shell appearance, end quote. That's supposed to shift...
Oh, is it an actual VTuber? Yeah.
...shift the colors as you look at it from different angles. If this were Need for Speed Underground 2, it'd be the pearlescent paint job. It's unfortunate that it's just on the shroud of the card, since in most cases, the shroud will be facing down. You could vertical...
Something like, for example, the art in this poster. Like, something in the backplate like that. I would have preferred that over just the simple model in the backplate.
Mount it, but then you wouldn't be able to appreciate the backplates. We're sure the choice of backplate or pearlescence will be chosen wisely by the well-adjusted gamers in our audience. Large portions of the two fans are blocked, unfortunately, which will definitely affect performance, but it looks interesting.
Oh, it's not that bad. The blocking is not that bad, come on. My guess is he doesn't like Yeston because it's a little expensive for the performance, since you're paying for aesthetics. If you're just looking for specs, it's wasteful. I mean, he does admit it's cool, but he also kind of dunks on it. So I'm getting mixed signals here. At least he's fair when he reviews performance and stuff, even if he doesn't like the extra pricing for aesthetics. What is my purpose? You exist as a promotional piece of for a graphics card. Oh no. Axayakaro, shut up. Axa. Oh. Wrong button. I was going to put you... There we go. There you go, Axa. 1 minute baby jail. So, deleting it. Though the message will have been deleted even if... even with the... even with the baby jail anyway.
The PCBs and PCIe brackets are...
Why is it gooder just because it has an anime girl? Mind you, this is not that gooder. I mean, there's cleavage, sure, but this is fairly tame. Just because it's an anime girl doesn't mean it's gooder, Steve.
With backplate or pearlescence will be chosen wisely by the well-adjusted gamers in our audience. Large portions of the two fans are blocked, unfortunately, which will definitely affect performance, but it looks interesting. The PCBs and PCIe brackets are both white on these, with the white PCB in particular showing an attention for detail that we appreciate. The color matching here, to their credit, it's actually pretty good. This is something that Yeston's done well with.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta give it to Steve. Yes, he kind of dunks on the whole anime thing, but he does admit that the Yeston is doing different and cool stuff. So he does commend them for trying something different and the good stuff they do, even if he still dunks on the anime part. This is basically beachwear for a 3D flesh bag, but for an anime girl, that's reasonably modest.
Asus is...
Let me show you Yeston's channel before we go and dunk on Nvidia. Yeston. Yeston. Let me see if I can. Here it is. Here's Sakura.
相传，在名为阴界的地方，有一株支撑和连接着无数世界的樱花树，树上每一朵樱花的绽放，都预示着一个平行宇宙正面临毁灭的危机。而这一次观测到的平行宇宙是496号平行宇宙，亚特兰蒂斯。祈求神明的帮助什么的，这100年来，我都做了不知道多少次了。但如果神明真的垂怜亚特兰蒂斯，我们也就不会遭遇这场灾祸了。我不明白，所有的土地都沉入了海洋，所有的族人都化为了没有灵智的海洋生物，可为什么留下了我？曾经我很难过，认为自己是个失职的公主，独自苟活，救不了任何人。但现在，我只是感到疑惑，为什么是我？是那个梦？没错，我见过这棵树。这一切。
For example, I would have preferred that the backplate had this art instead of just the Sakura Atlantis model. Because this is really nice. I feel like the model just standing there is not quite the same when you see the Sakura, their previous Sakura card. No, that's the sugar. Well, yeah, the sugar. Let me look for it. Yeston Sakura sugar. This is the backplate of the Sakura sugar, for example. Let me see if I can find a better. There we go. Well, she's cute at least. She is. That's a cute design. She's cute. But I would have preferred a more art a bit more like this on the Sakura Atlantis backplate. This is really nice. Like, I don't like the design of the shroud. I think it's too standard for my taste. Like, looks a bit too much like other stuff. But that backplate is really nice. So yeah, this is Yeston. The else. Oh, I'm gonna. We can't. I don't think we can watch it because copyright and stuff. But I'm gonna leave you with. Gonna link you to a singing video of Sakura Atlantis. Cute. I unironically like the Yeston stuff. They are trying to do something different. instead of Lee Epic Gamer. Lee Epic Gamer black and red, green, yellow. Whatever. Let's see. Where should we start? I wanted to start with Gamers Nexus videos and then move on to Jay's 2 cents and whatever else we find along the way. So to start off, the whole 50 series has been a mess, from the 5090 to the 5070. There has been a lot of issues, missing horsepower, if we could call it that way, melting cables, or the thing melting itself too, and so on and so forth. Where should we start? Every 5090 and 5080 are now so far. The specs. I ironically want to get a 9070, but at this point I think it's better if I just work on a new build. If I work on a new build and move to AM5 platform along the way. Let's see. Where should we start with? Scaling benchmarks, review and benchmarks. Paper launch. Let's go with this. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start with launch.
Cast your gaze upon the entire 50 series supply. Newegg posted a photo of what we assume to be every RTX 50 GPU that exists. If you're wondering why I'm filming in here, it's to stop the voices. As for the RTX 5090, it doesn't exist. The 5080 shouldn't, but the 5090 doesn't. This morning, 3 people on our team were focused on trying to buy RTX 5090 GPUs from multiple retailers. Jeremy, Mike, and I all had a strategy on which cards to try and buy to review.
Not gonna lie, just casually dropping that you want to buy 50 graphics cards out of the blue sounds really nice.
$5090, it doesn't exist. The 5080 shouldn't, but the 5090 doesn't. This morning, 3 people on our team were focused on trying to buy RTX 5090 GPUs from multiple retailers. Jeremy, Mike, and I all had a strategy on which cards to try and buy to review, and it didn't work. Turns out we stood no chance, and neither did any of you. So we used a mix of stock trackers and just manually refreshing tons of retailers. I had a 4-monitor setup. It was beautiful, and not a single card showed up in stock.
You should have filmed that, to be fair. That's actually pure content.
Well, one did, and then it evaporated. This is what we were met with, and also most of the internet trying to buy one. Every single...
Thinking about getting a 1K USD PC from Amazon because I can't bother with the whole PC building stuff. Axaya, Carol, that is... You are not gonna get the money you are paying for, to be honest. And PC building is not that difficult, I can guarantee you. If a dumbass like me was able to build a PC, you can do it. This is probably a good thing for retail sellers if this card is bursting into flames. You don't want to be the store that sold it. You get less performance for your money, but you get to be lazy and are less likely to break stuff.
The site appeared to be out of stock or had to notify me for the entire launch timing for the RTX 5090. We saw the 5080 pop up in a few places, but let's be real, nobody wants that. This guy accidentally bought two. Poor soul. And he wasn't allowed to...
What?
But he wants that. This guy accidentally bought two. Poor soul. And he wasn't allowed to cancel just one of them. He didn't even choose the scalper life. But it looks like the scalper life chose him. The time for public availability was 9 a.m. Eastern time. And it looks like this launch was paper at best and vapor at worst. So we're gonna dig into that today.
Vapor.
Before that, this video is brought to you by the Antec Flux series of cases. We previously benchmarked and independently reviewed the Flux Pro case and found it to be one of the best cases we tested last year. The Flux Pro features the modern trend of wood accents while also focusing on a high airflow design. We found its performance to be among the best in our thermal testing.
I don't like it.
The case also has a number of ease of installation features to make assembly and cable management easier. Learn more at the link in the description below. The question we have is whether there was a meaningful amount of supply of RTX 5090s. The answer is no. Save you some time. But we're going to explore that answer today. We spent all morning trying to buy 5090s to review. It's because we don't work with board partners that much anymore, and we're just trying to source the stuff ourselves whenever we can. But that gave us a unique insight into what's going on, and then we crawled through the internet to find even more, and we spotted a few pre-built PCs on different SI, system integrator websites. We also saw some combo deals on Newegg where we suspect most of their inventory went to force you to buy motherboards and power supplies you don't want at the same time as the 5090s. This /r/Micro Center post claims to have a tally of the total inventory for this launch by location, totaling 233 units of 5090 and 2,393 units of 5080. That's 233 units for an entire country from a major retailer across 29 stores, averaging 8 per location, plus whatever the other retailers had. Looking around, we were able to confirm several of the numbers that you're seeing in this Micro Center chart as well, so it appears to be accurate. We spoke to Wendell from Level 1 Techs this morning, and he confirmed his local store had 4 units of 5090, but a line that looked like this and went around the building. Tustin, California got 67 5090s, which sounds like a lot, except that Orange County has a population of 3.1 million people and is next to Los Angeles, which has a population of 3.8 million people. Now, of course, not all of those people are...
5090 was actually the total number produced. I have around 1K of company gift cards they give you in events and shit, so in a way, getting it from Amazon will be free. So you're like those people that collect coupons and buy a fuck ton of food without actually paying anything? That would be cool, but Carol, just buy the components yourself and build it yourself. I can guarantee you it's not that difficult.
Consumers of 5090s and gaming products, but if you just look at the centralized YouTuber population to that area, that blows through like 10% of the supply already.
No.
This user posted photos from the Tustin Micro Center and listed the 5090 solid for $5,500.
Fuck you. You can build a nice PC with just those 5K. Fuck that. The 50 series ain't worth it that much. The thing is, you'll burn all the savings if you break one component, so make sure you can do better than Vito. Oh, absolutely, AXA. AXA? I'm gonna sneeze. False alarm, sorry. AXA, mira videos de cómo armar una PC. No seas como el pendejo de Vedal, que esa PC no le va a durar. I have never used it, so that's why I have so many gift cards. Por eso lo que te estoy diciendo, compra los componentes tú. I do not believe you to be better suited than Vito, fellas. So just by watching a video guide on how to build a PC, you'll already be more suited to build a PC than Vito. Vito absolutely refuse to watch a guide. Even Eurosama in her even Euro in her impartial AI wisdom called him out on it. Watch a guide.
There's a generous markdown from his original asking price of $6,000. Wow, that was nice. Then there's this micro center where people camped out. At the time of the drone shot, there were around 60 people in line. The store reportedly had 4 5090s and 43 5080s. Meanwhile, this photo from Facebook Marketplace shows a micro center in the background, while the user, assuming it's not just an image taken from somewhere else, is offering to sell the 5090 for $5,500, about a 2x markup. You can still see the line of people hoping to buy one in the background while this one's being scalped. There's a word for the type of person who does this. It's dude. On our side of things, Jeremy on the beans. You can still see the line of people hoping to buy one in the background while this one's being scalped. There's a word for the type of person who does this. It's dude. On our side of things, Jeremy on the team paid for access to this stock tracking website's premium service. It only ever popped to the 5090 Founders Edition once during this launch.
I hate scalpers. We all do. Scalpers explode.
It's possible it didn't see the others because they sold out that fast, but from what it was able to log, plus our rapid F5ing of everything, the Best Buy inventory.
Speaking of the value of stuff, Bonnie Mama told me that, well, that happened a long time ago, but Lord Bonnie had a watch that Bonnie Mama wanted to get fixed, and Lord Bonnie sold it to a family friend for like $30 when that thing was costed at least 3, 6, 9, at least over $100. Because Lord Bonnie, you see, has a huge issue with not having money. When he has money, he spends it right away. He's not good with money. And Bonnie Mama was mad that he sold it to that family friend, and when and she realized, but because she saw him with the watch on his wrist, and he kind of tried to hide it. I told Bonnie Mama that I could try and buy it back from him, but she said that would just be starting problems with no reason, and he wouldn't sell it for the same price anyway. So I told Bonnie Mama, because we walked past by jewelry to the jewelry, and she was looking at watches, and I didn't hold any punches then. I told Bonnie Mama, this is gonna sound bad, but it has to be said. Lord Bonnie does not deserve nice things. He really does not deserve that nice things. Add it to the list, to the long list add it to a long list he's not good at. He is not good. Like, I'm gonna say it. He does not deserve good things because he does not appreciate it. He thinks everything should cost 1 cent, like back in his days. And when you tell him the value of the stuff he gets, he revolves and bitches like as if he was the one that spent the money on it. But I'm not gonna give him nice stuff. I won't even say I'm sorry.
Was in stock for about a minute at launch, and then gone, and then back again at 9:22, and then gone, and then back again.
You think I want to see his reaction when I tell him how much I've spent on my how much I've spent on Nezuko or in my Nendoroid collection.
At 9:40 Eastern and then gone. We were manually refreshing during these intervals, and both, again, Mike and I were able to click add the cart, only for it to error out after minutes of waiting. That's not us complaining about poor us, we couldn't get more 5090s, because we're fortunate enough to have been able to review them. But it stands as a point or an indicator for what users were going through. And so we went and looked around to see if other people had the same experience. And yes, tons of Reddit users noted the same. There's post after post of people going through this. But at least that wasn't as bad as what this Twitter user shows happening, where the 5080 card was 979 British pounds, and then, after verifying being human, it became 1,184 British pounds.
Wow.
That's one hell of a bot checker. If human, increase price.
Yes.
It's actually just kind of like a microcosm for what's happening
Bought the discount? Ironically, I think it's bought discount.
in society right now, in the eventual downward spiral as we replace everything we do with AI, but the point stands. Not all stock was released at the same time. The history for the 5090 Founders Edition already shows multiple restocks, and this Reddit user claims being able to add one to cart at 9:39 and check out, which is actually when one of the restocks was. Meanwhile, in China, this retailer posted a video showing the RTX 5090D, or Dragon, which is a China-exclusive cut-down version of the 5090 to comply with export restrictions. From this clip, we can count at least 5 rows by 5 columns of boxes, at least 2 deep. Interestingly, the retailer mentions future unannounced 5060 and 5060 Ti cards in the video.
Oh,
the end of the
no.
clip says that the 5060 Ti and 5060s will have a 650 watt power supply recommendation. Canada Computers stated that it got 0 RTX 5090s. This
Nope.
Japanese retail store reportedly held a lottery to win the chance to buy 50 series GPU.
Look, I'm just gonna make a line for a lottery like that if it's to get to HoloFest/Holo Expo. Holy.
Use. And while this isn't abnormal practice for big launches, especially there, we've seen it in the past, we did just want to be clear that the prize for the lottery, for the raffle, was to spend thousands of dollars on a GPU.
Yes.
That was the prize.
That's how it is in Japan. That's not an Nvidia, necessarily an Nvidia thing, Steve. That's a Japan thing, where you have to spend money to get on the lottery to get the chance to spend the money on the actual thing. Japan loves those fucking lotteries. They sure do.
Lottery to win the chance to buy 50 series GPUs. And while this isn't abnormal practice for big launches, especially there, we've seen it in the past, we did just want to be clear that the prize for the lottery, for the raffle, was to spend thousands of dollars on a GPU.
Yep.
That was the prize. Commerce. The prize was commerce. It's going to be the name of my next book about capitalism. Now, for those who...
He's right that it's weird and dumb, but it's not unique to this. Japan just does this shit. That's what I'm saying, Turtle Man. The lotteries is a very Japanese thing.
Could get orders in today around the world, several were delayed months into the future. We ordered pre-built PCs that might not arrive until April due to the 50 series supply. One of our other machines we bought was a date of sometime between February and March 5th. This guy got an order in, but had Newegg retract it moments later. When we were testing the supply and availability, we tried to buy some from MSI directly, but their store was down all morning. Micro Center Chicago had a reported 60 people in line, according to reports on the internet, but the store allegedly received 0 RTX 5090s. Rockville had 46 people in line yesterday, but also reported 0 5090s. As for Nvidia's side, its website went down for an extended period of time this morning. The company appears to be scrambling on Reddit to re-inject positivity into the conversation. It's posted about Steam gift codes and has asked users to share their DLSS 4 experiences with their RTX 5090s that they don't have. But
Ooh. Oh no. That's how things work now. It's either the lottery or a virtual line. I remember when getting into Cancole, you had to get into a lottery. It was a very painful process, and I thankfully earned my spot at a server in a lottery the first time around. But there's people, but for some people, they had to try several times.
As for how much inventory was actually brought to the market, we really only have a few solid indicators right now, and 2 of them are on the boxes that we got for our review units, and also all the other press review units. We went and looked at all their videos. First, the label on our RTX 5090 Founders Edition indicated that it left the Foxconn factory on January 8th, which would have been days after announcement. If Nvidia has only been making these for a few weeks and shipping them since the 8th, that'd explain a hell of a lot. Ours was also part of a group of 50 Founders Edition, indicated that it left the Foxconn factory on January 8th, which would have been days after announcement. If Nvidia has only been making these for a few weeks and shipping them since the 8th, that'd explain a hell of a lot. Ours was also part of a group of 51 cards that were shipped, and we've seen other labels that count up into the mid-hundreds. Actually, Jay's was another one that was part of the 51. We'd assume that those were early reviewer and partner rounds of shipments. We dug through a bunch of other review and unboxing videos and looked closely at everyone's box information. Jay had 10 of 51. We were
GN doing the unknown thing of autistically analyze videos and stuff to track people and shit down. That's how people found the Shaya's flag and terrorist training centers, just by looking at videos.
Reviewer and partner rounds of shipments. We dug through a bunch of other review and unboxing videos and looked closely at everyone's box information. Jay had 10 of 51. We were also part of that group 51. Hardware Unboxed had 17 of 24. IGN had 14 of 140. But we also know of an SI that was part of 140. Long story short, by adding all of these labels together, we came to a known count of RTX 5090 FEs that were shipped out pre-launch of 341 units. The numbers we've seen are 51, 24, 140, 35, and 91. So by this, that's at least 341 Founders Edition units ahead of launch. We also went through and put together a list of as many reviewers as we could find, or unboxers, or whatever content there was out there. We did those both manually by doing our own searching and by checking the video cards roundup of reviews. Between those video cards caught and those that we found that they didn't list, we're at a total of 87 units, plus another 8 non-FE units, totaling 95 that we found or that video cards found. So there's almost definitely more, especially foreign language reviewers we wouldn't know of, but that gives us an idea for initial quantity. So in other words, it appears that Nvidia had an amount equal to half of the total of Micro Center's entire supply for launch as review units for 5090s. But as for the
okay. By the way, the eclipse peaks in 2.5 hours. It's just now starting. Should we be doing most of the Americas? Oh god, these motherfuckers again. I gave up on eclipses because here every time there is an eclipse, the night gets cloudy and you can't see for shit. I like eclipses, but I'm never able to see them. There's an eclipse? Well, too fucking bad. You get a cloudy night. Fuck you. There's a blood moon lunar eclipse tonight. It's visible in Ballad if you get lucky with clouds. But no luck. Every single time there's an eclipse. We also get a cloud. It also gets cloudy. Good stuff.
Quantities. We know that the RTX 4090 was rumored to have shipped 130,000 units within a month of its launch at a time when the 4080 was struggling to move. Scalping's been happening for a while now, and supply has felt short for launches for a while now. It does, however, look to be worse. So back when that 160,000 unit first month, it was actually like the first 3 weeks or something, number was in the rumor mill, we were able to confirm with an Nvidia employee at the time that the number was roughly accurate. So we know that to be roughly correct. Based on the 5090 stock.
It's just starting. Check again in an hour or two. Okay.
Levels though, without having much more to go on, it really does seem like it was less than the 4090. It seems like we know that to be roughly correct. Based on the 5090 stock levels though, without having much more to go on, it really does seem like it was less than the 4090. It seems like Nvidia's been rushing it out, and one of the things we want to just think about in this
considering the issues with the 50 series, they are rushing the shit out of it.
Video, even though we can't actually answer it, is why that might be, and we've got some options at the end. One of America's largest system integrators told us that it received a single unit of RTX 5090. It told us that later in the day on launch day, it received another small shipment where it got some more. We can't say how many. Now, another system integrator told us that it received exactly 0 units, and then another of the largest system integrators, these are companies that build PCs but might not be considered an OEM, like Dell or HP or something. The third one we spoke with received 20 RTX 5090s that it sold through in pre-built machines in 3 minutes. And it also told us, when we asked for context, that for the 4090 launch, the same system integrator that got 20 5090s had 30 4090s. Now, this is a data point of a single system integrator, but that SI has grown in the time since, and they're doing more volume, and they had 50% more supply of 4090s at 30 units versus 20 for the 5090s, so that's a big difference. And one of the SIs that we spoke to got around 30 5090s, and it had received a couple hundred 4090s for launch a few years ago, and noted to us that it had much lower volume of 5090s by comparison to the 4090 launch. A couple hundred versus 30 is a pretty big difference, so it really does support a paper launch here. Now, it's easy to talk about all this and look at Reddit posts of people unhappy that they weren't able to get one, or they waited in line or whatever, and have it sound like it's just a bunch of gamers complaining about not getting what they want, which is in fact something that the gaming audience, from Nvidia's perspective, is very good at. Nvidia has AI GPUs to sell. They have big margin to make on enterprise products. But it does appear to be truly a paper launch for this one. And we have to wonder why Nvidia chose now to launch the device when it had such limited supply. And we have a few theories. The most obvious is that Nvidia...
Let's hear him. Let's hear them out. Let's hear them out. Let's hear them out.
Wanted to get this out the door during CES, when all of its partners could put everything on display and try to get the world media focused on the partner models, drum up interest, and just generate all of that easy media where everyone's in one place. That's an option, certainly. The next big opportunity for that would have been Computex, unless they did their own event, which certainly Nvidia does. I mean, March and May have been times that Nvidia has launched devices in the past, or at least announced them with its GTC event. Another theory we've seen floating around is that Nvidia might have wanted to get ahead of potential tariffs in the US. Tariffs would be applied at import as the devices arrive. So pushing the launch back, if the devices are already in the US, that wouldn't change whether tariffs are applied or not. They still wouldn't be at least at the same levels that are in the news right now. But launching ahead of potential tariffs might give Nvidia the opportunity to set the lower of the MSRP options, say it's a $1,000 MSRP and $2,000 MSRP, and at least start getting them at the door to establish that MSRP before a potential tariff kicks it all up. And then later, our hands are tied. Hey, those are the MSRPs. If they have to sell for more because they cost more to bring them in, that's not the MSRP change. That's just reality. That's getting a little bit tinfoil hat-y, though. So if AMD were a more serious competitor in the high end, we'd say maybe that's it. Maybe Nvidia wanted to get in front of AMD and just crush them and flood them out before they could get to market. But AMD several months ago already told everyone that they weren't interested in the high end this generation. So that just doesn't seem like a likely option here. Likewise, Nvidia probably doesn't care much about Intel's GPUs right now. They're not anywhere close to where Nvidia is competing. So we think it's more likely to do with something like partner timing and media frenzy for CES, and maybe the tariff situation as the most likely. One major downside to the timing, though, is that Nvidia has now launched right into Chinese New Year, which is a big deal. We know several factories in the industry that shut down for nearly a month during Chinese New Year.
That manufacturer line looks scary. I don't know, maybe some cleaning or removing some of the rust would help. I don't know.
deal. We know several factories in the industry that shut down for nearly a month during Chinese New Year. That's mostly because migrant workers from elsewhere in China, like rural China, go back home for an extended holiday. That means that the capacity of board partners to produce more video cards right now is effectively halted or at least greatly diminished. Now, we spoke with one board partner and we learned that their factory is actually pretty much doing nothing right now, which is normal for part of a major holiday. But what that tells us is there's not going to be supply, at least from that group, being manufactured for several weeks to potentially close to a month until it's back up into full capacity.
Standard for any sweatshop.
And that's going to affect the restocking of these devices, aside from whatever's already on boats or on planes coming to the different markets around the world. MSI actually pushed back its own launch. The company has pushed into February 6th. We were able to speak with someone who works within logistics in the industry and learned that some board partners missed the cutoff to get inventory out prior to major New Year shutdowns. As for what all this means, there's not really a lot of point here other than to point at the launch and say, paper launch, which it does actually seem to be. The concept of launching a sheet of paper and saying these are the specs of the product, we don't have any. That's kind of what this is right now.
It is.
And all we could really say is that it's frustrating. It's frustrating for consumers, and it's frustrating.
It's like finding the Sunstar in Monster Hunter Wilds, and even then, finding the Sunstar is actually easier and cheaper.
For everyone who's worked on reviewing the cards too, because it kills the momentum completely, and people will be rightfully frustrated with the low supply, and you just kind of go back into hibernation, especially because with Chinese New Year, it could be several months before retailers are really able to get a steady supply of things. And that's something we've already seen with the system integrators, where they're delayed out into May for some of the orders, or April for one of ours. So supply for 5080 seems to be better, but really, it's just not
worth
it's just not a compelling product to buy. You probably shouldn't buy one. That's not to say $2,000 on a 5090 is much better, but at least there's more use cases for the 32 gigabytes of VRAM. We'd also wager that Nvidia is struggling with yields right now. The 50 series and the 40 series use the same node. Back in September, there were rumors, including this one via Extreme Tech, that the RTX 4090 was ceasing production. That purged the market of the 40 series, but also now indicates that Nvidia has only been producing RTX 50 series silicon in any large volume for a few months, as it had to get the 40 series out of the way first. Now, we're not...
And the 40 series has been out only for 2 years. I gotta agree with Pipa and that chatter of her. PC gaming is overall better, but it also sucks in its own ways. And Nvidia is shit.
Convinced that delaying the launch into February would have really helped here, because they'd still be within that sort of 2 to 4 week period of serious slowdown in the manufacturing sector, where another couple weeks of delay, it might have allowed more shipments to arrive, but it probably wouldn't drastically impact the manufacturing capacity. And so that might have pushed them into, say, March for an alternative to this particular date for launch. And at that point, they'd still be ramping supply. And March would have put Nvidia between the two biggest events in the industry, the CES and then Computex in May or June. It's May this year. And they probably didn't want to be between them. So it looks like Nvidia, its strategy may have been to maximize short-term coverage and just get something out there. But they are also sort of competing with themselves in that Nvidia has big money to make in enterprise data center and AI these days, just like AMD with its epic CPUs. And
why are they having such war supply problems during fucking COVID? Good question. Steve did say that they started production a bit too late, and the whole fucking thing with Chinese New Year or / Lunar New Year.
The 40 series was sort of blocking it. And so by ramping down the 40 series and running out of inventory in, say, mostly December, while that helped NVIDIA to stop people from purchasing.
So they really just fucked up that bad? It's a skill issue? It is. Maybe, probably. Like he said, it's mostly team foiling right now. Honestly, a lot of companies are like that.
An older card that would compete with its new one. Like, it struggled with the 1080 Ti when the 2080 launched. It was able to push that problem out of the way, but then all of that demand shifted to the 50 series, and it just looks like Nvidia was not prepared for it, or maybe more appropriately stated, they knew exactly what the problem was going to be, and they had other reasons to not care about that problem. Really what we're saying here is just this whole launch is kind of weird. Nvidia built a decent amount of goodwill with the 5090, especially with the FE cooler. They made some changes that people were excited about, and then they started destroying that goodwill with the 5080 reviews, and then they totally destroyed it with the launch. So their strategy appears to have been, let's get people excited, and then slowly begin chipping away at the excitement, and then we'll just crush the excitement entirely. Not to get too much into the commentary of it, but there's a chance that this kind of hurts long-term consumer interest, at least for people who were excited about it, and then now they're looking at it like, maybe I'll just like wait 6 months next time or something instead. So there could be a long-term impact from this approach. But let's be real, that impact probably won't affect Nvidia until they have some serious competition. And so at the end of all this, we don't have any special privileged insight. There's a couple conversations with different people in the industry here, but nothing that special. We mostly just dug through what was going on, tried to understand the situation, and tried to buy.
Excuses that they are still catching up with others that were delayed by COVID, and a lot of small-scale producers died, so big corps held an even bigger control. Oh.
Some of the cards ourselves for the reviews that we're working on, and it gave us the not that unique insight based on the internet that there's not many of these cards out there. So that's it. I don't know. I mean, that's the report. We wanted to compile some facts, do some digging, maybe find some kind of light in the disappointing low supply launch that this is, and figure out what the industry was saying, and figure out if they effectively got just efficiently scalped. Like, was it okay supply, but they just evaporated the scalpers? They're that good now? Or was it actually low supply? It appears to be actually low supply, and more than just a bot and scalper situation. Actually, there are some comments that we saw online where people signed up for bot services to try and snipe the cards, not necessarily for scalping, but for themselves, and they didn't get one. So it's like, when you're paying the bots to defeat the bots, but there's no supply, does the tree really fall in the forest and make a sound? Nobody knows. That was a mixed metaphor. Ignore I said that. It's to stop the voices.
I wonder if this can play Crisis. Only gamers know that joke.
Anyway, appears there wasn't a lot of supply. Yeah, it sucks, but that's the situation.
The
report isn't like that special. We're just kind of confirming what people know, but hey, we dug into it, and yes, it looks like most of the world had very few of these, and even in the US, where Nvidia allocates a huge amount of its supply, it was pretty low. I mean, for Micro Center to be in the hundreds of units for 5090s, and they're in a lot of the country now, that tells you something. So anyway, that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Go to store.gamersnexus.net if you'd like to support us directly, like by buying some of our t-shirts, our toolkits, or our soldering and project mats, which are made out of a high-temperature resistant silicone. Or you can go to patreon.com/gamersnexus to throw a few bucks our way. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time.
It was too much. Last night I said, this is too much. This morning I said, this is too much. And now I realize it's too much.
Okay, next. The RTX 50 disaster. Dun dun dun.
At least 0.5% of NVIDIA's 5070 Ti, 5090D, and 5090 GPUs are missing some of their ROPs, resulting in at least a 4% performance impact, which is a huge amount, considering that's the number that NVIDIA admitted to. But we have a fix.
I suspect it's more. Dun dun dun.
For this problem, and we'd like to publicly propose it to NVIDIA. NVIDIA, the fix is stop telling people how many ROPs there are. Actually, just stop telling them much of anything. In the drivers, disable all the features that report back what's detected in the hardware. It's a mystery box of a GPU. It's time to start acting like the monopoly that you are, and really take advantage of it. You've earned this monopolistic behavior. Now it's time to just drive it home. It's like the hotspot sensors, where you set it to not work anymore because that would be useful. Now is a good time to just also disable reading anything else that could be wrong. No hyperbole here. This is officially the worst GPU launch that I have personally ever covered. Now, it was tied for a little bit with two other launches.
Which ones?
One was AMD, one was also Nvidia. The RTX 20 series, for example, the best thing it had going for it in terms of worst launches of all time, really, was the artifacting memory. The Space Invaders, it resulted in one of the best t-shirt designs we ever made. They had artifacting memory plus no names.
Space Invaders, I was gonna say
the best
Space
thing it
Invaders?
had going for it in terms of worst launches of all time, really, was the artifacting memory. The Space Invaders, it resulted in one of the best t-shirt designs we ever made. They had artifacting memory plus no namesake RT features for the RT graphics cards for like 50 days in games, in actual games, not just the Star Wars tech demo that Nvidia made that you can look at with the shiny elevators. The 20 series also had abysmal pricing. It was some of the worst we'd ever seen until now. It was contending with leftover supply of the 1080 Ti, which was a better purchase at launch. Hell, we were even reminded of AMD's past launches, including Vega, with its multiple packaging technology failures, resulting in unlevel heatsink mounting in combination with its terrible initial drivers. I mean, there was a time when we installed AMD drivers for a test system, and it was the
I should probably think about repasting Sakura at some point, but I'm so afraid of taking apart a graphics card. I should be able to do it, but I don't want to fuck it up. So, I don't know how I'm going to go about that. That is probably the one thing about PC building that I don't think I can do. At least not without supervision. It just scares me a bit too much. Yeah, my Vega had that issue too with its drivers. That checks out then, Phantom.
Press drivers, and they were like 640 by 480, and then the screen turned green and then red, and then it flickered a lot, and this is worse than all of these things. The newest in a line of Nvidia's multi-failure generation includes Nvidia flying way too close to the sun with 12-volt 2x6. It's failure jot, and this is worse than all of these things. The newest in a line of Nvidia.
Look at those stamps. Well, this is Fahrenheit, but it's just still pretty bad. 188, 150, 56, 40. Ooh.
Nvidia's multi-failure generation includes Nvidia flying way too close to the sun.
Let's see. 70, 33, 62. Ooh.
With 12-volt 2x6. It's paper launch. It's fake prices. And it's intentionally misleading charts about performance capabilities of the 50 series. And now there's another one, which is a total misrepresentation of the spec itself. Tech Power Up uncovered that some RTX 5090 GPUs were missing 8 ROPs, or raster operations pipelines, sometimes known as render output units.
Yep. And it's been confirmed that did happen. It's missing the ROPs. $188, holy moly. You can actually fry an egg on that GPU.
The end result was that a 5090 would show 168 ROPs instead of 176. On the 5070 Ti, the difference would be going to 88 ROPs from 96 ROPs, a huge swing. From 88 to 96, that's an increase of 9%. This may have greater than the prescribed 4% impact on performance, but we won't know until one of our viewers is able to find an affected unit and sell it to us. ROPs can have an impact on performance, especially as it relates to pixel processing, so differences in performance can emerge based on resolution and
Hey Steve, just so you know, if you're going to review the Sakura Atlantis, if you don't like it, I want it. Or by defect, if anyone from Yeston is watching this, I love your sub. Please, I want a 9070. And they're not only making a Sakura Atlantis 9070, they also making the regular Sakura version of the 9070. Let me... I posted the picture on Discord. Let me show you real quick. I love that they're not completely ditching their original Sakura design. They know they are the waifu card people, and they're gonna keep their waifu card. It is very nice. I wish they would update the ZZ09 case to be able to fit the bigger GPUs, but it is what it is. Here. Oh. Me. So they're keeping the OG shroud design as well as bringing the new Sakura Atlantis one. But so far my 7800 XT is doing well. The only thing it's struggling with is with Monhon Wilds, because of course it is. But that's on the game, not on my card. So I'd say that I'm good with my rig for now. At least I want to get that 9070 for an eventual AM5 build. Okay, back to the video.
Aliasing settings in particular. We're not sure yet how much impact there'll be other than what Nvidia has stated. TPU suggests though that some of their testing shows equivalence, while one test they had showed a 5% swing. And just as a quick aside here, this is why we need some of these cards, because we want to test them. So if you have a 5070 Ti where GPU-Z reports 88 ROPS, it'll be on the main page, or a 5090 where it reports 168 ROPS, then email tips, TIPS, at gamersnexus.net. We're putting a bounty on one RTX 5090 with missing ROPS and one RTX 5070 Ti with missing ROPS. We'll pay an extra $500 on top of whatever you paid on your receipt. You can check.
That's a nice deal, admittedly. Holy shit. You just got a GPU, bun. Man, the idea would be to have a double PC setup for streaming. So sooner or later I'm gonna have to build another PC, you know? That doesn't mean I'm gonna ditch Nezuko or anything. I'll just keep she'll keep slaying demons as always. She just I'll just get a Tanjiro to go along with her, I guess.
Check by installing GPUs.
Sure, but right now you can't even fit a second monitor. I can make it work. I can make it work. Ah, my eye. Why though? Double PC setup is the ideal for streaming, Axaya Carol. That's a fact. Put less strain on the PC to run both the streaming stuff. Instead of stressing your PC running games and streaming, you can have one PC for each task and not compromise on stuff. I think Kusuha from Niji has a double setup. Does a companion PC needs to be beefy? I'm honestly thinking if I'm gonna build a PC and I'm gonna move to AM5, I think I want to make the next PC beefier than Nezuko. Ideally. So Nezuko can focus on streaming and the new PC can focus on high-end gaming. But if not, Nezuko can stay the gaming PC and I can get something a bit lower than her specs for the streaming part. So how you use these two PCs? Ronnie knows. Like Bill gonna go brrr. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, Axa.
Installing the drivers, that step is important, and running GPU-Z to check the main tab for ROPS count. We'll pay full retail and shipping so we can dig deeper into the performance impact. But back to it, Nvidia has released a statement. Apparently this met the threshold for a rapid response. Maybe it was the fact that the news landed on a Friday. It perfectly lined up to bury the reply. But
of course,
its other issues have gone unanswered. So let's get into it. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and their new Duronaut thermal paste. Thermal Grizzly claims its Duronaut paste is intended for long-term stability and endurance, focusing on paste longevity in addition to the usual performance focus. Thermal Grizzly's Duronaut paste comes with applicators and spreaders, and ships in numerous tube sizes, aiming to provide a high-end paste for PC builds and daily driven overclocks by enthusiasts. Learn more at the link in the description below. So Nvidia's response, here's what they said. Quote, we have identified, okay, yes. AKA tech power-up, but all right, we have identified a rare issue affecting less than 0.5%, 0.5% of GeForce 5090, 5090D, and 5070 Ti GPUs, which have one fewer ROP than specified. The average graphical performance impact is 4%, with no impact on AI and compute workloads.
Because
affected
that's all
consumers
they care about.
can contact the board manufacturer for a replacement. The production anomaly has been corrected, end quote. Now, Nvidia stating one missing ROP was a little odd, but TPU also thought so. Tech Power Up wrote this, quote, while Nvidia talks about one ROP unit, this really means 8 ROPs in our context. Many years ago, marketing decided that higher numbers equal better. So they started to report the number of pixels that can be processed per unit instead of the actual unit count. So in this case, one hardware unit is disabled, which means 8 pixels per clock less can be processed, resulting in a loss of 8 ROPs, end quote. Now, a 4% swing is gigantic. First of all, 4% is enough to completely eradicate the gap that is between the 5070 Ti and the 4070 Ti Super in some instances, which is insane. It basically invalidates the reason you'd buy a 5070 Ti if it is even that little. The 5070 Ti, by percentage, is losing more of its ROPs than a 5090. So if the 5090 loss was 4% swing by Nvidia's numbers here, the 5070 Ti might see more of a loss. Regardless, this performance swing is completely unacceptable. There's not that much performance gained over the last generation to begin with. And we'd also be shocked if Nvidia didn't know about this ahead of launch. Secondarily, getting support from board manufacturers right now, which is what Nvidia is suggesting, will be hit and miss on supply in terms of how fast you can get a replacement. There's going to be a lot of just sort of natural pressure where some people are like, I was scalped for this card, or I got really lucky when I sniped this card when it was restocked. I don't want to send it off into oblivion and wait an unknown amount of time to get a response, get one back. And so there's that natural impetus to just hold on to the card, even though it is deficient, which is really unfortunate. Either way, it depends how many.
It's called sunk cost fallacy, Steve. And it's hard to deal with, unfortunately. Negligible really do be the word of the year. A couple of years. Oh, don't start me on the Niji Sanji tangent, Turtleman. They already posted some of the Niji numbers, Niji N numbers for earning and stuff, and ooh, biggest fucking oof.
that the manufacturers have retained for ARM8 purposes, and if those are also not defective. And once again, we'd be happy to buy one of each from our audience if you have one. But let's look at how this might have happened. This is a
1 year since hair return, time flies. It sure does, Axel.
block diagram of the GB202 GPU, the GPU used in the RTX 5090. The GB202 full chip contains 12 GPCs, or graphics processing clusters. These containers each possess 8 TPCs, or texture processing clusters. Within each TPC are 2 SMs, streaming multiprocessors, but this is the full chip with all 96 TPCs in total. The full chip can have a maximum of 24,576 CUDA cores, but the 5090 has 21,760. That means that the 5090 has 85 TPCs to the 96 total, or in other words, Nvidia is disabling 11 TPCs. This isn't abnormal, and there's nothing sketchy about this. This is actually just how the process normally works, where what's going on here is Nvidia has some room for yields. They have room for a few defects within the silicon where they can toggle off components to still keep the silicon sellable as a lower bin 5090 from the full fat GB202 die. So that leaves some room for failures without one defect in the chip totally ruining the whole thing. In this situation, Nvidia has room for up to 11 TPCs to be botched. It is intentionally disabling those, whether they're good or bad, to make a 5090. They could be flawless. Now, most likely they'd set that aside and maybe use it for a 5090 Ti or something. But in many cases, what happens is if a chip has enough of the physical hardware within it functioning that it clears the barrier to become whatever the card is, a 5090 in this instance, they might fuse off some of the other functioning parts to then create the 5090. It's supposed to go down from fully functioning or more than necessary function to the actual spec. Not what we're seeing here, which is going from the spec to something undefined and worse. But here's where we think it went wrong. This is a zoomed in look at a GPC. Notice that at the very bottom, there's a block of dark blue bars split into 8 partitions. Number 8 matches the number of ROPs that TPU reported as missing. So this is an important number. Notice that these 8 ROPs are aligned with 4 of the TPCs above them. There are 2 groups of 8 in one GPC, with each of the groups associated with a group of 4 TPCs. If Nvidia's manufacturing had defects, or if it intentionally disabled too many adjacent TPCs, like shown in this logical diagram, then Nvidia would lose access to the ROPs. Now, to be clear, the part that's coming up here is our best understanding of the situation, and it involves a little bit of speculation because Nvidia hasn't been fully transparent, which to some extent is fine, but they haven't fully disclosed and discussed exactly how the TPCs connect to the ROPs. And so we're speculating a little bit in this next part. Back to the full diagram. The full GB202 diagram would accommodate 192 ROPs on a perfectly made chip that resembles this. Across 24 groups of 4 adjacent TPCs, totaling a max of 96, Nvidia could lose TPCs in theoretically any distribution across the die as long as it doesn't drop below 22 groups of sufficiently adjacent TPCs to bring with them their 8 associated ROPs. Now, the key phrasing in that sentence is sufficiently adjacent, which is intentionally vague and ambiguous from us. That's the speculation part, because what we don't know is what the maximum count of adjacent TPCs is that Nvidia can lose before it then loses access to all 8 of the associated ROPs. So in other words, can it have 1 of 4 TPCs in a group and keep all 8 ROPs? Or does it need 2 of 4? Or does the adjacency of the groups of the TPCs where they're toggled, does that matter? That's what we don't know here. Even if Nvidia toggles one entire GPC, as TPU showed in its review diagram here, it'd still have to pull another 3 TPCs from elsewhere. For instance, and based on this logical diagram, if Nvidia loses 3 adjacent TPCs from one group versus 3 TPCs with 1 gap between them in a group, we're not sure how that affects which ROPs remain active. What we are fairly certain about is that losing all 4 adjacent TPCs would also eliminate their 8 associated ROPs. But it's our understanding that Nvidia can also lose access to these ROPs if too many clustered TPCs are lost, even below what we think is the clear threshold of 4. That's how we understand it. We're not 100% sure on some of the factors here. With 176 ROPs in the...
Oh, this is getting technical even for me, but I think I'm starting to understand Basically, Nvidia is saying that it's being vague about the margin of error that the TPCs or the components of the GPU have. That it's supposed to be running at the expected benchmarks, but they're being intentionally vague on the number of TPCs and stuff that would make it go below benchmarks.
Official.
That's a highly technical detail to publicize, but it seems like a good guess that they fail in too large of groups. Yeah.
Back, Nvidia can lose 11 TPCs distributed across the entire die without losing those extra ROPs. It's just the adjacency. And so as far as we can find, and read through the white paper and looked at some of the reports online, but the white paper was the big one. Nvidia does not appear, at least as of writing this, to define how its ROPs are made accessible and through which pathways they connect to the rest of the chip. So we don't know their requirement from the TPCs associated with them in terms of how many are enabled, or if they can have like one and then a gap and then the remainder or something. Either way, though, we think that Nvidia may have had some devices manufactured in a way that lose these 8 ROPs based on this. And we know they have manufactured some incorrectly because they've admitted it. We think this is what it's related to. Now, frankly, we find it completely unbelievable that Nvidia would ship these units unknowingly, because if Nvidia actually did...
No, it's Nvidia. It's totally believable.
...accidentally ship these, that is a level of incompetence that's honestly frightening and kind of shakes the foundation of the entire premise of why you buy Nvidia. The whole point of buy Nvidia is the same reason you bought Intel in the mid-2010s. So Intel was sort of the put-together professional of, you know you're going to get something that works in the mid-2010s. And AMD was like, I don't know, sniffing glue or something. Not really sure what AMD was doing back then. They've turned it around. It's good now for the CPU side. But Nvidia is in that position. Intel was in the scenario where it's like, you buy Nvidia because you're pretty sure it's just going to work. That's the thing the guy on the stage in the leather jacket said. He said it just works. And
it doesn't.
I don't know if he said it before Todd Howard or not, but that's something that Jensen Huang said. It's the whole premise of Nvidia and paying more for it. And that foundation is starting to show cracks. This has been a disastrous launch for Nvidia. And this is a level of incompetence. If they shipped these without knowing that there was this defect, that is terrifying, because every single chip is tested off the line. We know this for a fact. At the fab level, they test them electrically for the presence of all the physical hardware. They know precisely what is getting shipped. And at the board partner level, when they integrate the hardware, we, GN, we have been to factories where they assemble video cards off the SMT line. Every single video card factory I've ever been to has 100% of video cards function tested. Not only are 100% function tested, they function test them with at least 2 software suites. One is often their own proprietary thing. Another is provided by Nvidia. And we've never been allowed to show it, but I have seen it. And I know that it function tests for the presence of specific hardware units. And I find it completely impossible to believe that somebody didn't know about this and that this was a mistake. So
You'd be surprised, Steve.
Leaves the other option, which is malice. So Nvidia's got 2 options here. They've got incredible, unprecedented incompetence from Nvidia to not know this, or they have the malicious decision to ship it anyway and hope no one notices or deal with it later. So that's what
Why not both? Really, why not both?
I think. And if it's the incompetence option, fine. You can be incompetent if you want. There's nothing illegal about being incompetent. It might have consequences legally, but it's not illegal to be an idiot. And if that's the route that Nvidia's going...
Depends. Depending on the circumstances, being an idiot is illegal.
Legally, but it's not illegal to be an idiot. And if that's the route that Nvidia's going, then that again sort of calls into question why you buy Nvidia to begin with. Because that's what you're paying for. It's the competence. They are put together. Their drivers haven't really been questioned for like a decade. Whereas Intel and AMD have both gone through really heavy scrutiny for drivers. And all of that comes down to this.
Nvidia slept on their laurels, while AMD at least is trying to pull its own weight.
Same thing. So it kind of comes down to, if such competence questions in QC are now involved at the chip level, it makes us question how much they tried to QC things like 575 watts down a 12-volt high-power cable. It calls the entire premise of the card into question for the 0.5% of fuck-ups. To ship 0.5% of its inventory with missing hardware that only the most advanced users would even notice is either a regrettable insight into Nvidia's actual competence, or they thought they'd get away with it. That's what we think here. We're not sure.
If they really thought they could get away with it, then they're in for a possible lawsuit for fake advertisement and stuff. That's not good.
Which it is, but we don't see many other options. At the end of the day, this is completely unacceptable for a $2,000 video card or a basically $900 video card in the 5070 Ti. It's just like, this is insane. This is a completely absurd launch.
Oh, no,
and any one of these things, it's easy to look at it.
Actually, yes, give me a second.
Okay.
Oh no. No, everything's fine. It's just that I couldn't finish my bag of potato chips and I gave the rest to Bonnie Mama. Though I'm gonna need I'm drinking my fuel here, but I bought two big bottles of orange juice, so I know it's a bad idea to mix, but I'm kind of melting here, so I want to swap it out a little bit and get some of that juice. And I got another bag, so I guess I'll just leave that one to Bonnie Mama tomorrow. I'm drinking the only thing I can say. My only issue with Advance right now is that it's so good that I'm actually drinking most of our milk supply. We have to buy milk a lot more often, more and more often now, because I've been drinking so much milk because of the strawberry shortcake campaigns. You know, you can buy more at once if you're going through it that fast. That's why I say it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. I'm drinking way too much. And it's kind of difficult to keep up because, oh shit, the milk ran out already. But hey, and see, I say that because I'm thinking either. I'm thinking either. I'm seriously considering getting that CPU and cooler upgrade. And maybe sooner. Now that our moving out plans got delayed until August, as much as I hate it. Oh, completely unrelated, but I want to show this. Bondog got on Stinky. We got Bondog on Stinky last week. She got groomed and got a bath, a fur cut. She's cute even when she's all stinky, but now you can see her puppy face even better. She has these big eyes. Like this. Old girl. She actually has pretty small ears. We thought that she had big ears, but turns out that it's mostly hair. Her ears are actually pretty small. She kind of looks more like a schnauzer. She kept that puppy face even after all these years. Little shit, it's too cute for her own good. Cause see, she's old. When she was younger, the black parts, the black spots were all black. Now you can see the gray hairs on her eyebrows and her eyelashes. Is Alibaba now? She has look at the gray hairs on her, or her rather gray eyelashes. I really like this picture. I wanted to show it because I thought it came out really good. Okay, back to Nvidia's Ballad.
Hey, I guess I get over that. So like, if this were the only problem in the whole launch, the tone would be totally different here, at least the way I'm presenting it, because it's just sort of that. It's the multiplication of fuck-ups here, where they've got the decision to continue using 12-volt high power, even though the GPU is pushing way closer to the safety margin than even the 4090 did, which everybody questioned. I mean, we were questioning this like a year ago or something, and then more recently, and so was Bauer and basically anyone else. But there's that decision. There's the ROPS thing. You know, there's bugs in the drivers that we found when we were doing the MFG testing, where you could get the frames to render out of step. They would render in the incorrect order and create that micro stutter. It was really nasty. There's a really specific bug and situation, but the point is it exists. And any one of these things, it's much easier to be like, okay, I mean, you get a couple screw-ups, but this is insane. And it's inexcusable for a company that markets itself the way that Nvidia does. Nvidia is destroying its brand credibility. The foundation, again, is showing those cracks. But coming back to that 4% comment from Nvidia in its statement, this is obscene to read with such a cavalier and unapologetic tone to it, considering you can pay $3,000 to $300 for an Asus Astral SKU of a 5090.
I love it how they only give their priority is fucking AI. Oh yeah, it has a 4% performance hit, but AI is fine. Fuck the gamers.
Clear and unapologetic tone to it, considering you can pay $3,000 to $300 for an Asus Astral SKU of a 5090. That would be hard pressed to find a 4% improvement over a normal $2,000 5090. That's the entirety of the benefit of the extra $1,300. That's insane. 4% is a huge amount. I mean, this is from our live stream where we power modded a card and we overclocked it for hours, and at the end of the day, we got like 6 to 7% uplift. That with that effort, by pushing it 80, 90 watts over what it's supposed to be. And NVIDIA's over here talking about how it's a 4% change, as if that's supposed to be small. I mean, there's like, the tone was just so, they just shrugged it off. Up until yesterday, the RTX 5080 should have been immune to this. NVIDIA's statement omitted the card, and on a technical level, it makes sense that it'd be immune. The RTX 5080 has 10,752 CUDA cores and runs on the GB203 processor. GB203 per NVIDIA and on TPU has a maximum configuration size of 10,752 CUDA cores. Its maximum ROPS configuration is 112, which also matches the 5080. The 5080 appears to be a perfect cut of the GB203 die, and so any missing ROPS would be accompanied by other missing components in theory, which would theoretically force a down bin as a salvage SKU to something else. But that doesn't appear to be the case anymore. A viewer emailed us an instance of a 5080.
I ironically think that with these newer, bigger cards, you can actually bludgeon someone to death with now with this day, as of this day, with a 5090. Though they showed, I don't know if it was it was a 50 series that was way smaller. We have to look for that video.
With missing ROPS and validated it with GPU-Z and 3D Mark. That same viewer was in contact with video cards and published.
Or you could use 40 and 50 series as bricks to build a house.
A validated GPU-Z result to the TPU database, so you may have seen that story just pop up online. We're in the process of obtaining one, but this really throws a wrench into all of the theories and ideas, because this shouldn't be able to happen. Maybe it was actually a manufacturing process defect, but we maintain that they would know about this. But that brings us back to the problem with all of this, which is that NVIDIA has now shattered the trust that you can have to open a box of an NVIDIA product and expect the GPU to contain the parts they advertise to you. You have to look at this with a slippery slope argument. Fallacy as it may be, it starts to become a question of what else do they do this with? Could they do it with memory? It did that with the GTX 970 previously, and that was intentional, but the GTX 970 3.5 gigabyte situation has been long enough in the past that it's been wiped from memory. Did you see what I... So we're now at a stage where with all of the other issues, it's not just this one thing getting blown out of proportion, which is, I think, probably what NVIDIA would feel like. With the collective of the problems, you simply can't trust that the thing you're taking out of the box has what it says it has and does what it says it does. And that's a big problem for NVIDIA. That is, to use the words that PR can quote and send up the chain, the foundation of NVIDIA's brand credibility that starts to crumble. It has fought very hard to earn that brand credibility, and it's that position Intel was in. And if NVIDIA doesn't fix this, like now, immediately, then this could be the change of the tide that we saw with Intel and AMD in the mid-2010s. The difference is that thus far, AMD's GPU division has given us little reason to think that they can capitalize on these scenarios. AMD has managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at every possible corner over the last several years. Again. So they really need to turn their stuff around too here, because this is the moment for AMD and Intel. And if they don't capture it and they let it slip, then I mean, they're just going to completely miss out on this opportunity, and NVIDIA will go on and continue acting the way they do. So it's really it's sort of the
AMD fucked up too, though. They actually dropped the ball. They got a chance. They were giving the moment to they got a moment to shine, and they fucked it up with the whole fake MSRP thing.
All three of them here are involved, but NVIDIA is the one that's really screwing up right now.
Spoiler: AMD let it slip. Hey, Matsukasa Gaming, I just said that AMD fucked up too.
And we're just not sure it's true anymore that you should pay top dollar for the put together company if it is no longer put together. AMD and Intel have the opportunity of a lifetime to try and capitalize on this colossal series of fuck-ups from NVIDIA, where...
But no, are you familiar with Moore's Law? Vaguely. I'm vaguely familiar with it.
They have, NVIDIA has historic...
Moore's Law was an observation made in 1965 that the number of transistors, the decision-making component of a computer on each circuit, was roughly doubling every 2 years as technology improved. Okay? It became the benchmark for a long time, but started falling off in the 2010s and was declared dead in 2022. That is, technology is maxing out. Transistor tech is hitting the limits of physics. So they're out of runway to keep making the same kind of performance leaps they've been marketing forever. And they don't know what to do besides amp up the wattage and have AI fill in the gaps. Okay, then it is not the Moore law that I knew, that I thought it was. Okay. I'm gonna make a comparison, but this is going to be a spoiler of an actually pretty good chapter of this could actually be a huge spoiler for a pretty good chapter of FGO, the archetype inception type chapter. Pretty good, by the way. I can't make the comparison, but it's gonna... Good morning, Bonnie and Bonnie Chad. Well, realistically, I probably won't read it unless you read it to me. I plan to read it. It's actually pretty good. Then be silent. Oh, don't make it sound like it's a threat, Turtleman. Easy there. The problem is that the comparison makes more sense. The problem is that the comparison makes more sense with that. Moore's law makes more sense with that. But there is another example I can use. Sorry, just being dramatic. let's see it as the theoretical pruning phenomenon, Toodleman. Technology is reaching kind of a dead end, of a dead end of the timeline. So technology, or at least how you put it, it's reaching its maximum point, and it's gonna stagnate, and it's closer and closer to stagnate, because there is no way to make bigger leaps forward with stuff. Kinda like the Atlantis / Olympus lost belt. It advanced so fast that it's gonna become stagnant. Right. And all they can do to try to avert it is throw what they know at it, more power and AI, because that's the craze right now. AI generate the world. Yeah, I think I can more or less compare it to the Olympus Atlantis lost belt. It progressed so fast that now it's basically stagnant. It's stagnant, that it has no way, or rather it has very little room to improve. The question is, what will be the theoretical pruning phenomenon of Nvidia, or GPU, or technology progress? The 49 is probably around the peak of what a conventional GPU can be. Further real improvements will be slow and small. We really are reaching the dead end point of the technological lost belt, huh?
Historically bad consumer segment sentiment right now. So that'd be people in the enthusiast, the gaming audience, which built Nvidia, even though it's off chasing AI now.
For people that have no idea what we're talking about, we're talking about FGO's story. We're talking about technology in terms of FGO's story, because I cannot think of a better comparison.
There's a big market in gaming, and losing that would matter. But maybe they don't care about that. And if that's the case, fine. But AMD and Intel have an opportunity here. The ball is in their court to capitalize on this. And really the only way AMD can screw up right now is probably pricing, unless it's just launches the worst regression of architectural and driver features in a long time. So pricing is the only place AMD can truly fuck it up big time. And then Intel, it seems like they just need to make more GPUs in the mid-range where they exist, and they really need to put out something that's a little higher end, like a B770 or something, if they want to capitalize on this. Because otherwise, this opportunity, it's not going to... NVIDIA's a very aggressive company, and I'll give them credit for this, which is that it does seem like when NVIDIA gets beaten down for a really terrible launch, like in the 20 series, they swing pretty hard when they come back. So they did this with the 3080. The 3080 was this like monstrous turning of the tide from the 2080 and the 2080 Ti launch. They brought the price down to 1080 Ti levels. It's like a $700 launch.
The 30 series era was great, admittedly. Let me go back a little bit.
Because otherwise, this opportunity, it's not going to... NVIDIA's a very aggressive company, and I'll give them credit for this, which is that it does seem like when NVIDIA gets beaten down for a really terrible launch, like in the 20 series, they swing pretty hard when they come back. So they did this with the 3080. The 3080 was this like monstrous turning of the tide from the 2080 and the 2080 Ti launch. They brought the price down to 1080 Ti levels. It's like a $700 launch or something like that. And yes, the supply was not really available within about 2 weeks after launch. It was just gone forever. But they really turned it around on the launch of the 3080 versus the 2080 and 2080 Ti, regardless of whatever may have happened after that. with the COVID boom and all of that stuff for hardware. And so they get aggressive. Nvidia will, to quote someone who used to work at Nvidia, who once was describing CEO Jensen Huang's mentality to me, the phrasing to me was, Jensen turns into an aggressive attack dog. That is how his behavior was described to me for this type of situation. So if that's still true, and if Nvidia still cares about this market, there's a chance they look at this and they really get aggressive about trying to turn it around, rather than fighting from this position of hubris and fuck you, we're a monopoly, you'll buy it anyway. And
I think they're at that
so
stage,
it really
Steve.
does come down to AMD and Intel, because this opportunity might not last. And even if it does last, if they're not going to really get aggressive in fighting Nvidia, there's going to be no change to status quo there either. And you know, we'll see what happens. But either way, on Nvidia's side, this has been an unfortunate insight into how the company is behaving right now. And we simply cannot recommend the 50 series at this moment. We'll see how the 5070 goes. We're going to review that one too. Maybe it looks a little better. But right now,
Spoiler,
we're
it's
going
not.
to stick with the stance we had for the 5070 Ti, which is just wait. Let's just wait and see what happens. At least the prices will cool down as the scalping gets less interesting for scalpers. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. And subscribe for more. You go to store.gamersnexus.net to support us directly, or patreon.com/gamersnexus to throw a few bucks our way every month and help fund our reporting and our testing. We'll see you all next time.
It's easy enough to say, but for AMD or Intel to jump in quickly with a new competitive car can't happen overnight. They fucked it up because with the 90 series, there's a whole fake MSRP thing, and AMD fucked up. Actually, before we continue, let me see if we can find the... Though we should probably change or try other. AMD fucked up.
In the last episode, AMD, don't fuck this up, okay? You know, AMD, you were this close. This close.
So close.
Launch day for the RX 9070 series came and went for small, scrappy savior of gaming AMD, pulling itself up by its $163 billion bootstraps, and it told us all that this one is for the gamers, and reminded us that we should be mindful of NVIDIA's challenges during this time for AMD.
Of course.
Well, we've been talking about NVIDIA's challenges for the last 2.5 months. So now it's time to talk about some of AMD's challenges. We tracked sales and sentiment for launch of the 9070 XT and made this map. In green, you can see areas of extreme customer satisfaction with AMD. Major cities in the US up by its $163 billion bootstraps, and it told us all that this one is for the gamers, and reminded us that we should be mindful of NVIDIA's challenges during this time for AMD. Well, we've been talking about NVIDIA's challenges for the last 2.5 months. So now it's time to talk about some of AMD's challenges. We tracked sales and sentiment for launch of the 9070 XT and made this map. In green, you can see areas of extreme customer satisfaction with AMD. Major cities in the US did pretty well, far better than NVIDIA. Now, let's look at the dissatisfied area. And so today we're back in the chamber of anguish. You can't say that reviewers live in an echo chamber because I'm literally standing in an anechoic chamber. So, checkmate, viewers. Okay, so it wasn't the smoothest launch for AMD, and because we didn't embark on a 5-hour round-trip road trip, we got to experience internet purchasing firsthand. We buy most of our partner models to review rather than request them these days, and that meant we got to experience the absurd reality of it all. At first, it seemed to go well. We thought we'd gotten multiple orders through at Newegg at 9:08 a.m., 8 minutes after launch, and again at 9:20.
Now you know our pain, Steve. Hilarious map. It is. GG AMD. GJ, like GJ.
On a 5-hour round-trip road trip, we got to experience internet purchasing firsthand. We buy most of our partner models to review rather than request them these days, and that meant we got to experience the absurd reality of it all. At first, it seemed to go well. We thought we'd gotten multiple orders through at Newegg at 9:08 a.m., 8 minutes after launch, and again at 9:28 a.m. Eastern, which meant that we were up to 30 minutes late, and it still looked like there were tons of options in stock. But just like MSRP, looks can be deceiving. We received these messages from Newegg canceling all of our orders.
No.
And it turns out, so did literally hundreds of other people. When we tried to buy GPUs at MSRP from Amazon, we were met with this, and also this. So, we did the only rational thing that well-adjusted adults would do. We spent the next 48 hours obsessively compiling and gathering information about prices of video cards to play video games. Only 12 of 50...
Yeah. Big page dial. Let me try saying it in her voice. Big pain dial. Big pain dial. I'm sorry, Henia. I tried. Then.
51 models that we cataloged across 4 different retailers were at MSRP in the US. Of the remaining 39, 5 were 42...
Not bad, but you have a hard time going as high and screechy as the kettle. Hi. No reason to get Nvidia GPU this time as well as Intel CPU. Peko.
percent over MSRP, and 16 were 30 to 40% over MSRP, which is worse than we've seen in 51 model gathering information about prices of video cards to play video games. Only 12 of 51 models that we cataloged across 4 different retailers were at MSRP in the US. Of the remaining 39, 5 were 42% over MSRP, and 16 were 30 to 40% over MSRP, which is worse than we've seen in most prior GPU launches except for the 50 series. In some ways, it's a normal launch. There's always cards over MSRP. That's just what they do when they add all the bells and whistles. They charge more for them.
Of course.
But what felt so bad about it was just so many cards were so far over MSRP. One thing's for certain, though, it wasn't a paper launch. More like a highly compressed cellulose arboreal composite launch. But Micro Center enjoyers had a different experience. We noticed that this Micro Center had 45% of its total inventory by actual count of cards at MSRP. And that seems like a better distribution of cards at MSRP than what was experienced by those of you who live in a little place allegedly called the rest of the world. I'm told it's a nice place to vacation.
Anyway, how are you doing? Are you going to wait for a while to get proper optimization? Hey, Falcon, that's funny. Yeah, I mean... I'm pretty sure... I don't know if... When I got my Sakura, I'm not sure if how over MSRP it was, admittedly, because Yeston cards, due to their nature, like, at least for the Sakura series, they tend to be a bit above the standard price for aesthetics, but it's a stuff that you just cannot get in here, to be honest. So, and getting anything like that sort of stuff in Ballad costs a lot of money. So no matter what I do, I'm gonna be paying over MSRP. It sucks, but what else can I do? No, she'll fight through the crashes like the stubborn Lagomorph she is. Lagomorph! MSRP reality doesn't get followed anyways. A lot of people recommend looking into the WALS config, the inner config, and disabling some graphical settings. The config ini stuff is the config ini stuff, it's just a placebo, especially if you only have a CPU with 8 cores. My CPU is only 8 cores, so even if I try it and it does improve it, it's not gonna. It only works on CPUs with more than 8 cores, which is something I don't have. It is a placebo. It is a placebo unless you have 12 cores or more. And even then, it's not working for everyone under those conditions. Sorry. Lol, you sound like you've spent quite a bit of time looking for solutions already. If I'm brute forcing it, it's because I really saw no better option. Okay, back to the video. Yeah.
Today we're digging through the evidence we've collected to better understand that it seems like by actual count of cards had launch. But Micro Center enjoyers had a different experience. We noticed that this
But there is no Micro Center in Ballad. I cannot get that.
Micro Center had 45% of its total inventory by actual count of cards at MSRP. And that seems like a better distribution of cards at MSRP than what was experienced by those of you who live in a little place allegedly called the rest of the world.
Yes.
I'm told it's a nice place to vacation. Today we're digging through the evidence we've collected to better understand the AMD RX 9070 launch and put some context to the absurdity. This video was brought to you by us. We told you that we made major...
There's also mods that disable persistent buffs, glows, fogs, and post-processing, but it might ruin your game. I am not gonna mess with... mess with stuff. I already installed a mod tool that actually help with crashes, but modifying files and stuff, I am not going to do that.
Investments into our hemi-anechoic chamber to improve our acoustic testing quality, but the truth is that we built it to avoid being in an echo chamber. We look forward to your comments telling us how great of a job it's doing and we did for building it. To help fund our in-depth testing and our commentary on the ridiculousness of the computer industry, visit store.gamersnexus.net and grab one of our PC building anti-static mods.
I actually want one of those anti-static mod mats. They seem very useful, especially for tracking screws and stuff. I would like one of those, but they're so expensive.
Mod mats with PC wiring pinouts, Ethernet pinout and crimping information, screw tracking grids, and 2 PC wire. Store.gamersnexus.net and grab one of our PC building anti-static mod mats with PC wiring pinouts, Ethernet pinout, and
yeah, how to organize it. This is really good. They 56A and B. If you're making 56.8A, the other side has to be the same. Those mats are great for part tracking. I want one, but oof, they're so expensive. Let's check the store just for the fuck of it. Mousepad and mousepads. Mod. $100. Sold out. Forget about it then. Sold out. When it is not sold out, every time I check, it's sold out. I would like the large one. Fuck you, Steve. Who's their suppliers? Nvidia? I wouldn't mind paying the extra if it is to support them. Gamers Nexus. For all of us Steve shitting on the Animu on the Animu waifu card, the Gamers Nexus tend to at least be fair and have consistent quality for the reporting and stuff. Hike demand for those mats. I mean, they do put in the legwork on their stuff, so I wouldn't mind paying or getting their some of their stuff to support them, even if it's a bit overpriced. Unironically, Nvidia or one of the other computer companies tried to find out who GN uses for their mat supplier. Wow. That's evil. That sounds like something Nvidia would do, to be honest.
Crimping information, screw tracking grids, and 2-scale diagrams. They're all MSRP because we're the only ones who sell any of it. Our E-Waste and Dr. Dice and our Snowflake the Cat dice have also been wildly popular. So far, they're selling at about 1-to-1, which GN CEO Snowflake the Cat is deeply displeased about. Then Dr. Dice contain copper coil inductors within sharp-edge resin tabletop gaming dice that we've actually benchmarked for randomness. The Snowflake dice include a miniature Snowflake the Cat. Both come with integrated roll trays.
I don't play TTRPG, but those die.
They're all MSRP because we're the only ones who sell any of it. Our E-Waste and Dr. Dice and our Snowflake the Cat dice have also been wildly popular. So far, they're selling at about 1-to-1. Which GN CEO Snowflake the Cat.
That's actually really nice. I don't play TTRPGs, but those are really nice, especially the kitty ones.
Really popular. So far, they're selling at about 1-to-1, which GN.
Look at those with the tiny cat. That's actually really cute.
And CEO Snowflake the Cat is deeply displeased about. Then Dr. Dice contain copper coil inductors within sharp-edge resin tabletop gaming dice that we've actually benchmarked for randomness. The Snowflake dice include a miniature Snowflake the Cat. Both come with integrated roll trays, cards, and wooden boxes. Finally, grab a pack of our 3D coasters with swooping computer case fans and GPU coaster designs. Because if you can't get a GPU at MSRP, at least you could get a coaster that looks like one for the drink you'll need after this launch cycle, which you can consider making in our copper-plated stainless steel mule mugs with thermal conductivity on them. Cheers. And now, I'm going to go to the other set before the voices come back. We prepared this table of RX 9070 XT prices through a combination of crawling through data from Track-a-Lacker and some manual data collection.
I think the listings on Newegg are on MSRP. Actually, let me look on Newegg. Newegg.com. Let's see if they have a there we go. Dark mode. Sakura Atlantis. They Yeston announced that the Sakura Atlantis is on sale. I wonder if it's already on Newegg. Not yet. This is the AIO I want to get, by the way. This is the GPU I got, the 7800 XT. Well, if they actually release a 90 series with 24 gigs with 24 gigs 90 series. But I really want to have a PC that's more powerful than a PS5 just to flex on Bonnie Brother. Oh. Acrylic stands. Plushie. White and yellow. Yeah. Nope. 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 Oh, they're actually making SSDs. Okay. Nope. They're still not on sale on, at least not in the US. I think it's already on in AliExpress. Yes, the waifu cards. I love that those exist. They actually, I appreciate what Yeston is doing. They are trying to do something different, aesthetic wise. That's why I kinda, I want to support them. They're trying something different. I checked. It was Intel. Intel hired private investigators to figure out GN spats. A rabbit has one. I do. Let me go back. This is the one I got. It was a pain in the ass to bring to Boneland, but worth it. I'm 100% sure I'm the only one in Boneland to have this. This, the 7800 XT also has the updated Sakura design for thermals and stuff, with a heatsink and with bigger heatsink and fans. The temps issues are pretty much dealt with. Let's see real quick. Pictures. Okay, someone got this Sakura Sugar. They also have the Nvidia versions, or at least they had. I haven't seen them around. This is not my build, but I would like to have something like this. Or I also plan to get a new case to be able to use that vertical mount to display Sakura. So yeah, I got this, and I'm pretty damn proud of it. This actually looks a bit like my build, just black, just white. Really nice card, actually. Okay, back to... Sorry, but I've got a dunk on AMD for this. They dropped the ball.
On that. Cheers. And now, I'm going to go to the other set before the voices come back. We prepared this table of RX 9070 XT prices.
Let me up the... because I can barely see a shit.
On them. Cheers. And now, I'm going to go to the other set before the voices come back. We prepared this table of RX 9070 XT prices through a combination of crawling through data from Track-a-Lacker and some manual data collection. It shows the card model, retailer, original and updated price, if applicable, how much the price changed, and how much the price is elevated over the base MSRP of $600. Okay. Because of the way Amazon aggressively delists and removes prices, anything from Amazon is just what we came across in a spot check the morning of launch. Pricing data may change by the time we publish this due to a fluid market. In fact, we'd expect it, but we're working on what we have here today. The average price of all 9070 XT models, ignoring quantity, is $739, or $139 higher than AMD's base $600 MSRP. Of course, you'd also want to look at this from a volume perspective. We'll do that in a second. We have those numbers too. With all cards included, that makes the average increase over MSRP 23% by model, with non-MSRP occupying a range from 20%.
Some have it at 42% increase. I'm not even offended, to be honest. That's more or less the increase we get when we get technology here in Ballad. Because of import taxes and other bullshittery, stuff ends up costing up to a 50% more.
Over to a terribly bad 42% over, which is...
Well, this way you can get it twice. Are you telling me to get another GPU, Truman?
Completely insane. Do not spend that much more, please. For
no. Sorry.
Occupying a range from 20% over to a terribly bad 42% over, which is completely insane. Do not spend that much more, please.
I'm sorry, Steve, but I literally have no other option. Just being in my location will force me to overpay for technology and that sort of stuff. Baka, you can get a 42% increase on top of your 42% increase. That's what I mean. Maths. I don't understand maths. Numbers, what do they mean?
Occupying a range from 20% over to a terribly bad 42% over, which is completely insane. Do not spend that much more, please, for one of these cards. The bells and whistles are absolutely not worth it. Only 12 of the 51 listings that we cataloged were actually at MSRP. XFX's Mercury 9070 XTs were the worst, with the Magnetic Air OC variant taking in the top spots alongside the Power Color Red Devil Limited Edition at Micro Center. Expressed as an average, XFX's 9070 XT models all combined were 29% over MSRP. Again, quantity notwithstanding for now. The Asus ToF cards fill in next at 33% over MSRP. ASRock generally stayed closest to MSRP, with its cards by model coming to an average of 11% over MSRP. Interestingly, Best Buy and B&H show price reductions across a few listings, all of which had extremely elevated initial prices. The worst was the Asus ToF at B&H for $1,100. You could have...
Female VTuber who can't math. Wow, how niche.
Gotten a 4080 Super for that money a year ago. That would have been questionable in ways back then, but it would have made more sense than this. Now that later was reduced to $800 on B&H. B&H might be able to argue that these were placeholder prices since it's only selling these GPUs via a waiting list, but we can't know yet. However, Best Buy has less defense. Best Buy's situation was similar, with an initial listing price of $950 with the Gigabyte Aorus Elite later dropped to $760. This may coincide with the limited time quote-unquote deal pricing that we saw from Best Buy initially on launch morning, whose deal text was later removed. Our understanding is that AMD had a conversation with Best Buy after seeing that, causing the retailer to remove what appeared to insinuate that the launch price was a limited time, so that $760 or in some cases $550, $600, and that later it would climb to the higher price. Now we'll move on to the RX.
Ooh. Wow, such deal. Man, I see the cute pet case over there on the upper right corner. I want that. I actually want that.
9070 non-XT is, so the MSRP for these is supposed to be $550. We maintain that that's $50 too high. We think they were trying to create an intentional upsell to the 9070 XT, but there's good news. The good news is it's not $550. The bad news is that it's more. The average price of all listings by model, again, absent of quantity right now, is $628, which is $78 higher than the base MSRP of $550. Or an average of 14% over. 13 of the 38 cards we gathered info on were at the base MSRP. a better ratio than the XTs for what that's worth. The average increase, though, over MSRP for all 9070s shown here is again 14%, with the raised price models in a range from 13% at the low end for the Power Color Hellhound at Micro Center, up to the Sapphire Nitro Plus, which you absolutely should not buy, at a 31% increase over base price, also at Micro Center. So there's like for like there. That puts the most expensive 9070 at $720, which is insane. Do not spend that much money on a partner model for a non-XT 9070. Now, it'd be easy for people to say, this is normal. Partners have always charged too much money for some of their higher...
Let me, yeah, that's about... It's still pretty much the same price I got it last year. $650. Not including shipping to Ballad, of course. Which, I mean... It is at a higher price considering that it is at the waifu card. But I'm pretty sure let's search for another 7800 XT and see and let's see if there is a... Let's see what are the prices for other 7800 XTs. Wow, the Sapphire Nitro Plus is way overpriced. Fuck you. Interesting. Sakura waifu is actually on the cheaper end. Oh, these are CPU combos. Though of course you can still find some cheaper ones. 560, 480, not bad. Oh, out of stock, never mind. Out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. Out of stock. Out of stock. Oh, I was really close to getting this one. The Power Color Hairhound Sakura. I was very close to get this one from Amazon when we failed to get the 4060 from the Donathon because it had sold out from Amazon. I was seriously considering going for this, but I said no. My dream has been the YT ToS Sakura, and I'm getting the YT ToS Sakura. Just because this one would actually go with Nezuko's theme. Out of stock, refurbished, 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 refurby, 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 Furby, out of stock, Furby, 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 Furby. Would you look at that? There's pretty much no 7800 XTs on Newegg. Oh well, I'm lying. There is, but at reasonable prices at least. Okay, back to the video.
End models. There is truth in that, and it has likewise always been completely insane to spend that percentage more for something that barely adds any value when we're talking these class of cars. Like, this is supposed to be the modern mid-range. It used to be like a step sort of, it was like the quarter range, but It's that much worse when it's not a true flagship card. And while, yes, this has happened in the past, the data we're sharing today shows that it's gotten worse. Obviously.
Again, I can't complain, or rather I should complain, but I'm tired of it. Is that no matter if it is sold at MSRP, I am going to end up paying extra for it anyway, because importing stuff is a pain in the ass, especially technology.
$720 for a 9070 is atrociously bad. It's actually the same price as the Asus 9070 XT Prime OC at Newegg. At those elevated 9070 non.
Yeah, but those extra stack for extra wallet wound.
XT prices, you'd be better off buying a used Nvidia card. In fact, every single 9070 that.
Considering my luck, I wouldn't risk it with a used card. I don't know.
Prime OC at Newegg. At those elevated 9070 non-XT prices, you'd be better off buying a used Nvidia card. In fact, every single 9070 that.
Also the platform I use is AM4, so might as well just go with AMD to keep it in line. Probably quite a bit harder for you to return them to Newegg or even Amazon from Ballad too.
Wasn't MSRP was actually more expensive than MSRP 9070 XTs. That's also insane. And it might be another piece of evidence pointing to AMD dropping the MSRP of both of these GPUs at the last moment. Average increase per board partner is a lot closer for the non-XTs by percentage, to the point that it's not really worthwhile to get into specific numbers. We'll point out Asus, though, as being technically the worst.
Let me look something real quick. Sakura Atlantis 9070 review. I wonder if anyone already got it. No. Oh, I miswrote it. Yeston Sakura Atlantis 9070 XT. It's already out in China. I saw the listings on AliExpress. It should be there. Oh, look at this build. Man, no one has it. Okay. Oh. I need more people talking about the waifu cards. $16 9070 XT versus 7900 XTX. Man, what else is gonna be the scene event for stress testing builds and GPUs? Let's watch this one real quick.
Hello friends and welcome back to the REGLAS channel. So friends, today I will talk about Ashton Radeon RX 9070 XT Sakura and Sakura.
Not saying anything I didn't hear before. This guy is a guy PC builder.
So the RX 97.
He's actually pretty good if you Axa, si todavía estás ahí, él este mister aquí es muy bueno para aprender. If you are just starting out to learn about PC building and stuff, this guy is pretty good. He'll he'll make it all easy to digest for you, for PC building as well as component purchase. Is he going to talk about the Sakura? Oh, come on. Mercury, Quicksilver, Swift, Sapphire Nitro. Aorus. Show me the Sakura. There we go. Let me give you also the link. There you go.
Really well priced. Finally, we have Yeston. I'm just going to cover a little bit on this card. When we get the full specs for them, I will leave them linked down in the spreadsheet that's linked in the video description. Two cards that were showed off at AMD's Chinese event for the 9070 XT launch. The Sakura Atlantis pictured here, and then we've got the Sakura pictured here. All we know is that in China, they're going to be offered for $100 and $115 respectively over the MSRP. So they're usually a little bit more on the expensive side. They typically are available in the US. It often just takes a little while for them to get here. Remember this spreadsheet and all?
Well, he is right about that. The Yeston cards do take a little bit to make it out of China. Sakura. Bro. Give him a break. He's not a weeb.
Overall, adding all the models for 9070 XTs and 9070s together, the average increase over MSRP is 19%. Now, I
don't give normies breaks. I break normies.
Out Asus though as being technically the worst. Overall, adding all the models for 9070 XTs and 9070s together, the average increase over MSRP is 19%. Now, we haven't collected this data for AMD in the past, so we don't know how normal that is, but we can bring up a frame of reference from our Nvidia fake prices video. The Asus RTX 4090 Strix, regarded as the most expensive normal 4090, sold for 25% over MSRP. Ooh. That's a super high-end GPU with a super high-end partner model video card, including a bunch of unnecessary expensive bells and whistles from a company that largely sells its brand image. Tons of these AMD 9070 XTs and some non-XTs are way across that percentage threshold. Again, including some at 42% over MSRP. That's a bigger price hike than the Strix 4090. It's actually approaching pricing territory, use the same example as the Nvidia fake prices video, as the Kingpin extreme overclocking cards, which were completely unlocked. If you were a normal consumer, you absolutely should not buy. They were fully unlocked for OC, and if you messaged the guy whose name was on the video card, he would help you overclock it by personally responding to your messages. Like, that's the percentage over MSRP. These cards are really close to where the KP cards were.
Damn.
It's crazy, especially considering if you have trouble with one of the Asus models, the level of personal support you get if there's a problem is, fuck you, there's a scratch on the card. So in this case, mid-range GPU price bloat, modern.
The fuck? That is a level of commitment. I actually had no idea.
Mid-range continues. Even if it's not quite in the range of price bloat that we saw with Nvidia's 5070 Ti's, for example. According to this detailed product listing sheet from the Dallas Micro Center, which is the only such one we were able to find, we observed 421 out of 920 cards, or roughly 46%, were sold at MSRP. That includes quantity this time, so that's really key here. We're not just talking models now, we're talking units. More specifically, 319 of the 705 9070 XTs and 102 of the 215 9070s were listed with MSRP. This accounts for about 45.25% of the 9070 XTs and nearly 47.5% for the non-XTs. As seen in this chart we've put together, each manufacturer listed had at least one MSRP card for both variants of the GPU. In these listings, excluding MSRP models, percent over MSRP ranged from 12.73% on the low end to 41.67% on the high end. Now, to anchor this in reality, it is normal for partner models to charge more than base MSRP, and that's really important for people who might be newer to the industry to realize. What's different this time is how much more it is and how much worse it feels. And some of that worse it feels.
I don't know if access still there. Like, the hike is normal, but this time it is absurd. It is way above normal. It is what a fuckery indeed.
Stuff, it gets a little more nebulous. It's outside of really the scope of this, where you get into things like broad macroeconomic conditions and things like that. But what we can talk about is the percent upcharge has, broadly speaking, increased for these models. And in fact, the majority of the models sold at that Micro Center location we just pointed to are not base MSRP. And so the reason they charge more than MSRP is extra features they tack on. An extra V-BIOS switch, an LED physical toggle, quieter fans, a better heatsink.
No.
Hellstones. You'd expect to pay a lot for those, but you'd be surprised. It's apparently only like 42% more than base MSRP. And those features do add value, but it has never been the case that they add enough value to, unless you're doing competitive XOC or something, to start paying this much more money for them. You'd pay an.
I mean, for the Sakura Atlantis, I do. For the Sakura Atlantis, I will go the extra mile. Because again, it is something different. But yeah.
Extra 40 or 50 sometimes for a Strix SKU, like a 1080 Ti Strix non-OC versus baseline. That was 50, it's about $40 extra. This time, though, both companies' partners, Nvidia and AMD, have totally lost the plot on this. They have run away with the pricing, and AMD in particular, it feels bad because it marketed itself as the savior of gamers, and like they were gonna come into our salvation and bring us all out of the hellscape of Nvidia's pricing, and they didn't. I mean, it's they and their partners.
All they had to do was keep up their word and keep the MSRP at between 550 and 600.
Together, failed to do that. We dug back through decade-old reviews from our own publication, Tech Power Up, Tom's Hardware, Anantech, and others. We took prices from launch day of the 1080 Ti and RX 5700 XT GPUs to compare their average price increases for partner models over baseline MSRP. Remember, there are multiple MSRPs technically. There's the base MSRP from AMD or Nvidia, and then there's the MSRP for each individual model. What we're proving is that the cost increase in partner MSRP over baseline has gotten worse. They've deviated even more from baseline, making it seem...
You gonna check out the red moon going on? Nah, I'm pretty sure if I try to look at the sky right now, it's gonna be cloudy. And even if it isn't, this is no time to... This is no neighborhood to open the door and look at the sky at this hour. It peaks in another hour. I'm gonna take a look through the window. I'm also gonna lay down a bit, not gonna lie, I'm kind of feeling a bit dozy. Hopefully I don't fall asleep like last time, so BRB. I leave. Did I take too long? Sorry, I really needed to lay down for a bit. I blame it on the combination of the drink and the chips. No, I just owed you my dose off. Sorry, laying down for a bit did help. So let's get to this video and find other videos, because I wanted to check other videos by other creators as well. At least it was a catnap. Catnappers. Man, not gonna lie, I would love to have a kitty along with a Bond dog. We've always had both dogs and cats, and we always got them to live together and be friends. Well, not quite friends, but at least they didn't. We actually do train them to not start shit with each other. Huh? Okay, back to the video.
Even more unrealistic. This is both of them, not just AMD. Here's the goated 1080 Ti. We reviewed a lot of these. As you remember, the 9070 XT had multiple cards at 42% over MSRP. The GTX 1080 Ti Kingpin was the only card at 42% or higher over MSRP, technically about 43. And that's a specialized XOC card. Those are basically extinct today, meaning cards of that quality don't exist anymore. The next highest is the extinct today, meaning cards of...
We should probably look into that Kingpin at some point.
That quality don't exist anymore. The next highest is the Lightning Z, which was competing to the KP card and was 24% over MSRP. In fact, most of the cards of that era were about 7% to 10% over MSRP, and those felt pretty good to buy at $750. That includes some of the best ones. The EVGA 1080 Ti FTW3 and the SC2 were both excellent cards. The 1080 Ti Armor was a basic 1080 Ti for MSRP, but could be converted into an excellent water-cooled card with its reference PCB. And again, we pulled these prices from numerous reviews that corroborated them and showed these were the list.
Does that 1080 really get that hot?
Prices at launch, and that gives us a like-for-like comparison. We're not looking at scalped prices. We are looking at only MSRP to MSRP, and that means partner MSRP.
I don't believe it's
this
hot
chart is
unless
usually...
I can fry an egg or roast a sausage or something like that.
Different from what we just saw in the 9070 and 50 series launches. Partners have gotten out of control. Here's the 5700 XT. The 5700 XT had two prices. The first was $450, but after it debated itself on Twitter...
By the way, as I predicted, I could not see the eclipse from our window, and even if I could guess, it's cloudy, so no eclipse for me.
It came down to $400 pre-launch once it gained some clarity. Using the $400 price as the reference, since that was the launch.
I love the names though. I'll try and get some photos then. A catnap sounds perfect. AMD RX 5700 XT pre-debating and post-debate clarity. Those are some nice prices, actually.
Price in post-debate, the increase in price for the cards we found via Tech PowerUp and our own prior GN reviews ranged from 3% to 20% increased over MSRP. The $480 Taichi OC Plus was among the highest. There are models we didn't list for each, going back pretty far here, but this cross-section gives you cards from all over each stack. We are confident that the data supports the delta against MSRP is increasing with time. That means AMD and Nvidia share blame with the partners for setting possibly unrealistic price targets as the floor. Only a couple models hit the floor. 1 minute you're on top, the next you're not, you missed your shot. In fact, if you've been following us for at least 6 or 7 years, you might remember that we ran a report where we talked to partners who said they had no intention of keeping MSRP models around of that era after they were sold out. They only existed for launch, but there wasn't enough margin in it for them, they said, for an Nvidia launch, and so
they exist, supposedly. Welcome back. I did have a bit of a cat nap, I guess.
They only did it to
That
satisfy
happened.
Nvidia's launch price, and then they intended to only sell the more expensive SKUs later. That might happen here as well. We'll come back to the
Yep, very small amount of them exist. Let me go back to it.
$450, but after it
You would
debated it,
go less than a half hour? I think that's a bit too much, but that's good. That's good.
itself on Twitter, it
Could
came
have
down to
been worse. Could
$400
have
pre-launch
been-
once it
Could have been hours.
gained some clarity. Using the $400 price as the reference, since that was the launch price in post-debate, the increase in price for the cards we found via Tech PowerUp and our own prior GN reviews ranged from 3% to 20% increased over MSRP. The $480 Tai Chi OC Plus was among the highest. There are models we didn't list for each, going back pretty far here, but this cross-section gives you cards from all over each stack. We are confident that the data supports the delta against MSRP is increasing with time. That means AMD and Nvidia share blame with the partners for setting possibly unrealistic price targets as the floor. Only a couple models hit the floor. 1 minute you're on top, the next you're not, you missed your shot. In fact, if you've been following us for at least 6 or 7 years, you might remember that we ran a report where we talked to partners who said they had no intention of keeping MSRP models around of that era after they were sold out. They only existed for launch, but there wasn't enough margin in it for them, they said, for an Nvidia launch, and so they only did it to satisfy Nvidia's launch price, and then they intended to only sell the more expensive SKUs later. That might happen here as well. We'll come back to the fake MSRP
Boy, oh
discussion in a
boy.
moment. We have more there, but it would help to get an
Hello, Bonnie-chan. Hey, Jeff. How you doing?
idea for quantity. So we've addressed part of the fake price discussion. Now we're going to talk about the paper launch topic and whether or not this was as much of a paper launch as Nvidia was. The short answer is no. Micro Center can be sort of a microcosm for this inventory report because Micro Center, it is hyper localized. Until recently, there was the closest one to us was like 4 or 5 hours away, and this is true in most of the U.S. It is just one chain, is very local, but it's useful because we can do a like-for-like comparison of it against Nvidia, and if that extrapolates cleanly across
Boy, I wish we could have stuff like that here. But likely
The
Micro
broad
Center will be able to keep decent prices because of all the import taxes and bullshit.
retail ecosystem, it's a useful data point, and we have data for its 50 series launch and this launch so we can get perspective on AMD's. By crawling through web posts and cross-referencing them and looking at photos of the front of Micro Centers that people posted to Reddit, we were able to conclude that Micro Center had nearly 12,000 cards in stock known, excluding a few stores that we couldn't find data for. We think it's probably at or a little above 12,000 with those extra stores. For reference,
bad.
this spreadsheet circulated on Reddit after users tallied the Micro Center inventories for the 50 series launch day. The Madison Heights and Sterling Heights stores are actually the same, so subtracting those 10 duplicate entries from the 5090s and 91 duplicates from the 5080s, we end up with 223 5090s and a little over 2,300 RTX 5080s for launch day.
Okay.
Overclockers UK also posted some numbers. Gibbo from OC UK posted this, quote, "We do have several deliveries due today and next week, so we might have more available later. We've sold around 5,000 units now. Warehouse is working very hard to get them all shipped out today." And then there's a classic PHPBB style smiley face emoticon. I suppose I should
That failed. That takes me back, that emoji.
have more available later. We've sold around 5,000 units now. Warehouse is working very hard to get them all shipped out today. And then there's a classic PHPBB style smiley face emoticon. I suppose I should try to quote that too. It's got that sort of dead in the eyes look smile. Let's see if I can. So that puts us at around
Not even a try, Steve. I feel old seeing that. Pain, peco.
12,000 units for a localized store in the US and 5,000 units for a localized store in the UK. We spoke with insiders.
Oh, random memory, but I remember seeing a clip way back in the day of Peko and Coco playing Minecraft, and Peko did something and ended up stuck in a water elevator, and all Coco could do was watch her die. It's like tangent. Let me look for that. Pecora, Coco, Coco watches Pecora die in Minecraft. But I should start going. I'm gonna take a minute to drive to a good spot and get ready, BRB. Okay. Oh, where is that? It is a clip. I remember like a sorry. Like, I don't know. Right, I should start going to drive to a good spot and get ready, BRB. Oh, going hard for the eclipse. Good luck, WTF. Oh man, don't tell me the clip disappeared. I remember clearly. I remember like they were I remember Peko got stuck in a cart, and the cart got stuck in like one of those water elevators in Minecraft, and she started drowning, and all Coco could do was watch. Kiryu Coco usada Pecora Minecraft. It's not this one. I'm pretty sure I am not going schizo. I remember seeing that. I remember even hearing Coco saying pain Peko. Yeah, I already tried. Doesn't come out great. Phone probably won't take good photos, but I'll try. Eclipses are that thing where you try. Oh, this one. Here it is. Real quick.
モーナ部長が
Oh, it...
尻の具してますね今あ、違う、これペコラ先輩だモーナがさっきこれ直してたの見たんでおー
I knew I wasn't schizo. I knew it happened.
こんなの作れちゃうんだなあ、実験して止まっちゃってますねスー
Uh-oh. Oh, yes, he starts drowning.
この顔ですよ
Oh, I do remember this. See, I wasn't crazy. I knew this happened. Oh, stay. Can't. And she has water breathing, so the drowning is gonna be even more slower and painful. What I would have done is dig under her and try to destroy the cart to get her out of there. But I guess it's hard to think of that in the heat of the moment.
ありがとう。なんか無理みたい。
なんか無理みたい。Yeah, and she wouldn't want to mess up the elevator. I mean, they can always try to fix it, but I guess I think really dying is cheaper.
このままなんか無理みたい。
So dramatic.
このまま水の
So poetic.
なるね。なんか無理みたい。こんなの悲しいよ。佐藤。水の泡になるね。
They seem to have a rule that you couldn't break blocks other people place, even if you were dying. They didn't talk about it, but seemed pretty serious about it. Huh. Damn. Well, that makes sense then. Ite.
心臓が痛い。
This really is painful and torture at this point.
閉めてんじゃん。会長これ閉めてるペコじゃん。さようなら会長。佐藤。
Pain pickle.
こんなのってないペコ。
And she's gone.
一体何が起きてこんなことに。
I guess the real question will be, how does it not happen to her more often? She's dead. Yeah, I knew I wasn't crazy. I remember seeing that. Pecora being stuck and drowning. Sorry, back to graphics fuckery. Pain pickle.
To AMD and its partners, and we learned that AMD shipped, quote, tens of thousands, end quote, of units to the North American market alone. And most of those were 9070 XT GPUs. The breakout is more interesting. We don't have the breakout for each store individually of the 9070 versus XT quantities, but we have some of them. Of the 11,000...
I forgot to link the... Whoops. To link the clip.
1,657 total tallied, we were able to identify the model of 2,528 of them. The split of these is about 22% 9070 non-XT to 78% 9070 XT. Now this is really interesting because this supports that AMD might not have even wanted to sell, much less make, the 9070. It seems to be a tool to sell 9070 XTs. That is sort of our interpretation of this. It's like a decoy product, like we talked about between the 7900 XT and the XTX before the massive price gulf happened later. So again,
so it is basically a debate product?
AMD with the XT and XTX last time, they were at $900 and $1,000. With that difference just months later becoming around $200 within a year, the difference was sometimes $250. To us, it doesn't really matter why AMD does this. We don't really care that much about the multi-billion-dollar corporations' perspectives on how they price things. What we care about is what does it look like and feel like to a consumer. That's the important part. Now, let's just say, though, that beyond getting upsold, the yields are so good on the 9070 XT GPUs that AMD had to actually fuse off parts, or in other words, make worse a good XT to make quantity for a non-XT in that situation, even if that's the argument, which that's an extreme. You'd think it'd just be a catch for the low failure rate. But even in that extreme situation, it still kind of makes sense as a consumer that, well, then why wouldn't AMD just price the 9070 at $500 if it's only going to exist for the purpose of selling an XT, and there's not going to be a lot of 9070 non-XTs anyway? Then an extra $50 cheaper off of base price, and therefore reducing the cost to the partners, which is where AMD itself actually makes money. Remember, they make the money from selling it to the partners. That reduction wouldn't seem to matter that much if it's a lower quantity part anyway, and then they at least get the goodwill and they're able to drop the accessibility of the card to be more affordable. The problem is, though, it's a tool. It seems to be a tool to sell the 9070 XT. And as a tool is more functional if it's closer in price, because then it feels like you're losing out on too much to get the non-XT. That's how we see it. We next checked with several system integrators. Those are the companies that build pre-built PCs.
The non-XT is a debate. Don't get non-XT.
Yes, some of them do talk to us to ask about AMD's launch, and their perspective on success is way different from DIY parts retailers. The first SI we spoke to sold 50 systems with 9070 XTs and 20 systems with 9070s on launch day. That SI had just over 1,000 systems with the RX 9070 and RX 9070 XT cards available for purchase. That's 7% of the built systems that sold on launch day. That SI told us that this was, quote, better than expected as compared to AMD's previous launches. For perspective, that same SI told us that they had 20 units of RTX 5090 GPU on launch day and that they sold out in about 2 to 4 minutes. There may have been some wider market influence there as well. So if the 5090s all evaporated from retailers, consumers might then go over to SIs to buy them because the part is so desirable and its price so high. Buying a whole computer might have made more sense for that type of typically DIY buyer going pre-built as opposed to the 9070s. Another SI told us that they sold 7 units of 100 available on launch day for the 9070 series. Interestingly, that's also 7%. So that's 2 very differently sized system integrators at the same sell-through of inventory. The second SI sold about 30 units of 5090 system on launch day, which was 100% of availability. Although technically they had started with one 5090, they didn't get the rest until later in launch day. So it's really interesting to get the perspective from these 2 system integrators, much different than the DIY market. The first one thought that this launch went better than expected, but only in the context of AMD. The second one felt that this launch was basically a dud. They didn't sell enough. It just felt like it was kind of a non-mover. But the most interesting thing here is that in both situations, for the non-enthusiast, we'll call it average video game enjoyer, they don't buy AMD. Definitely not AMD GPUs from pre-builds. AMD has to make inroads there eventually. OEM and SIs, they move the most of the GPUs in the market, so it's really important for them to do that. We think for AMD to do that, it needs unshakable goodwill in the enthusiast and DIY segment, because those are the types of people who become the evangelists, the types of people who work in IT sectors of large corporate entities, and they can become the evangelists, just like Ryzen had happen. But between the 2 SIs we spoke with,
yeah, just like me. If I actually could get a normie job. Hey, Ice Daddy, how you doing? We've been going on tangents here and there, but we've been watching Steve rant and talk about well, mostly dunking on Nvidia, but also we are talking about the AMD dropping the ball with the pricing for the 9070 series.
One of them ended up with 50.5 times more
Giving them a good roasting, yeah.
AMD GPUs than Nvidia GPUs on launch day for each launch day. Yet Nvidia left it in sort of a better place in terms of inventory sold. The other received about 100 times more since they'd only received a single 5090 eventually, but after that, later in launch day, they did get another, I forget, I think it was 27 more or so. So that put it at still 4 to 5 times more depending on where they landed. Using Micro Center only as another control, they received 4 times as many 9000 series cards as 5000 series Nvidia cards. By all accounts then, this was not a paper launch in the way that the RTX 5000 series was a paper launch. This is much more normal in that there were a lot of cards. It still wasn't enough to sort of satisfy the demand, but the real problem we think is that the amount of cards over MSRP, that's what caused the pain this time specifically. But there is a distinction between the two launches by quantity. AMD objectively had way more GPUs, and by a lot. We're talking about 12,000 GPUs for one retailer against, for the same retailer, 5090 and 5080.
I mean, little victories, I guess. The Nvidia 5000s are bad, but now we're on how AMD fails to capitalize. They should have pushed harder on that. They really missed on a good chance right there.
Together, something like 2400, 2500. Objectively, AMD shipped a lot more units by huge amounts. So it is not a paper launch in the same way that Nvidia decided to do. Now, the supply wasn't fake, but the question is whether the MSRP was fake. That's what we can get into now. That's the crux of this. Since it seems AMD panicked when it caught wind of Nvidia's January announcements and decided not to announce its GPUs in its CES presentation, even though it told the press beforehand, we can continue the speculation that it never planned to sell these cards at these prices. If AMD is subsidizing partners, distributors, and retailers to hit lower than expected pricing, then the new concern becomes whether the announced price is temporary. Now, it would seem, just based on historical pricing of AMD in particular, in fact, it should come down to that price and eventually drop below it, typically faster than we see for Nvidia. But, you know.
So they failed. They tried to capitalize, but massively messed up on that. Give me a second. Let me. I'm trying to. No. Random tangent, but I'm a professional streamer, I swear. I always say how like other VTubers manage to minimize or rather shrink their windows when looking at stuff through their browsers, but I never get to make it. For example, to not have everything shrink. For example, if I just want to have the YouTube window here, like just have Steve here. If I do this, it just shrinks. So obviously, instead of just leaving the Windows player, the YouTube player. And of course, if I try to do it from OBS, it just goes like this. Let me. Never mind. It's super big. I think it's not the window they're resizing, it's some kind of thing in OBS. I tried to do the thing in OBS, but the problem is, if I do it through OBS, it actually shrinks the entire window, because it captures the entire Firefox window. Can you crop in that thing though? That's the thing. I want to crop it, but I have no idea how to crop it. I went to IT school, I swear. No. No. There we go. I'll leave it there. Seems like a good question for Google, or maybe some of your streamer friends. I'm gonna have to ask around. Yeah. Most of us chatters have never used OBS, so we can't help. As just a thought I had. Like how to crop the window to just be... to not get the whole thing, but details.
Never know. It could be this time is different. So we'll go through what we have. Found via video cards at least 3 historical pricing of AMD in particular.
So back to what I was saying. It seems that AMD tried to capitalize on Nvidia's fuck up, but they did it in a very messy and rushed way. So they likely had set these prices beforehand, but then when saw their chance and changed the prices at the last minute, and the people that got, and the sellers that got the stuff, at least some of them didn't have enough time to change the MSRP and sell it to the new price, is what I'm understanding. Making AMD seem like a liar. I mean, it could go either way too.
Distributors and retailers to hit lower than expected pricing, then the new concern becomes whether the announced price is temporary. Now, it would seem, just based on historical pricing of AMD in particular, in fact, it should come down to that price and eventually drop below it, typically faster than we see for Nvidia. But you never know. It could be this time is different.
My office needed an IT guy to come out to fix their network issues. A co-worker tagged me, so now I'm IT. Nice, Phantom.
So we'll go through what we have. Found via video cards, at least 3 distributors have publicly stated that MSRP will only apply to the first shipment of cards. Swedish retailer, we're going to go with INET.
Okay,
this time is different.
That's not good.
Faster than we see for Nvidia, but
they shouldn't have permitted anyone to go above MSRP even in the first month or two. The thing, Izadi, is that AMD likely decided on this at the last minute to try to capitalize on Nvidia's fuck up, but that in turn made them fuck up. Now that's a joke about playing tag and big IT. And saying that the MSRP, that MSRP is only for the first batch of 9070s, that's even worse. That would probably just slash the supply further anyway, since the other vendors will sit on their stock knowing there'll still be plenty of demand when the embargo was lifted.
You never know. It could be this time is different. So we'll go through what we have. Found via video cards, at least 3 distributors have publicly stated that MSRP will only apply to the first shipment of cards. Swedish retailer, we're going to go with inet.se, announced in a machine-translated post, quote, prices apply only to the first delivery of the respective model. We have now been told how the recommended prices, so-called MSRP prices, work for the launch of the AMD RX 9070 and 9070 XT. We must not say the exact prices for release, but simply explaining they will be applied to a limited number of cards. The company clarified, quote, our second delivery from Power Color is already waiting. and we cannot offer it at MSRP prices. This means that we will first sell the Reaper models at MSRP price, and the stock balance will tick down as usual until the first delivery is sold out. Then, with a certain delay, the stock will be filled with new cards, and we will then release the Reaper cards for order again, but not at the MSRP price.
Well, that's shit.
They continued, quote, if you get through an order with the MSRP price, even if the cards are sold out, we will of course give you that price. But we unfortunately have no opportunities to continue selling cards at MSRP after the first deliveries are sold out. And
so basically buy them right now while you can to get the actually fair prices.
Quote. Retailer OCUK, which is part of the Case King family, affirmed this in its own post. Quote, MSRP is capped quantity of a few hundred, so price will jump once those are sold through, end quote. Another UK retailer, eBuyer, reportedly canceled pre-orders that were processed at MSRP after it sold out after the first delivery of cards. They explained to an affected customer this, quote, unfortunately, we were only allocated a limited number of units at the price offered by AMD, and we won't be receiving any additional stock at this price. As you can imagine, this launch has been extremely popular, and we have now sold out at that price. As a result of this, your pre-order has been canceled, and any payments have been reversed, end quote. A separate eBuyer customer.
Those fluctuations in prices are crazy. Basically, AMD tried to capitalize on Nvidia's fuck up on a whim without thinking about it, and now they just made it a the fuck up all on their own, because it's a special price for a limited time only.
Customer claimed to have checked out at £569.99 British pounds, but the price increased to £664.98 when processing his payment. eBuyer repeated its previous statement, explaining the finite number of MSRP cards and adds, quote, once these were sold, we did have to sell these at normal costs. There's this typo there. This would seem to indicate that it's not simply from something like tax.
That's not just a GPU scam. That's sold as the market itself, but still. Ew.
Taxes being added after you've already spent the money. But AMD has responded.
I mean, for the people that got it at the quote-unquote new MSRP, you guys struck some luck, but that is still very scummy from AMD as well.
AMD emailed the media, including us, a statement from Frank Azor. You might remember AMD's Frank Azor from a previous AMD launch where he bet customers that, unlike their competition, they would have plenty of supply, and that he would bet $10 if in fact they did not have plenty of supply. He lost that bet, by the way. Not sure if he ever paid out. This is like when AMD's other now former executive claimed, after seeing Nvidia's prices for a prior GPU launch, that AMD, as part of some grand strategy 6D chess move against Nvidia, had, quote, jebaited Nvidia, when in fact what we think happened was AMD, just like this time, saw the Nvidia prices and fucking panicked. And they dropped them, and then they tried to retcon it into some kind of marketing strategy. And AMD, when you do this shit, you're fucking yourselves over. Stop doing this. It is not, you're gonna get the shirt. The t-shirt will be made. Just stop. AMD continually riles up and plays into this tribalistic mentality of pitting fans of two companies against each other, but then we think it's using Nvidia as a shield to do the same shit. Anyway, executives in suits taking shots at each other on Twitter because they have nothing better to do aside, AMD emailed us this statement from Frank Azor. Quote, it is inaccurate that $549, $599 MSRP is launch-only pricing. We expect cards to be available from multiple vendors at $549 and $599, excluding region-specific tariffs and or taxes, based on the work we have done with our AIB partners, and more are coming. At the same time, the AIBs have different premium configurations at higher price points, and those will also continue, end quote. Speaking with insiders, we learned that AMD is continuing to, quote, enable its partners to maintain those prices. Now, we asked, what does that mean to say that AMD is enabling these prices? And the answer we got was that AMD is working to either lower the cost to the partners, just to take a step back and remember the chain here. The way this works is AMD makes the GPU. They buy the GPU They provide the design to TSMC. TSMC makes the silicon wafer. They dice it. They sell the GPU to AMD. The packaging happens. AMD sells that to its board partners. Board partners get trays of the GPUs and they put them on the PCBs that they make in their own SMT lines or in subcontracted factories. They then sell those either directly or to distributors or large enough retailers or ship them into Amazon or whatever. That's the chain. AMD just at face value makes its money when it does that first step, sell GPU to partner. So there's a lot that happens after there where AMD has a lot of plausible deniability to say it's one of these guys in the chain. It's the partner, the distributor, the retailer, someone in there is the one that's screwing customers. But AMD also has levers here that it can pull. One of those levers is MDF, or Marketing Development Fund. Another one is rebates, where, and this has happened for both AMD and Nvidia in the past, they will provide, just like a consumer rebate, a rebate for a purchased product to retroactively bring the price effectively down or apply it to a future order as a credit, or they can do Marketing Development Fund, which is basically giving the partner money to then spend with YouTubers, with websites, publications, on marketing endeavors, Instagram ads, whatever the case may be.
Chilling.
And that is sort of AMD or Nvidia approved advertising. But the partner gets and spends the money with whoever it is they're advertising with. So that's another lever that they have. But based on the statement they sent to the media, it's still unclear whether cards for MSRP can be expected or not going forward. The statements from distributors and AMD directly contradict one another. AMD can certainly say, quote, launch-only pricing isn't accurate, but the fact of the matter is the sellers that we've previously mentioned have increased the prices. And again, we come back to the consumer doesn't care what AMD's reasoning is. The consumer doesn't care if AMD means its GPU price to the partner has stayed the same or it has enabled
We want
this.
cheaper
If at the end of the
stuff.
day, the consumer is still paying more than what they thought. Now, AMD is partly to blame here because by not offering its own reference models this time, there's not an anchor where the partner's own supplier is competing with them, which has downsides for consumers too. But in this instance, it's an upside, which is that there's not that anchor there to have a fixed price that you can trust.
So there is no reference, there is no base reference for model and prices, and we just have to go, but we just have to go with a trust me bro from AMD, and AMD constantly contradicts themselves. Good stuff.
The first party's not going to change it. NVIDIA doesn't really screw around with their, I've reached my quota for this one, doesn't really screw around with their FE pricing. Like they launch it, maybe it's not in stock, but they don't really change it. And so AMD doesn't have a reference model, there's no anchor, and partners have even more reason to run wild. And likewise, it means partners can drift from MSRP so much that it becomes kind of unpredictable who has an MSRP model and where you can buy it. Now on the upside, AMD can avoid an EVGA-like collapse where partners get pissed at it because they get the silicon at cost, like NVIDIA, and they can make it better cooler, or they can sell it for cheaper or whatever, where that's a huge power play for NVIDIA. That's a downside for everybody because it starts to kill the internal competition potentially. Depends on how it's leveraged. So NVIDIA tends to, in our understanding, act fairly vindictively where it can do things like withholding inventory, changing allocation, things that are legal, but you change the allocation between vendors who are playing by the rules you want them to play by. And whether AMD is or isn't doing that, we're not sure. But again, from a consumer perspective, it's expensive. Now, so far, we've talked about the US market primarily, a little bit of the UK in here, but we're based in the US. We're the most familiar with the US market. And what we know from you all posting in the comments is that a lot of you in other countries are getting screwed worse than we might see in the US. So with Micro Center, we have that example of 45% or so. So far, we've
You don't
talked about
say, Steve. You should see the market here.
the US market primarily, a little bit of the UK in here, but we're based in the US. We're the most familiar with the US market, and what we know from you all posting in the comments is that a lot of you in other countries are getting screwed worse than we might see in the US. So with Micro Center, we have that example of 45% or so were MSRP. It looks like it might have been worse in some other countries. So what we did is we collected reports from 16 different countries outside the US and crawled through them. all sharing similar sentiment of MSRP cards evaporating, and we'll share a few of them here. A user from Europe reported, quote, in Europe, the MSRP cards were all gone within 2 minutes at most, end quote. One from Australia says, quote, by the time the page loaded, it was all out of stock, end quote. It says, quote, gone within 5 minutes, end quote. A Polish user describes, quote, not a single card was MSRP, end quote. And the list goes on. Various users reported Netherlands retailer Megaco continuously increased prices throughout the launch. One user explains, quote, at 1500, their website crashed, and Megaco kept on raising prices. If I'm correct, they raised the price 3 times in total. Now it costs 1,100 euros for a 9070 XT that has a $600 MSRP, end quote. Another states bought one from Megaquote for 930 euros, was sold out 3 seconds later, only to come back fully in stock, but suddenly another 100 euros added, end quote. A third user, as the retailer even increased the 7900 XTX pricing. Now, because we don't have definitive...
Holy shit. Reminds me of trying to get those Kali concert tickets. You locked out. I heard that also trying to get tickets, hell, for Holo in general, the stuff like that, it's difficult.
Numbers here, we can't make hard claims, but it would appear as if you're...
Eclipse is currently total, by the way. This is the peak. It would be great if I could actually watch it, Turtleman, but I can't. Fuck this neighborhood, man.
Europe did receive fewer cards than US allocation. Now this happened with Nvidia too, unfortunately for those of you in Europe. In South America, we've seen similar reports all over really, but it would appear that in Europe, in South America, we've seen similar reports all over really, but
yeah, it's terrible.
It would appear that, excluding OC UK, the volume per retailer was lower than what we saw in US retailers. And specifically, and importantly, stock being sold at MSRP appeared, based on user reports, to be less prevalent. And this is even with new tariffs.
Actually, let me look for something real quick. Let me check something on Ali. Yes, Don Sakura, Atlantis. AliExpress with its shitty search engine.
良い努力です。もっと励むように。
Shingocho! Hey! Welcome to serfdom! How you doing, Shingocho? We're here. Oh, they're still selling the case I want. Oh, wait. Thanks for the gifted memberships, Aizari. Welcome to the new serfs, and Shingocho landed one. Nice. By the way, I shared the clips photos in the general chat of Discord. Okay, let me check. Thank you for the gifted memberships.
良い努力です。もっと励むように。
うわー、かっこいい。That's cool, not gonna lie. The blood moon.
良い努力です。もっと励むように。
I hope that next time there is an eclipse, I can watch it. We're out of here. Nice. Shingocho landed a serfdom. Landed a serfdom. Nice. Thank you, Aizari. Okay, let me check again. I was looking for the. I could swear that the last time I checked on AliExpress, they had already launched the Sakura Atlantis. Yes, Ton. 9070 XT. Let's see. Nope. Nope. I guess it was an schizo moment. All right. Continue.
The US. All right, so wrapping up, this has been a long process. It's been long enough that my shirt has changed. Amazing. Couple takeaways here. This has, first of all, been eye-opening for us as well, the research process, and it's given me a few ideas for content. So we're going to do some research pieces over the next few weeks. We'll gather information for it, put something together. Some of the key takeaways that are separate from the launch-specific discussion we've been having. One of them is that it does appear as if the cost increase in partner models has increased, the percentage has increased over time. And so partners are...
I think they only announced that? No. Yeston specifically said that it was already on sale. If you check their Twitter, they just announced it's on the shelves now. They specifically say it's on the shelves now. Let me show you. And not invented. Suddenly notification. RX 9070 XT is on the shelves now. They also have the Sakura version, with the shroud of the one I have. Maybe China only stock? It will show up at least on AliExpress, but it's not showing up. I could try, though I don't like this. Let me, Chrome. Let me... Okay, maybe I was schizoing. They'll make more eventually. It seems like they're having trouble getting all the components. Like everyone these days, but can't blame them for that, to be honest.
Are shipping cards at a % price higher than baseline MSRP that is greater than what they have done historically in the past from what we've looked at briefly so far. And we're going to compile more data on that because it's a pretty interesting topic. And what that might indicate is that launch MSRPs might be for vanity. They might be for show. And if they are for show, and it's a situation where the partners feel so squeezed that it's not just greed, it's survival that they're pricing it like that, and I would come back to that. I'm not saying that's what it is. I think it's greed. But if it's just survival, taking the sort of charitable interpretation, then the MSRP is bullshit. And if the MSRP, and this is both of them, this is Nvidia and AMD. If the MSRP is bullshit, and they're just using it to try and lever goodwill for a low quantity of cards, then obviously it needs to be adjusted. But no one wants to see higher prices, and if some cards hit that MSRP, then for some people it's real. I mean, you have the Dallas Micro Center numbers where it was like 40-something%. That MSRP was real for those customers. So it's a really tricky situation now, and I don't have an answer for it. But one of the things that may be interesting looking back historically is there was a time when we covered I'm just going to name them now, EVGA. This is one of the reasons they quit. EVGA had a series of cards where I remember learning that they were making $4 per card. Ooh. So their margin was functional, but no one wants to see higher prices. And if some cards hit that MSRP, then for some people it's real. I mean, you have the Dallas Micro Center numbers where it was like 40-something%. That MSRP was real for those customers. So it's a really tricky situation now, and I don't have an answer for it. But one of the things that may be interesting looking back historically is there was a time when we covered I'm just going to name them now, EVGA. This is one of the reasons they quit. EVGA had a series of cards where I remember learning that they were making $4 per card.
That's rough.
So their margin was functionally zero. And those companies then try to make their money off of the various keyboards, power supplies, cases. A lot of these are failed projects for all the board partners. And that's where they try to kind of make the money to survive. Now, if you structure your business on low margin and you have a few things that are high margin, awesome. You're built for low margin. You're going to do pretty well when you sell a power supply at higher margin or a keyboard at whatever, 50, 100%. But the point is that in that era, those cards, I remember speaking with EVJ and learning that, and we didn't fault them for this because they were, I mean, $4 as a joke. They did not have any intent to maintain that price. And basically, as soon as Nvidia gave the go-ahead and said, okay, you can let off the pressure, we've hit MSRP, then they would stop selling that model and go to something a little more expensive. And the intent was, okay, we've endured enough pain to make Papa Jensen happy, and now we can sell things for more money and try to make some of it back. So that's not really bringing it up for any point other than just some historical context of what the GPU market's been like. But it definitely appears to have gotten worse. The tariffs argument is kind of BS because, I mean, you look at other countries outside the U.S. and they're just getting screwed even more. And also, a lot of that inventory hit the U.S. Remember, it's been stocked, and they've been stocked.
Hell, I think I got, well, there was still a stock, but honestly, I think I got my GPU only because I bought it in the US and basically had a third party mail the thing to me. You really cannot get this stuff here, let alone at a reasonable price.
It since before tariffs went into effect. So it's kind of like, I mean, it's a great cover story, and it will have an effect, but I don't buy it when you look at the total situation for both these vendors over the last two launches now, this one and the 40 series for Nvidia, and it's a price creep. That's what we're seeing, and everyone's realized they can make more money on these things. They've realized that people will pay for it, and you're getting screwed. That's all it is. And the reason it feels like getting screwed, I think, so much is because of that delta against the advertised baseline MSRP. So even though, yes, technically the partner models have a different MSRP, the higher it goes of a baseline, the more it hurts as a consumer, where you're like, I went into this with expectations of spending $600 and I'm spending $850, man, fuck that. And you can't blame anyone for feeling that way. Because even if technically that model is an $850 MSRP, if you went into it with the expectation of spending $250 less, then it just feels like BS. So anyway, that's kind of it for now. This is a really interesting topic. We have a lot more to research on this, and this has opened up some ideas for us. So we're going to put that together, but this is enough for now. So thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamers.
I originally wanted to go, oh no, fuck Muda. Can I just say don't recommend? No, fuck him. Some ordinary normies. Let me see if Jay is
So I'm irritated.
BS MSRP and scalping bad launch. AMD had one job and they fucked it up. Sapphire 90XT Nitro 9070 XT. Jason is getting his hands on some 9070s. Hopefully he can get the Atlantis. AIO. Missing ROPs. The 5070 Ti. This is the guy I watched the most when I was prepping to build Kali PC. Jace is also pretty good. He is good at tearing down stuff or disclosing it for you to understand. Oh yeah, before we go, let me. I don't know if I already linked you to the. I accidentally looked into their stream. Whoops.
In the last episode. Today we're investigating NZXT.
I wanted to check this, but it's 3 hours. RTX 5090 OC until it melts, or we get a record. I wonder if we can go chapters. Astral Steel Nomad, kicking off, whiteboard, baseline, thermal imagining, overclock score, major port to royal milestone, a J's 2 cents challenge. Things get serious, venting on vapor into a 90. I got more of the basics and common pitfalls from Jay. Found out what to look for. Once I was picking specific components, then I was looking at what Jen and others had to say. Oh, BRB, gonna idle meeting. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. No, so I can emergency idle meeting. It was. Let's see. World record steel nomad. Let's see.
What's the record? 16,161 is the record. Is that already valid? It's already valid. Okay.
I told you.
Welcome back. Okay, let me. The probably the biggest disaster with the 50 series is the 5070 Ti, the missing arrow piece in the in the 15 and the 1590. The 5080 seems to be fine. Hmm. 5080 really bad value. It's an Nvidia. It's an Nvidia card. They're always gonna be bad value, to be honest. Except for the 30 series, those were good. Let me see. What he said here. I have a friend that got one. Is kind of disappointed.
So I'm irritated, just like all of you, I'm sure. I'm actually going to be violating my NDA a little bit in this video. Don't know what's going to come of that. I'll be honest, I kind of don't care at this point. 5070 Ti pricing has kind of been shown early. Micro Center has it all up on their site. I want to talk about the pricing. I want to talk about things to consider if you're going to try and go and stand in line. I guess you'd already be standing in line at this point if you're going to try and get one. Yeah, it's just a big show. So
okay.
Here we go.
Sure sound like he will be, based on these videos though.
This video is brought to you by the new, really super cool JSUSense Melty connector shirt. You know, paying tribute to one of the best designs that's clearly ever existed. And if you don't like the Vaporwave colors, we've got our OG gray and red colors available now. So get yours by following the link in the description below. Nice. Ow, I have a thigh cramp. Okay, so Micro Center has their pricing up for, I should paraphrase, not paraphrase, but I should be careful. It's not their pricing. Gigabyte, PNY, you know, Asus. They set their own pricing independent from what Nvidia sets. So for instance, Nvidia set an MSRP of $750, and that's what the Founders Edition costs. But every other card is going to be that much or more. You guys know how it works by now. So it takes, you know, everyone puts their custom twist on building these cards. Apparently, if we look at this pricing and we sort by price, there's a range of $750 to $1,009, which, could you imagine spending $1,010, $1,999 on a 70 tier card? That is insane.
No.
So
fuck that.
The thing the one
No, fuck that.
thing I want to point out here as to like how I'm going to sort of violate my embargo a little bit. We're not allowed to talk early about what card we have, what cards we're testing, or confirmation we even have it. I don't care. This is the card that Nvidia sent. This is the Asus 5070 Ti.
He really went there. This card should be below 400 bucks. But where's the profits?
The reason why Nvidia sent this card is, one, they don't have a Founders Edition card for 5070 Ti, which is really odd to me because they did for 30 series and 40 series. Anyway, digressing a little bit here, they sent this card because it's MSRP, a $750 card. That's why we're going to be able to release the information on February 19th for the embargo, because of the fact that it is an MSRP card. Every other card, if it's even like $1 more than $750, has to wait until the 20th, which is also the on-shelf date, and it even says it on the Micro Center website. But now I have to like severely ask myself the question, how do I approach this review monetarily? And what I mean by that is all the numbers are going to be what they are. The FP.
Damn, he's really going for the fine, sue me, respect, holy shit. All the profits are all in AI.
Yes, the frame times, the power draw, all of that stuff. But value is the number.
You weren't here earlier, Ice Daddy, where Nvidia pretty much said that, yeah, our cards underperform, but they're not going to affect AI in any capacity. So basically, they said, fuck you to gamers.
For one thing, and the proposition people need to determine what card they're going to buy. The reason why I'm a little TO'd at the moment, ticked off, you know what? I'm pissed off, I'm not ticked off, because this was sent to us as a retail MSRP $750 card. But if we look on Micro Center's website right now, and we find this exact same model, $899.
No.
That's a lot different than $750, which is the MSRP. MSRP. Now I don't know who to believe. So there's only a couple ways I could see this having gone, specifically regarding why it shows $900 on Micro Center's website and Nvidia telling us this is a $750 MSRP model. Scenario number one. Nvidia and ASUS are in cahoots with that. I'm not so sure that that's realistic, but
that sounds a bit too tinfoil, if you ask me. The tech is kind of hitting the limits of physics, so they're trying to close the gap with wattage and their other go-to tech lately, AI. Yeah, gaming GPUs are tiny by comparison, but putting it at a high price is double dipping.
That's an option. That's a way people could perceive it, right? Scenario number two. The card is $750, and Micro Center is jacking the price up because of supply and demand. To understand marketing real quick, you have to, quick backstory. There's MSRP, SRP, and MAP. These are the three ways that you're going to hear about pricing. There is the manufacturer suggested retail price, which in this instance would kind of be like Nvidia, right? Nvidia sets like the base price, which is at that point going to be $750.
Yep.
And technically, people can go below that, but they can't advertise that because that's MAP, minimum advertised price. So MAP means $750. That's MAP. You can't go below that as advertised, but you can sell it for less than that, but you can't advertise it for less than that. And that's because of like fairness amongst the brands or whatever. But I think we can all agree at this point, there's no fairness for the consumer. There's only fairness amongst their own like good old boys, like the old guard club, okay? The other possibility, which could be a bit more realistic.
Which one?
ASUS tells Nvidia this is our MSRP card. Nvidia collects the cards, disperses them out amongst the media channels, us, Linus, Digital Foundry, Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, all those guys. But the price is really $900. That's a more realistic scenario. But I'm now really confused as to why we have this card and we're told to review it under the premise that it's $750 when clearly ASUS believes it to be a $900 graphics card. Now, when we talk about the model number, that's the only thing we have to kind of confirm whether or not it's the same card entirely. I believe the model number is shortened for probably sequel.
Has anyone put out a Vtuber GPU yet? Yes! Yes, Ice Daddy. In fact, they have. Let me see if I can find Yeston. Yeston has their own Vtuber. And they released their Vtuber. And she's on the back plate of their GPU.
我常想，海水何以染上如此绚丽的蓝色？
And even got a cosplayer
但
for
它
the
悄然
video
离
too.
开海洋，却又变得暗淡无光。原来，于幽邃深海的静谧深处，埋藏着亚
So
特兰
she's
蒂
the
斯文
GPU
明。
Vtuber and she's on the
浩
Vtuber
瀚无垠
GPU.
的海洋，
Hey.
被古老又梦幻的手轻抚，这手将往昔的辉煌与深邃的谜团交织其中。只要靠近，那深海的呼唤便如悠远笛声，穿
Nachumi,
透
yes.
层层波涛，
They
在
use the
心间低
Nachumi,
吟浅唱。
the Nachumi VGN. Hey, that music sounds familiar. I want to show this to Nachumi. Wait. They finally announced Silent Hill F? Give me a second, I gotta watch this. We gotta watch this. It's finally happening? 9 hours ago. Oh, please. Just for those that don't know, Silent Hill F is supposed to be written by Ryukishi. Umineko Ryukishi. It is a Silent Hill by the Umineko guy.
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？ひなこを。ひなこはね、死んだんだよ。
They better don't fuck this up.
ひなこはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい。お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。ひなこ？あ、ごめん。何？天秤にかける価値があるかどうか、しっかりと判断しなさい。
That's gotta go bad. Thank you, Eric. Oh, that reminds me, I have to go back to Silent Hill 2 remake, but I worry that my heart cannot take it. Man, Umineko Silent Hill. New Silent Hill? It is Umineko Silent Hill. Ryukishi is involved with Silent Hill F. JP on a Silent Hill. A Japanese Silent, more Japanese Silent Hill will be insane. I'm excited about this. This actually looks really good. It's okay, you can take one of our hearts instead. It's a delicacy in some places. Silent Hill is top tier horror, always has been. Silent Hill, Resident Evil. Both are good. Both are good horror, it's just that they're different kinds of horror. Silent Hill is psychological and Resident is more traditional horror. This looks next level. Scary. Japanese horror is the absolute best. This looks spectacular. Japanese horror, like a more Japanese flavored Silent Hill. Will be interesting to see. I want to see the monsters and stuff. It's looking promising, the glimpses we're getting here so far. Hey, Aizani, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the new serfs. Welcome, welcome.
We'll
go back a bit. This looks promising. Please don't be a god.
良い努力です。もっと励むように。ひなこ、いつまでここにいる気なの？良い努力です。もっと励むように。自分でもおかしいと思うの。自分で自分がわからない感じ。良い努力です。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたということはもう時間がないのよ。あなたが
Asian horror in general is fantastic. Japanese, Korean, Chinese, it's good. I really hope this is good. Me too. It looks very interesting. I wonder how the protect even survives all that. The power of schoolgirls, yeah. The fact that, God, the Ryukishi being involved with this gives me hope.
中ってことはないよな。ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたということは、ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。あなたは誰なの？さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。全部奪ったな。全部私から奪ったな。
Silent Hill F. Ooh.
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
F's in the chat all around. F's in chat. Wish listed. It's a. I'm gonna wish list it. Depends. Maybe. F. It's actually alive. I thought they had dropped the Silent Hill F project. After that bullshit with that other Silent Hill Twitch thing they did, that it was a complete travesty. Oh, Umineko Silent Hill. Umineko Silent Hill. That is promising. Ooh.
Reasons on the Micro Center website, but the manufacturer part number says PRM 5070 Ti16G. I think that obviously stands for Prime 5070 Ti16G. Model number on here, Prime-RTX 5070 Ti-16G. So as far as I can tell, it is the exact same card. It's not an OC version. It's nothing like, even if it was just an OC difference, like a different BIOS, it's not $150 worth of BIOS. I can promise you that. So this is more so out of control than ever. And you guys go to microcenter.com and look at it for yourself. You know, it's not like this is some archive.org version of the page where there was like a oopsie, somebody accidentally put the pricing up.
If y'all want good Asian horror, by the way, and have Netflix, I recommend Kingdom and All of Us Are Dead. Both are zombie, both are Korean, but both are spectacular. Don't let zombie discourage you. I'll keep it in mind, though I don't have Netflix. Not that it has anything I want to watch anyway. Asian zombies do be different.
It says the price and available on the 20th, but $979 for an MSI, $909 for an MSI, $939 for an MSI.
Wow.
PNY is the only one showing at $750, which is funny because I don't think it really is even going to be $750 because that doesn't seem to take into account the 10% tariff that went into effect on February 1st. So that really should be $825, I think, if we're adding $75 to that.
Change.
So that's weird. I don't know what's going to happen there. Anyway, Gigabyte at $979, Gigabyte at $900, this card at $900. Nvidia or MSI 5070 Ti Vanguard SoC Launch Edition, $1,009.
Wow. No,
$899,
fuck that.
$999. So we have a $1,000 Gigabyte card, the
$999.
Master. We have a $1,000 Asus card, the Tough, And then we have a 960. So as you can see, these prices have encroached on the MSRP of like a 5080 Founders. Now finding a $1,000 Founders or finding a $1,000, you know, aftermarket version or AIB version of that card is damn near impossible. The only people that are getting them for that price are those that are camping out at either Best Buys or Micro Centers and happening to find one. Yes, Micro Center did get some FEs kind of sporadically. I'm going to tell you right now, without going into details, because I'm really tiptoeing the line here on embargo stuff. The 5070 Ti Performance it's in there with the 4080, 4080 Super range. Okay, it's a very strong card, but it's not strong enough, in my opinion, to where you shouldn't wait and hope that 5080 inventory normalizes, which apparently now all the word is like, expect inventory to explode over the next month or two. It sounds great, but I guess we'll see what happens. I would not recommend buying a 5070 Ti at these prices if we can potentially expect 5080s to start to come back down towards that $1,000 price point. But we all know, when you find an excuse, and by excuse, I mean the AIBs and whatnot, Micro Center is going to confirm with me through their buyer that these prices are set by these guys, not Micro Center, which was the case for 30 series and 40 series, that these manufacturers, they have no incentive to bring the pricing back down. It's like when rent increases because of inflation, or anything goes up because of an artificial situation. When the situation sort of normalizes, the prices rarely come back down.
Yep.
That just becomes the new standard that people are willing to pay. So how the hell do...
That's what Bonnie's sister is arguing, that what happened with Sylvie Lagosry and what she doesn't want us to move there. Because everything got more expensive since the Rona, and it hasn't gone down in price. I don't know, for me it's just about the same. For me it's just about the same, or at least when we got here, it was just as expensive as Sylvie Lagosry, and whenever I go there, it's still just as expensive. Taxi trips do have gotten more expensive though, but eventually income increases to balance out inflation. Eventually, in theory.
We review a card that is sent to us that is supposed to be, here's what $750 can get you, when there's a $150 price discrepancy between what the retailers are showing. I'm still going to do the review. The performance is worth talking about, but I can give you my recommendation now in this video, and it's to wait. It's to wait, honestly,
don't buy it.
For no reason other than if inventory does start to normalize and pricing does start to come anywhere close to what these prices look like here, then 40 series stuff on the used market should come down. Okay, it should come down, hopefully. But at that point, I'd recommend buying like a 4070 Ti or 4070 Super or something at like $600 and just ignoring this generation entirely. It seems like in terms of price to performance, this is about to be the most ridiculously skewed product yet.
Yep.
It just means the 5080 at 1,000 actually would have been the price to performance king if you could actually get it at 1,000. But let's not forget, these prices that we're seeing right now, we know are not going to be the real prices, because they're going to get just gobbled up by scalpers and resellers, and you're going to start seeing $1,500 5070 Ti's out there, which is double MSRP and absolutely positively not worth it whatsoever. Nope. So with that said, I guess maybe we can just hope the 9070 and 9070 XT give this thing a run for its money, because at least then we'll have some options. But when I saw these prices, I was just blown away by how expensive these are. Now, some of you might have already typed this by now. The 4070 Ti launched at $799, so $50 more than this thing. When we had our meeting with Nvidia, they were like, well, it is $50 cheaper. And I was like, right, cheaper. Anyway, so when the 4070 Ti got replaced by the 4070 Ti Super, that slid into the $799 price point. So technically, I guess the starting scalping / markup price is $50 cheaper, but we're seeing bigger markups this time around than we've ever seen. The difference is the 4080 at the time the 4070 Ti existed, we're going prior to the super variants coming out, was $1,200, whereas this was $800, giving a $400 gap that made these custom crazy variants that cost up to $250 or $260 more than the MSRP still land far enough away from the 4080 that you never would have gotten it if it was that far out of your price point. So, but because the because the 5080 is launching at the quote unquote $999, which again we know is very unrealistic to find it at that price, you now have these tickling its bunghole on how close it is to the pricing on that. So how do you approach this? It is just the most foobarred launch I've seen in 13 years. And I'll be honest, frankly, I'm sick of it. Our test bench has been going nonstop since January 13th to try and get as much
tickling its bunghole. It's sippy for his bunghole. Beavis and Butthead reference, by the way. Cornholio. More TP. More TP.
backlog retesting done on older cards back several generations so that those that are on one or two generation old cards can try and decide like whether or not the upgrade is worth it. But I'm thinking at almost any price these days, if you have a 30 series card or newer, it's very unlikely that you're going to need to upgrade at these prices. Just don't give you much value to look forward to. The performance is there, but it's like anything else. 50% more performance at 50% more price is the same price to performance dollar or whatever. The price FPS per dollar is the same. You just scoot the whole bracket out. It doesn't.
Man, it's a shame that the 2011 revival didn't pan out. I think that season was really good. People have shit taste, man. The 2011 revival was actually pretty good. You're too cute. Thank you, Phantom. She said bunghole. He was crying. You were crying. Don't scream at him. He could cry.
Make it better. It just makes it the same performance to price proposition. You've just limited your client.
Though what made it amazing, and some people didn't like it, was that they also reacted and chat on Jersey Shore. And people weren't upset that they moved on from just music videos to also MTV realities. People were more upset that basically Beavis and Butthead were laughing at losers, even bigger than themselves. And also how Beavis kinda hated Dina. We will watch clips, but that's gonna get copy strike to hell and back. But it's good one. It's a good one.
And tell because now it's out of reach for so many people. We've gotten to the point where PC gaming now is a rich person's hobby.
I miss the old days of Beavis and Butthead and classic South Park. Good times. The 2011 revival that sadly didn't get much traction feels very much like the old Beavis and Butthead. It just feels like the show never actually finished, just a continuation. It's pretty good. It's not that Beavis and Butthead can punch down at all, but Jersey Shore, yeah, that's punching down. Yep.
And that just really sort of that grinds my gears because that's not
Though that, at least in my opinion, that makes it even better. That there's actually out there, there's people out there that they can punch down, and they're still very much funny about it. Beavis and Butthead were the original React content reaction sloppa, but they were a lot more witty and better with their critiques.
I want everyone to be able to enjoy PC gaming. I think coming from, especially if you come from console to PC, you start to realize like there is just a endless world of possibilities and fun with the builds, you know, and the games you can play and the settings you can run them at, and just
rich people
out of make it better. It just makes it the same performance to price proposition. You've just limited your clientele because now it's out of reach for so many people. We've gotten to the point where PC gaming now is a rich person's hobby, and that just really sort of that grinds my gears, because I want everyone to be able to enjoy PC gaming. I think
it activates the almonds, Jay. Can't blame you.
I think coming from, especially if you come from console to PC, you start to realize like there is just a endless world of possibilities and fun with the builds, you know, and the games you can play and the settings you can run them at, and just really opens up the concept of gaming and mods, and it's endless. But you've made the entry price point now so expensive that it's how can you expect. That's what I'm saying. You don't get mass adoption at this point. You just get a very entitled adoption clientele, in my opinion, and it just sucks. So anyway, there you go. I'm probably in trouble now by showing the box, which I don't care. The box is on Micro Center's website. You know what the fucking box looks like. Who cares, okay? I do have it blocked. Okay, you can't see it on the test bench, but it's over there. I promise it doesn't look like a cardboard box in here. But I still really want to know why the $150 price variance between what we're told this costs versus what it's on the website for. I'm sorry, Gigabyte. You know there is nothing you could do to the card or the cooler or the PCB design or whatever software you're bundling with it that makes it worth 33% more at $1,000 than MSRP. I guarantee you, if I took the $1,009 card, or that $1,009 card, and compared it to the $750 PNY that's on here, because right now that's about the only one I believe is truly the MSRP card, you would find 2% variance between the two. And then they're going to discuss like, well, the build quality and the caps that we used and the yada yada. Yeah, that might make it worth 10% more.
We're approaching the turning point for the technological last belt, where the timeline gets pruned because it's meeting a dead end.
Not 33,000 versus 750. That's just nuts. All right, well, I know you all been talking about the pricing all weekend long, so I don't even think I even need to ask you to write how you feel about this down there. I think you've been writing it for 2 months now. Actually, you've been writing it for about 3 years now, but whatever. Sucks.
Let's we can watch one or two before we call it a night. Sucks. I was gonna say I've got another hour tops. All right, we can watch maybe one or two. We could go back to Steve. Server power 53 still doesn't exist. DLSS, overclock. 5060 Ti leaks. power melting, fake frames, fake prices. I guess we could watch the
5070 Ti, it's about as fast as a 4080. Sometimes.
Let's see. I could swear that that Jace had made a review, but I guess we could watch the do you not buy, like we already watched this one, right? The RTX 50 disaster. Defective Nvidia GPUs. The Arrow, the ASRock. Nvidia is selling lies. Tearing down a GPU no one should buy. 5070. I guess we could watch the 5070. Which one should we go with? 5070 Ti or 5070? So how the GTX 580 has more FPS than the 5080. Okay, let's the Founders Edition 4070 Ti Super Duper.
Nvidia is selling lies, and reviewers shouldn't be afraid to mince words about it. That is precise.
I wish I had a halfway decent graphics card. Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. I think you can still get one. I mean, if you are willing to gamble with the used market, I think you should go for it. Nope. Me too, Eric. No way I will get a used graphics card. Okay, I understand. Not gonna say that that's a bit of a rush response, but I can't blame you. I'll never get used underwear, used shoes, then used mattress or used graphics card. Understandable.
What the RTX 5070 is. It is marketed on the back of lies.
It is a scam.
With the Blackwell family, RTX 5070, 4090 performance at 549. Impossible without
lies.
The 4 teraops of AI.
He clearly didn't read that part of the speech. Or he doesn't know how to lie his way out of the lie. I got my 4060 for around 400 and that's plenty for me. Nice, Turtle Man, nice.
Performance at 549.
I had a friend who used to burn out his graphic cards with crypto mining and then sell them cheap. Asshole. Taught me never get a used one. Okay, then I understand it, yeah. Fuck that guy, Eric.
Impossible without the 4 RTX 57.
Crypto bros aren't friends, they're not even people.
It is marketed on the back of lies.
With the Blackwell family RTX 5070, 4090 performance at 549. Impossible without the 4 teraops of AI 5070, 4090 performance, $549.
That's right. Nvidia says that AI can make a 5070, which has 12 gigabytes of VRAM, equal a 4090, which has 24. Here's an Nvidia compliant comparison.
Sure. Right. Yep. Ah, of course, the precious 4 teraops.
Comparison of the RTX 5070 with MFG versus the 4090 without any frame generation at all, just stock. These are abusive settings, stressing both cards heavily, but Nvidia said
4090 performance.
And we're not even close. The 5070's spiky behavior is exceeding 200 milliseconds in this like-for-like comparison, except it has MFG. The 4090 isn't perfect, but without any frame generation at all, it's hitting at worst 50 to 60 milliseconds, an average of closer to 26. Here's what that problem actually looks like. Using Nvidia's own frame view tool, we get a glimpse into another problem, which is latency. The PC latency on the 4090 was around 51 milliseconds during this like-for-like comparison. 51 is a lot better than what we saw on the 5070.
Let's go back
actually
to
looks 50 to 60 milliseconds. 90 isn't perfect, but without any frame generation at all, it's hitting at worst 50 to 60 milliseconds, an average of closer to 26. Here's what that problem actually looks like. Using Nvidia's own frame view tool, we get a glimpse into another problem, which is latency. The PC latency on the 4090 was around 51 milliseconds during this like-for-like comparison. 51 is a lot better than what we saw on the 5070 with MFG 4X after 5 minutes of being in the game. That was 500 to 720 milliseconds. Now, to be fair, if you only played Cyberpunk with these settings for about 15 to 20 seconds at a time, things look a lot better. The 5070 is getting absolutely clobbered for VRAM, which is just 12 gigabytes to the 4090's 24. To call these the same is an absolute flat-out lie. These
Not gonna lie, one of the reasons I don't even consider playing Cyberpunk, not only because I don't like the genre, but I don't think Nezuko can handle it. If Nezuko is having problems with wilds, I don't think Nezuko can handle Cyberpunk, and I don't want to put her through that. A half a second! Holy fuck, that's a problem, a big one. I would have liked to watch you play Cyberpunk, but yeah, it's pretty intense. I'm sorry, Eric, but Nezuko is strong, but Cyberpunk is a bit too much. The point that it is the stress benchmark for graphics cards and stuff. Though I feel like Wilds is going to be the next stress, the next Cinebench for stress testing. Nezuko can handle it on potato settings for sure, but you never settle for that. No! I kinda want to see the review of the 9070 XT. Give me a second, I'm gonna look for something. Yes, let's see if someone actually got their hands on it. Yes, Don, Sakura, Atlantis 9070 XT. Oh, by the way, let me Ooh. Oh, never mind. That's from 2024. This is from the tweet that GN showed. Eh? I play Cyberpunk just fine on my crappy rig, granted on custom settings. The only issue I got is driving too fast right after world loading from a cutscene. I move faster than the world can load. Here is their VTuber. It is a bit more traditional design, but it is still different. I like it. They had a content creator. Let me look for the tweet. Eh? Cute, it is. Oh yeah, I want to show the trailer to Nachumi so she can hear her own BGM. Here is the tweet. Look, this just in: AMD Gaming have kindly provided the Ryzen 7 9800X3D for the underwater Sakura build with the Yeston official Radeon RX 9070. Yeah, this girl is doing a giveaway, though I'm not gonna participate. I never win this stuff. I think it will be more beautiful with you, and since you have a good fashion and design taste. Thank you, Phantom, but Sakura Atlantis is their VTuber. She's gotta be there. Ow. So yeah, at least this girl got her hands on one, so it's definitely out there. Yeston is a store? Oh, they're really selling it. Oh, never mind. It's sold out already. Thanks. Thanks. 900 USD. Soon, TM. No, it already sold out. It was out. They released it on the 11th. And it's already sold out. Nice. Whoops. Here's Sakura Atlantis. I would have liked this art more, this on the back plate more, to be honest. Specs: Navi 48, 4090 unified schedules, 4096 core frequency, 2400 to 2970 megahertz, 25 to 37 standard, memory speed 20 gigs. Capacity 16 gigs, GDDR6, the plus 3DP plus HDMI, PSU and 8-pin, radiator, SG Atlantis cooling system. Streamlined design, employing chameleon effect paint. Default pure white breathing lights, ARGB sync mode is also enabled. Nice. Wouldn't she just promote other products in the future? I assume, yeah. She does have if you go to the Yeston page, she does have a couple videos and stuff. Cute, though I can't put any more because maybe this will get smacked. And she has a nice voice. Cute. Pure metal backplate and high precision UV. Nice colors. And this one comes scented. The only thing that I'm bothered by my 7800 XT is that it has no perfume. Where is my perfume? Where my graphics card was advertised as being as having perfume. Where is it? I have some concern for Sakura Atlantis, though. She seems to exist mainly to promote a particular car, so once that's not the latest and greatest anymore, what happens to her? Yeah, I hope that she stays and they have her promote other stuff. It's a really nice design. That wouldn't have lasted very long anyway, Bun. But you can always use your own perfume. I'm not gonna spray stuff on my graphics card without knowing. I rather leave that to the manufacturer. They know what they're doing. Perfume GPU, yeah. The original 3080 Sakura edition had perfume. Dual BIOS switch. One click for overclocking for easy boost of gaming performance. Ooh. Dore. Ooh. The white PCB. The cooling modules. Good stuff. I got this black cherry Marlowe hand soap that smells really nice. My room always smells like candy. Nice, Phantom. This is what I got, and it didn't come perfume. That's what bothers me. Where is the copper and nickel plated heat pipes? This reminds me. I never even heard of a perfume graphics card. Steve from Gamers Nexus reviewed the original one that came with perfume. You should look for the video. I guess it's better than Gamer Girl bath water. I got my new SATA cables and my new SSD. I'm gonna have to get to the SATA connectors. I'm gonna have to remove my graphics card, which is So I might as well get this done to overclock it. With its own fragrance module. That is a lie. Mine did not have any fragrance. Though, if I'm going to take it out, I might as well give it a sniff and see if I smelled the wrong end of the card. That is a lie. Yes, Don. Mine had no perfume, or at least not that I could notice. And I have a pretty good nose, you know. Why does my waifu card does not smell like a waifu? Even if it's all stuffed up right now? The fragrance is supposed to last for like 5 years. I've got plenty of time to sniff it. So here are the specs of my GPU, just in case. GDDR6, HDMI 1 port for plus DP3. Nothing lasts for 5 years. What do I have that have lasted for 5 years? Well, I think in fact, I think my iPhone is over 5 years. Not even most marriages. I believe that they advertised it as lasting 5 years, but how you think they tested that? Well, I'm gonna find out. Memory speed 19.5 GPS, core frequency. Oh, but if I'm going to let me snag this let me snag this this picture so I know where the switch for the thing is. The strongest perfume ever tried did not last more than a week or so. Maybe on items about a month. No mention of the perfume, you lied to me. By the way, let me see if I can get a thing from them. Cooler. Oh, I wanted to get this one. It's so flashy and dumb. Though initially I wanted to get this one, and you can find it cheaper on a Newegg. I wonder. Atlantis, Sakura Sugar, Sakura. Oh, here is a. Oh, they don't have the cute pet. About contact us, privacy, cooler. They really stopped. They really stopped producing the PC case, right? That's that actually hurts me. So here it is, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. Oh, this one. Only Canada has inventory. Fucking leaves. Oh, they really stopped making their PC cases. That's pain peco. No, they don't have 360. Like, it's just so flashy and dumb. And with waifu picture. Pain peco. I want to ask Steve how much is he going to... How much will he charge for that cute pet PC case that he got in the background? Yes, Tom, cute pet case. And for a while they were selling it on Amazon too, but that was also gone. It's supposed to go with this card, the cute. This is the other cute pet card. Like this. That is not the Yes Don't Waifu card, Tech Raider. That is the cute pet card. This is the waifu card. Pain Peco indeed.
Milliseconds during this like-for-like comparison. 51 is a lot better than what we saw in the 51, topping at worst 50 to 60 milliseconds, an average of closer to 26. Here's what that problem actually looks like. Using Nvidia's own frame view tool, we get a glimpse into another problem, which is latency. The PC latency on the 4090 was around 51 milliseconds during this like-for-like comparison. 51 is a lot better than what we saw in the 5070 with MFG4X after 5 minutes of being in the game. That was 500 to 720 milliseconds. Now, to be fair, if you only played Cyberpunk with these settings for about 15 to 20 seconds at a time, things look a lot better. The 5070 is getting absolutely clobbered for VRAM, which is just 12 gigabytes to the 4090's 24. To call these the same is an absolute flat-out lie. These cards are not the same. In situations where the card runs out of VRAM in particular, it could never dream to be a 4090. It is simply impossible. Here's a quick chart showing passes 1 through 3 of the 5070 as it gets progressively worse with the... Here's a quick chart showing passes 1 through 3 of the 5070 as it gets progressively...
That delay, that's terrible.
...worse with each benchmark pass as the frame buffer...
Waifu pet combo, no. The case that I want is... Yes, on CC. That I wanted at least. It's the CC09, but I think they stopped making it. Never mind. There's still someone is still selling out there selling it. But the problem with this case is that it doesn't fit my current graphics card. It's supposed to go with the waifu graphics card, but this case was for the early design of the card that had temp problems. The shroud and the heatsink got like redesigned to fix the issue, but that made it too big to fit the case. So now the only ones that fit the case are like the 30 series. And this case is really nice. Makes me sad. I was really hell-bent on getting this, but no, it's not possible.
For fills. The 4090, meanwhile, maintains its performance the entire time. So, did we pick an absolutely ridiculous comparison to make with extremely abusive settings that you might not use on a 5070?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we did. Is it compliant? Also, yes.
It's quite pretty, but such is life. Malicious compliance.
Yes, we did. Is it compliant? Also, yes. So Nvidia, look, it's just us right now. Stop lying. Just shut up.
Why
Even
are
if
you
we
fucking
pretend
lying?
a 5070 with MFG is equal to a 4090 in a scenario that's maybe not VRAM constrained, it's still not like for like, because the images themselves are not the same. When you turn it on, it's like Clive here from Final Fantasy or whatever his name is, has 6 feet. I mean, if that's what Jensen's into, then to each
Yuichi
their
Nakamura?
own. It's not the same. Not VRAM constrained, it's still not like for like, because the images themselves are not the same. When you turn it on, it's like Clive here from Final Fantasy or whatever his name is, has 6 feet. I mean, if that's what
Show it,
Clive
6
here from
feet?
Final Fantasy or whatever his name is, has 6 feet. I mean, if that's what Jensen's into, then to each their own, I guess.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
And the memes will continue until the marketing improves. Now, Nvidia does know that gamers at one point mattered for its brand.
That's why there's so many amazing things that are happening. We used GeForce to enable artificial intelligence, and now artificial intelligence is revolutionizing GeForce. You bring it home to your $10,000
Fuck you, AI.
PC entertainment.
Give me more frames after images. AI art bot for frames. Exactly.
Command center. Isn't that right?
Sometimes corpo speak can be a little wordy and indirect, so let me just translate that for you. Fuck you.
Fuck
That's
you.
what they said. Nvidia said, fuck you, gamers. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Montech Hyperflow series of liquid coolers. The Montech Hyperflow aims to compete with other affordable liquid coolers by fighting on price to performance. In our testing, cooler performance was comparable to others in its class. The
Chat, I'm
ARGB
gonna
Hyperflow
admit,
has an illuminated pump block
this
with
is
RGB
making
LED
me
fans
want
that have
to-
quality rubber bumpers
to
for
order
vibration
that new
damping.
CPU
The cooler has a
and
6-year
AIO
warranty and
right
supports
now.
all modern
All
Intel
this
and AMD
tech
sockets.
talk.
And you can learn more at the link in the description below.
Yeah.
Nvidia could have launched its RTX 5070 today to lukewarm reviews and mediocrity, but instead it went all in. It decided to get on stage and lie about what the 5070 could be, making every possible unforced error in the launch cycle of the 50 series. All of this was avoidable. But this 5070 and 4090 comparison in particular was a totally unnecessary fumble. We could have just read all the numbers off and called it a day and said, mediocre, lukewarm, wait for the 9070 XT and non-XT reviews tomorrow. But
no. Do you have room in the case for the AIO? Yeah, I have room. The case can fit a 360 millimeter cooler radiator. God, seems like a horny boy watching ecchi, but lady won't tech.
But instead, we get to start with talking about lying and marketing.
Late 3 a.m. talk, but that reminds me, now that you mention it, I decided to watch just for the fuck of it, to watch a hentai, and I told you the guys that I was falling asleep. I fell asleep while watching it, and when I woke up, okay, it went from the usual porn stuff, and when I woke up, the mother was killing the daughter. I'm like, I was so confused, like, what? Just for the fuck of it, right? Of course. Look, I legit don't watch much of it. I was just curious about it, but when I woke up again, I ended up. It was at the part where the mother killed the daughter. The daughter. And I was like, okay, how did we end up here? That kind of hentai. Yeah. And now I kind of want to the thing is that I forgot which one it was. which title it was. But and I kind of want to know how did it get there in the first place? And why the mom killed the daughter? Since there's an allergy is bugging you, they haven't got it to me yet. They have, Eric. Probably still in your history somewhere. No. It's not in my it's not in my history because one, I was watching on my phone, and two, I was watching on private on incognito mode. I'm guessing one of them RTR'd the other. That seems to be the case, but now I'm curious of how on how it got and on what happened to end up like that. Now I'm kind of curious about the plot. So now I have this now I'm more concerned about, or rather to know what goes in the plot that the porn itself. Because it didn't seem like that type of hentai in the first place. That's what caught me off guard.
And then we can read all of the numbers. Do you see how this works, Nvidia? Media. We could have just read all the numbers off and called.
Private doesn't stop the ISP from knowing. I don't think they care. It's not illegal. One, it's not illegal, and two, it's not like I can call to my ISP and ask them, hey, can you check which hentai I was watching like a year ago? She just watched it because she was curious, but also she wasn't curious about this particular one. She doesn't even know what it was called, Naruhodo. Turtleman, literally there is a Turtleman. There is literally a pick your poison button. If you in hentai heaven, they literally have a random. They literally have a gacha for their library. You click it and you get a surprise something. Or a surprise me button. Reminds me of that song, The Internet is for Porn. Though I guess I was already falling asleep by that the point I did. I went and watched that, so yeah. So you were just curious about hentai in general. Hi. I'm more about doujins, mind you. I'm more about doujins, and even then. But really, I just hit the surprise me button, and it landed me in there. So there it was. So that's what happened. I'm too specific to be interested in the random buttons, as I find most things too tame or overplayed. Hentai Fairy tier list with Lauren Bonnie? Nah, I'm not making that tier list. Okay, my allergies are coming up. So yeah, it's not like I'm gonna call my ISP and ask them about the hentai I was watching months ago, if I don't even remember it. And I literally just hit the random button for the fuck of it. I say, okay, let's see. Let's see if it indeed surprises me. When it did surprise me, to be fair, but it also confused me. But yes, if you ask me more about dodgings, and even then, mostly party of stuff or stuff that I already like. Mostly because, let's be real, for hentai, the animation ain't exactly the best, which takes me to the my friend Los Perros. The must have been a long show, or you had a short nap if the show was still going after you fell asleep and woke up. That's a good clue. It was either a long one, it was either multi-episode, or I had a micro sleep. So yeah, that's the story. God knows if I'll ever find out which one was the one about the that ended up like that. Oh, and in regards to animation, let's face it, usually hentai does not have good animation, sans for very few exceptions. Let's say Bible Black and most recently redo of Healer. That they did go all out with animation, with the animation and the porn there. Unironically, I hope they get a season 2, because the continuation of the plot is actually interesting. Though I have to catch up with the manga. Turman, are you a Pacman as well? It's usually the same few studios making the bulk of shows. Oh. No, I drive a car. A 2004 car? Damn. So I find it very interesting when they make a show that is way outside their norm. Redo of Healer is Redo of Healer is a particular case, because it has some known seiyuu names in there. Let's face it. Well, there is a censored version, but let's be real. It was full on age. Oh, and interspecies reviewers. That's another one that got good animation too, for all it's worth. The opening is also a banger. Nuka wo se kitai tsuketa. Nuka wo se onore no buki wo. Let's go to paradise. If it sounds familiar, it's because the author of the manga likes the village people. So that's why it sounds like the YMCA, funny enough. I'm still watching on Bleach to finish. What? To be fair, I didn't want a brand new bike, but it was the closest I could find for what I was looking for. I have an 08 Honda Pilot, but with nice weather, I like riding my Disney bike. I'm still watching on the Bleach to finish. Never forget. Oh, speaking of interspecies reviewers, never forget that Funimation. Never forget that Funimation with their grubby, greedy hands tried to rush to get the license for interspecies reviewers, promoted it and even dubbed the first 2 or 3 episodes, and then completely erased it from the face of the earth and stopped dubbing it because they rushed into the because they actually they rushed into getting the license without knowing what it was about. It's true, look it up. I know. Makes me wonder if what if that would have happened with a redo of Healer, though the first episode from the get-go is pretty over the top, so I guess they would have seen it and immediately knocked out. I didn't exactly want to watch that, but that's both frustrating and hilarious. Hope the license was expensive. Fuckwats. Interspecies reviewers is interesting. They might have been right. It was popular. It was one of the anime of the year. Because if you like Monster Girls and it actually has a kind of logical approach to actual interspecies relationships. Let's see, for example, everyone loves cat girls. There is an undead brothel, but of course it's not very popular. Demons are hot, but they are very unpopular because they have the habit of screwing you over if you don't negotiate the finer details of the deal. So you gotta be very careful with the wording of having a deal with a demon hooker. Are cat girls even monster girls? They are. They are not furries, no. There is a furry place, and the furry place actually has a furry gradient of how furry you want your furry to be. I don't think they're either, but whatever. No, cat girls have their own place. Furries have their own other place. Cat girls don't count as furries unless they're over 75%. The whole way how the furry place worked is that the deeper you go into the place, we're saying in general, in Bond, not in universe. Oh, okay. the way it works is that the deeper you go into the place, the furrier the furry it gets. There is like a 1% or even 0% when it's just a girl with a cat costume. And then as they get deeper and deeper, they get more, they get furrier. Of course, when they, out of curiosity, went all the way deep to see just how it got and got to 100% furry, the guys noped the fuck out. Cat ears, tail, furry, covered with fur, long muscle, animal shaped face. That's furry. There's a whole science behind it. There is the Spider Girl / Dungeon one. Yeah, but 75% furry is furry as fuck. They have the Cyclops place. They have the Centaur Girl place. Basically, like, every place has its own theme and thing. There's the elves place, of course. It's pretty interesting. It tries to have a realistic approach to, for example, that what was one of the for examples for that basically interspecies relationships are encouraged by the church because only in marriage through the church interspecies couples can have children. So basically the church, low-key, though it's not expressed, they don't outright express it. The church tolerates the species brothels and stuff because it encourages interspecies marriage, and interspecies marriage makes people dependent on the universe's church for couples to have children. So they low-key encourage interspecies relationships for that to stay in power. What? Yeah. And what the hell? And that's just an example. Oh, and the places themselves have basically blessings from are basically blessed to prevent pregnancies and STDs, and one of the girls actually pointed out that the fact that they have these blessings going on means that not only the church but also the God of the world does approve of how they're doing things. It's a religion with intersex angels with huge lungs who get bagel halos when they fuck up. You're asking too many questions. Though it is interesting because no STDs, that will make people go crazy. Not STDs outside of the brothel size, that is specifically. And the goddess of the interspecies universe, she specifically wants all the species to get along through love and lust. And when you watch the show, or at least read the manga, you realize that aside from like the monsters and stuff, the interspecies reviewers universe is relatively peaceful. Like there's monsters and stuff, and yeah, that of course that happens, but like wars and animosity and stuff, or prejudice, like that, you don't really see that stuff in the series. So the God's strategy of having people get along through love and lust is actually working, though. That doesn't mean there are no like a few cases here and there. For example, the bird girls, one of the bird maidens, Eldri, she refused to. The lore is deeper than I thought it is. Eldri, the bird maiden, she's actually really cute. Interspecies reviewers Eldri, her, this bird girl, she refused to the guys went to the bird maiden brothel, and she refused to serve one of the guys because the guy is a lamia. It was basically a snake guy, and she turned him down because there's another one. She refused to serve the guy because the guy was a snake man, and she hated. The guy, of course, was rejected, and he left a bad review on the place. But everyone else loved their bird girls. She hated. Well, can't really blame them, because the lamias really do eat birds, like snakes eat birds. And in universe they actually eat the bird maiden's eggs. Yeah, the lore, believe it or not, the lore is very deep for what is essentially a sex comedy. Yeah, but eggs won't hatch anything without a male. Peaceful world, eating babies. They actually found that it is peaceful because they actually found a fix for that, Toodleman. Turns out that every month bird maidens or egg-laying species, the females like lay unfertilized eggs. So one thing that the universe has is basically they have these places where they have egg-laying shows, and well, one of the guys explained that basically mermen and lamia men have all, like without exception, have an egg-laying fetish, because of course. So basically they pay a fee to get into these places, and girls that feel about to lay these unfertilized eggs lay the eggs, and then those eggs go into a bed. Then they basically bid for the unfertilized eggs of the females that put on the show, and the girls actually get the money. I will eat omelette from any bird, even though I don't eat bird. Really? So basically, if someone like, if a girl like lays say to, wait, wasn't this a GPU stream? How the fuck did we get here? Tangents. Tangents on me talking about watching a hentai half asleep and then waking up to the mom killing the daughter. How did we go from graphics cards to hentai verse and egg eating and monster girls? Why are you questioning it? Tangent Friday? Oh, it is Friday. This is ultimately top tier and hence. Hey, if you guys want, I can't stop. You haven't told me to stop, you know. I love the yaps. No, I'm enjoying it. No, just a moment of clarity. I should go to bed soon though. Oh, damn it. We should probably try to go fast over the 50-70 lies. But let me finish this. All the egg talking makes me hungry for breakfast. But it's late enough, I'm hungry, so I've got a bed. I like hearing people talk about things they enjoy, even if the degenerate shenanigans. So yeah, basically they have, it's like, imagine like the whole thing about beating used underwear. It's not just that instead of underwear, it's eggs, and like the place keeps the way how they the place works is that the owners of the place keep the fees of the guys that go and watch the egg laying show, but the girls keep the money from the beats on their eggs. I still can't believe they do that. That's so unbelievably degenerate. The pantsu, I mean. Yeah. So for example, that, and they even go out of their way to explain that many girls from egg-laying species, even if they're not exactly, well, even if they're not hookers, they still go to these places when they feel like they're gonna lay an unfertilized egg to get the money out of it. And depending on the species of egg-laying girl, they actually can make quite a bit of money, because they keep all the money from the bidding on the eggs they drop. The pantsu, I mean, yeah, not my thing, honestly. And in the anime, it's actually really funny because the only guy. Would me lady do that when it's time for her to lay Easter eggs? No. So the episode is really funny because the guys went to an egg laying show, because basically the guys, what they do is review brothels of other species, and they went there, and the only guy that enjoyed the show was the lamia, the snake guy. It's egging time. The other guys in the group didn't understand it at all. And it gets even funnier because it starts with a... because it shows a scaly girl. It was a crocodile girl, another crocodile girl, a funny-looking penguin girl. And as time went on, the girls that went onto the show were like weirder and weirder until it got to the point where they was just an anemone. An anemone? It was pretty much, it wasn't even an anemone girl. It was just an anemone. Anemone? Yeah, anemone. Like, it's like the joke is that it wasn't even like a cute anemone girl. It was just an anemone throwing eggs in the air. And the guys were like, this was a mistake, I don't get it. And the Lamia guy, of course, not only enjoyed it for the egg laying part, he also bought an egg and just ate it fresh out of the girl. So basically, to keep guys like the Lamias away from their actual fertilized eggs, they put up these shows and sell their unfertilized eggs to basically keep the predators away from their children. And yes, that can be interpreted the other way. But it is mostly to actually keep the snakes from eating their babies. Though the human and the elf guys, like, they're the main reviewers. They, if I remember correctly, they flat out admitted that they wouldn't eat. Like, they don't have an issue. Like, they don't have an issue with the whole eating egg thing, but they didn't seem particularly interested in eating a bird maiden egg, if you will, even if it was an unfertilized one. Though, and when the angel guy actually questions the ethics of going about eating the eggs of these demi-human species, Stonka points out that you don't think about that when a girl swallows your stuff, right? It's pretty much the same thing. These eggs are never going to become children, so it's not really an issue. And that is an anime only scene. If you get to a restaurant, unless they tell you, you won't know what kind of egg they serve you. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like eggs all know the same. Oh Lord. Could be ostrich. Eggs are more or less the same flavor-wise from different accounts. The difference is just how much cholesterol they may have. But pretty flower. Anemone coronaria. Cute. Pretty. We were talking about an anemone putting up a show. Not an anemone girl, just an anemone. That is an animal. I know it's an animal. I was showing the other one. Oh. No. I mean, it's generally just chicken because that's the cheapest and easiest. Oh, those anemone flowers, right? I forget those exist. That's not. This is not an animal. This is a plant. Why must language be confusing at all times? I mean, it kind of looks like the animal. Don't you think? Look at it side by side. Look at these two side by side. They kind of look, they're kind of similar in a way. I mean, kind of, but not really. I mean, kiwis. Do you think the bird looks like the fruit or the fruit looks like the bird? Though these one, they do look a bit more like the bird. Neither? The fruit probably looks like the bird. I definitely think they look alike though. Bird meat is a vegetable. That's actually what you have to go with in Nahui Miklan when Kukulkan said she was never going to eat meat, and then in the next scene she was eating chicken sandwiches. Ah, New Zealanders and their fruity cousins. What is this chicken sandwich thing? Okay, end of the degenerate tangent. I just thought either she didn't know what a chicken is or she just a goober. So the Russian chicken is vegetable.
Day and said, mediocre, lukewarm. Wait for the 9070 XT and non-XT reviews tomorrow. But instead, we get to start with talking about line and marketing. And then we can read all of the numbers. Do you see how this works, Nvidia? And now we're going to get into the rest of the review as normal. The RTX 5070 is supposed to have an MSRP of $550. Now there's an elephant in this room, and we all know how Jensen Huang feels about elephants.
4 elephants.
Elephants? What?
1 GPU.
What?
It's hard to say what will actually be available for street pricing, but basing off of only MSRP, that makes this card $50 higher than the MSRP of the RTX 3070 at its launch in 2020, and $50 cheaper than the RTX 4070's launch MSRP of $600. This kind of looks like a patterned stutter stepping where Nvidia will go a little too high, it'll overshoot on a generation. The next one it comes...
I'm sure it made slightly more sense in context. Probably.
down, and then it creeps back up a little bit higher. And so you end up with this gradual stuttered step of price increases. We saw this from 10 to 20, 20 to 30, and 30 to 40, and now we're seeing it again. But the RTX 5070 GPU has an advertised 6,144 CUDA cores, a 192-bit bus, and 12 gigabytes of GDDR7 memory. It might even have all of the ROPs. The 5070 Ti has an MSRP at $750 and carries 16 gigabytes of GDDR7 memory on a 256-bit bus. So there's more bandwidth, there's a little bit more capacity, and there's an increase to 8,960 CUDA cores, and it has the surprise mechanic of maybe not having all of the ROPs. Clocks on the 5070 are advertised at 2.51 gigahertz
ROPs.
boost. Now, it felt like the world didn't have enough absurdity in it today, so we went and looked at Newegg. Here's how it breaks down. There are 5 MSRP models for the 5070 Ti on Newegg right now, which is
16 gigs for that much money. I mean, I can't say anything because Sakura cost me quite a bit, but Damn, even with the extra pricing for the aesthetics tax, there's no justification, Nvidia.
Is just enough to technically claim that MSRP exists. The rest of them are all higher, often $900 and over. Board partners have now directly repriced their cards, with video cards noticing that MSI had eliminated all of its $750 5070 Ti cards just before the 5070 launches. Interestingly though, as we write this review, following the video cards news post, MSI has now reintroduced two $750 models, dropping from $820 and $840 to $750.
Even the 5080 over 1K bucks, only 16 gigs. Nvidia keeps getting away with it because people keep buying, telling them they can get away with it. The way to stop is just not buying at those prices.
Nvidia has historically applied pressure to partners to make MSRP units available, so it wouldn't surprise us if the video card story triggered a reaction to keep two models available. They can also achieve this with rebates. Anyway, as for things available right now, as in you can actually buy—
Dear God, Steve, use dark mode, my eyes. They got used to the crypto miners propping them up.
We found the RX 7800 XT Pulse for $530, and that's it. That is all we found. When we sorted Newegg from $450 to $650 for in-stock and sold first party by Newegg, meaning no third parties, no unavailable models, all we got were a bunch of refurbished units and the 7800 XT Pulse. So it really is crazy right now, and we'll talk about that a little more in the next two reviews and the conclusion of this one. We're gonna get into the benchmarks though. This review contains most of the games that we benchmark. We've reintroduced some of the ones that we didn't show the last couple of reviews because we're prepping for the 9070 and 9070 XT, so we need that full picture suite to see how the cards behave in different types of games.
Is that a 5090? It's actually kind of small. Not that I'm complaining, but how do I put this? That is AMD. No, I remember Steve showed in another video, showed that 50, something like a 5090, that small. Sapphire is only AMD.
This one. We're going to get into the benchmarks though. This review contains most of the games that we benchmark. We've reintroduced some of the ones that we didn't show the last couple of reviews because we're prepping for the 9070 and 9070 XT, so we need that full picture suite to see how the cards behave.
I need to look for the video because I remember Steve reviewing one that was like just very, very small.
Types of games. We currently have around 50 to 60 GPUs or so tested for this lineup with this bench. In the last
my electricity bill went up to $600 year long instead of in the summer. Sorry Nvidia, I like you way more than the other guys, but IRL is too expensive, not happening. I'm kinda glad that by being in Ballad some stuff is cheap. I have to according to Bonnie Mama, our electricity bill actually went down, so I don't know how to explain it. Nezuko is overclocked. How does the bill actually go down? Why are you laughing, children? What did I say? Oh, the size stuff, yeah. Even Steve was actually kinda baffled because it was a small card and it's supposed to be like a 5090 or something like that. So even he was kinda confused about the whole size thing. Oh, just the 9070 thing? Oh, okay. Maybe the QL price was down a bit. Maybe.
Have 2 months or so now, and so because of that, it's too many cards, and the charts you won't be able to read them on the screen, so we have to remove some stuff. And so here's what we went through and did. We've added the 7900 GRE. We won't be spending time talking about it today because it'll be replaced tomorrow and will likely be a key comparison tomorrow for the 9070 series, but it's on the charts. We're removing either the 4080 or the Super in every chart, but keeping the other. We'll favor the Super where we have data for it. That's because these GPUs are within 1 to 3% of each other, and it's not worth the chart space to have two versions of the same card. We're also removing the 2080 Ti, 2080 Super, and 2080. Most of these results are already available in our previous charts for the 5070 Ti review. Those are directly comparable to these. You can pull them both up if you want to access that data. We're removing the 5080 with the missing ROPs. You can find that in a standalone video, also directly comparable. And of course, we're removing the 9070 and the XT because we can't show that data until tomorrow, though we can show the footage of it. But as for the data, can't show it yet. Not that we've looked at it or know where the 9070 or 9070 XT land, and certainly we wouldn't reference it in vague, ambiguous ways at all anywhere in the really dense charts section. And you're just gonna have to check back, and there's not gonna be any hints. Let's get into it. Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail is up first for a traditional raster title at 4K, without any bullshit to artificially inflate the numbers. This game is actually playable on most modern hardware at this resolution, the way it's supposed to be. The RTX 5070 ran at 78 FPS average, landing it right between the 4070 Ti and the 4070 Ti Super. Maybe we should call it the 4070 Ti V3 instead. The 50...
Billy has a graphics card? Look over here under the 7800 XT rev. This actually checks out too. Huh. I mean, it's not that FF14 is exactly a graphic intense game and stuff, even after the graphics upgrade.
4070 Ti outperforms the brand new RTX 4070 Ti V3 Blackwell Edition by 25% here. The 4070 Ti Super is ahead by 11%, and the 7900 XT by 6%. Going by name only and ignoring the fact that you're getting less for more these days from Nvidia, the generational leader of the 47...
Let me look for it, I'm curious. Colorful RTX 3070 Billy. Huh. There is a Billy graphics card. Okay, this backplate is kinda cute, but this backplate is kinda cute, but not a fan of overall. Esports edition. There is a Zenitsu graphics card. Admittedly, not my taste. Zenitsu graphics card. From the whole Kimetsu no Yaiba set. It honestly looks like something you'd find out there anywhere, to be honest. My old 1660 Ti is struggling with new games these days. Honestly, Phantom, maybe you can get, I'm pretty sure you can get a decently priced 30 series by now. That little bitch is so annoying. I don't like the color scheme. It's not my thing. Sorry, Zenitsu. Zenitsuchu.
Is 30%, or 48% over the 3070, 118% over the 2070, and 244% over the Pascal 1070. Unfortunately for Nvidia, the 5070 is not better than the 4090, but if we were to be artificially intelligent and actually intellectually dishonest, it might be.
Amazon's got the 3060s for $300. That's not bad. You know, Phantom, like well, I'm not pressuring on anything, but I think you can get a good upgrade at a reasonable price now. It really isn't, assuming you have 300. Well, of course, yeah, but comparing to how it was years ago, that's not bad at all. I'd say that it is worth to get an upgrade, Phantom. Though, if you want to still get the most out of your 1660 Ti, go for it.
The 9070s will be on this chart tomorrow. At 1440p, the RTX 5070 Ti's lead over the 5070 is reduced to 22% from 25% at 4K. The 5070 is also reduced in its advantage over the 4070 Ti, now just 1% from around 6% at 4K. From 150 FPS to 172 FPS, we now have 3 GPUs. From Nvidia, that is. If you want to make Nvidia look as ridiculous as possible, you could maximize the size of the clown car by drawing a box from the 4080 Super at 202 FPS to the 4070 Fe at 117 FPS. The result is 7 modern Nvidia GPUs spanning an 85 FPS range, all fresh from clown school. Divided evenly, that would be 1 GPU for every 12 FPS. In this situation, though, 4 of them land within a 36 FPS range. The 5070 Ti, 4070 Ti Super, 5070, and 4070 Ti mean you can dial it in to the individual decimals if you were so picky about your performance. The 7900 XT lands in the middle of all of these and has a 12% lead over the RTX 5070.
If you're that worried about decimals, that's a special kind of tism.
Assuming all the ROPs are present on the 5070. And the 5070 is, again, not better than the 4090.
RTX 5070, 4090 performance. Are you guys with me?
No.
Hi, am I alone?
Yes.
Remarkably, we still have okay scaling at 1080p for most of these GPUs. The fact that the 9800 XTD allows the 5090 and the 4090 to still have a slight gap at 1080p really speaks volumes to how actually exciting AMD's 9800 X3D is. Anyway, back to the flunky problem child, which is GPUs just in their entire...
Okay, now I know why we got into the hentai tangent. Turtleman saying that I was like a horny kid with ecchi, but it was me with technology instead. So this really is all on you, Turtleman.
The 5070 ran this workload at 225 FPS average and fell below the 4070 Ti. No wonder Nvidia wants everyone using MFG. The 4090 predictably outperforms the 5070 massively. It's a 67% gap here. The 7900 XT now has a reduced lead of 9%. Black Myth will call that 4K.
So you are to blame if the stream suddenly goes poof.
Rasterized had the 5070 at 40 FPS average, giving the 5070 Ti a 27% lead. The 5070 really struggled in this one and ended up tied with the 4070 Ti and,
all this tech
to its
talk
benefit,
make her
the 7900
roll,
XT. I'm curious to see how the 9070 does in this one. Surely we don't already know as we're writing this,
really hard
and definitely haven't looked at the results.
And
in no way would we ever encourage you to just wait and see what the results are tomorrow if we knew, but we don't, and so we will still encourage you to do that. If we were to randomly multiply the frames, then the 5070 would be better than the 4090, until you randomly multiply the 4090 with lossless scaling. Jensen's claim is like a schoolyard argument. The 5070 is infinity times better.
Wait for it.
What?
Wait for it.
At 1440p, we reintroduce other 70 class cards of the past. The 5070 FE ran at 72 FPS average with frame time pacing unremarkable, meaning fine. The 5070 is tied with the 4070 Ti and 7900 XT. Generationally, by name only, the 5070 improves on the 4070 by 22%, the 3070 by 58%, and the 2070 non-super by 137%. The 5070 Ti leads the 5070 by 21% here. Let's go faster through these. The 1080p result for Black Myth has the 5070 down at 98 FPS average, allowing the 4070 Ti a gain to a 2% lead. The 5070 Ti is ahead by 17.6% here,
sure.
assuming all of the
Oh yeah? Well, I hit you infinity +1.
ops are present. Against the prior cards containing 70 naming, the 5070 is ahead of the 4070 by 18%, the 3070 is 63 FPS average by 56%, and the 2070 is 43 FPS by 126%. Starfield at 4K is up now. The 5070 ran at 54 FPS average here, giving the 4070
I really hope I can see benchmarks with wilds, and I want to see just how good or bad Sakura holds up. Though Sakura has been, when I'm not streaming, Sakura does handle the game pretty well. I love that he mentions the missing arrow piece every time he has to. That is a key factor in performance. He has to mention them, even if for clarification and information duties in regards to the benchmarks and for dunking purposes.
69 FPS average, a 9% lead. It'd be
if it at least had the same memory as the 4090, it might have looked a bit more matching.
interesting if AMD's 9070 performed similarly to the 7900 XT here, since the Hellhound is 20% ahead of the 5070. We'll find out tomorrow. Again, we definitely haven't already looked at the data. The 5070 Ti has a larger lead over the 5070 in this test than the last 1080p benchmark, running a 68 FPS average for a 27% advantage over the 5070 FE. Performance of the 5070 over the 2070's 22 FPS is about 145% ahead. 1440p significantly reduces the 5070 Ti's uplift over the 5070, bringing it down to 22% from the prior 27%. The 7900 XT, which is an important comparison in this test for reasons that might be comparable to other cards coming out, runs at 98 FPS average with comparable lows to its neighbors. That has it.
You know, I'm gonna confess that I also was considering, like, during that donathon to get the 7900 XT, maybe save a bit more and get that, but the only reason I didn't get it was because the Yeston only has the 7900 XT in the Sakura Sugar version. There is no like regular Sakura series 7900 XT. And but this is my, like, the Sakura is my dream graphics card. This is what I wanted. Also, one of the reasons I wanted to start with, that I started VTubing to begin with. Maybe one day I'll get this. So I know there's more performance with the with Sugar, but I want to stay with the OG waifu card. I do some benchmark videos focused on WoWs.
18% ahead of the RTX 5070's 83 FPS average. As for the 4070, the 5070 leads by a paltry 10.6%, then 48% over the 3070's 56 FPS. At 1080p, the 5070's 104 FPS average
I do see some. Oh, okay.
Between the 4070 and 4070 Ti again, with an unimpressive 9% improvement on the 4070. The gap shrinks as the resolution decreases in this game. The 5070 Ti is now ahead by only 19%, down from 27% at 4K. As for AMD, its RX 7900 XT is 15% ahead here, down slightly from the 1440p advantage. Dragon's Dogma 2 at 4K is next. This game is relatively heavy on the GPU in our test area, but is unique for its ability to also produce a heavy CPU load in cities. The RTX 5070 ran at 56 FPS average here, and had good frame time pacing represented in the lows. But then again, so did everything around it, so it's proportional. The 5070 very slightly leads the 4070 Ti. As for the 4090, we're still somehow not matching the 4090, which is up at 98 FPS. We must have mistyped the equals 5070 times 4 formula that Jensen prescribed for reviewers.
Impossible without the 4 teraops of AI.
The 5070 Ti leads the 5070 by a much larger 31% in this benchmark, producing one of the most notable jumps yet. The 3090 Ti ran at 64 FPS for a 14% lead over the 5070, which might seem totally non sequitur and unrelated, but it isn't. You'll find out why soon. Anyway, the 7900 XT held a 61 FPS average in this one, and the XTX was just past the 5070 Ti. Dragon's Dogma 2 at 1440p has the 5070 basically tied with the 4070 Ti again.
That's
the
another
7900
one
XT's
that's...
104 FPS average is just a 9% lead here, with the 4070 Ti Super a slight step above that. The 5070 Ti has a 25% lead over the 5070 here, posting one of its better 1440p comparative results. Somehow, and we don't know how this happened, the RTX 4090 just seems to be better than the 5070. That's, again, it's so weird. There just must be something wrong. Maybe we should run Nvidia multi-fraction generation to divide the 4090 down to a 5070.
With that kind of performance, I'm going to hire AI next time.
At 1080p, the 5070's 126 FPS average has it just behind the 4070 Ti. The 7900 XT leads by only 7% here, with the 5070 Ti knocked down to a 21% lead from 25% at 1440p. The 5070 Ti's 151 FPS average is also about the same as the 7900 XTX, which has its own slight advantage. As for the 4090, well, ours really must be broken, because again, it's just not making the 5070 look good enough.
I wonder if this can play Crisis. Only gamers know that.
Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty's up now. We have a more limited data set with this because we updated the game recently and we've been working on rerunning everything. At 4K, the 5070 ran at 41 FPS average. That put it 6% ahead of the 4070 Ti and 144% ahead of the 2070, or 68% ahead of the 24 FPS result of the 3070. As for the 5070 Ti, its 50 FPS average gives it a 22% lead here, with the 7900 XTX ahead of that at 57 FPS average. The 7900 XT has a noteworthy 13% lead over the 5070 here. At 1440p, the 5070 ran at 89 FPS average and had lows at 75 FPS 1% and 71 FPS 0.1%. The 5070 Ti at 108 FPS average is about 21% ahead,
4090
not changing much from 4K.
At 500
the 700
bucks.
XT is ahead of the 5070 in
steal.
average 1% and 0.1% lows, holding a 12% lead in average frame rate alone. Once again, the 4070 Ti basically ties the 5070, with the latter slightly ahead this time. 1080p reintroduces other 70 class cards. The 5070 Ti ran at 167 FPS average, with the 5070 at 138. That's still 21% there. The 4070 hasn't been rerun here yet, but the 3070 is present at 85 FPS,
Nvidia
yielding a 62% lead to the 5070, followed by the 2070 at 60 FPS for 130%. Then the GTX 1070 at 35.
With the month-long break in China for New Year, didn't do them any favors. But they really got too cocky just because scalpers were buying whatever they offered at whatever price they put on. Well, surprise, surprise! Crypto's crashed. Nobody's going to get caught, or at least that's what we used to think, at those kind of prices. Scalpers are not getting the cards anymore. If anything, they're trying to get rid of the current cards they have because they're losing that much money, and nobody is buying those used cards either, because they're gonna be run through the mud with that much farming. Back in my day, PS3s were too hard to get a hold of at launch for similar reasons, and they missed half their own hype. By the time they were readily available, it was already good anyways.
FPS average. That's about 293% improved to the 5070. And these RX 7900 XT seems like it'll be particularly relevant soon. This one ran at 150 FPS average, with lows expected at 116 and 104. That's an 8.8% improvement over the 5070. Dying Light 2 is up now. This is another of the heavier games, especially with RT later. At 4K, the 5070 ran at 56 FPS average and struggled in this title, allowing the 5070 Ti an advantage of 25%. The 7900 XT doesn't look great by comparison here at 55 FPS average itself. As for the 4070 Ti, it's again roughly equal. 1440p has the 5070 at 106 FPS average, now trading places with the 7900 XT. The 5070 Ti's lead is reduced to 22%, with the 4070 Ti now falling slightly behind the 5070. By generational naming, the 4070 ran at 78 FPS average, so the 5070 is 36% better. The 3070 was at 67 FPS average, or 60% better on the 5070 today. Resident Evil 4 is up last for raster testing, and we're almost through these. At 4K, the 5070 78 FPS average has it just behind the 4070 Ti that we've been tracking. It's also about 6 FPS ahead of the 7800 XT, so measurably different but functionally equal. The 5070 Ti is 107 FPS average positions at 36% ahead in this one, which is a huge gain and among the largest we've seen. The 700 XT seems like a good and definitely very relevant soon comparison for AMD, landing at 100 FPS average and leading the 5070 by 28%.
If you mean
at 1440p, the 5070.
If you mean from graphics cards, the way called skip because it must be game by game. Wukong. Oh, this is what I'm interested. Thermals. Not a big generation jump. Come on. No. Come on.
We'll keep thermals short and simple. Using our usual benchmark of Port Royal at 4K and looping, we measured the 5070 FE at steady state at around 74 degrees Celsius for GPU core temperature. The memory temperature was about 76 degrees. Both of these numbers are acceptable. Memory's well within spec and is completely fine here.
Ooh. That's... No es... Eso no es bueno.
Core has some room for a hotter case, as in computer case. The core temperature isn't impressive, but it is acceptable, and there's a little bit of buffer there. The 5070 FE's fans ran at about 2500 RPM to maintain this temperature. We skipped acoustic testing this time, since we have the two 9070 reviews to get through. So for efficiency, as usual, we used power interposers, PMD2.
Not tragic, but definitely shows that a lot of the performance gain is just wattage.
In between the GPU and the power supply. That means we're...
So basically, it's almost literally all steam and no horsepower.
Intercepting slot power and the PCIe power through the cables, and we do that so that we can isolate the GPU entirely, measure its power consumption during a workload, and then we take the frame rate numbers to do some simple math and produce an efficiency number. So in these charts, you'll get a few things. You get the total power consumption for that workload in watts, and then you also get its efficiency in FPS per watt, not workload normalized, so we allow it to run at the frame rate that it can naturally run at. For efficiency with Final Fantasy XIV at 4K, we ended up with this data. This chart isn't as dense as our 1440p chart that's up next. The 5070 FE ran at 0.33 FPS per watt here, pulling 233 watts during the workload. The 5070 Ti pulled...
We call the power efficiency. Not very efficient. Tomorrow, conclusions for now. We could watch 50 series melting cables, real quick compilation. Nvidia 50 series melting cables. Oh, this is from 2 years ago, 1 month ago. Can your PSU cope? Do you have melting, do you have cable gore? $4090. Ooh. Well, there is 4040 series. Let's see if this 5090. I avoid melting power cables nowadays. Just don't get an Nvidia. Easy. The Vtuber has a good video. Okay. Oh, it's this guy. There he was. The Reddit post, the damaged cable. So let's watch.
First, we will get to Ivan's case.
The real user error is with Nvidia. It's never their fault. It's always your fault. Though let's watch the conclusions real quick.
4070 and the 5070. One thing's for certain though, Nvidia's marketing about the 5070 versus the 4090 is wrapped in bullshit and built on a foundation of manure, which is, I guess, only fitting for a company whose CEO is constantly wearing leather jackets.
Do you like my jacket?
No.
So that's it for the benchmarks. A lot of benchmarks. We added more efficiency than we've had the last several reviews. Again, because we're prepping for AMD to re-enter the scene, and we've gotten the efficiency charts built up now. So anyway, the current buying experience is completely insane. It matches that COVID era boom where things went crazy. It also kind of matches the 2017 or so.
That's what Boeing said about the pilots of the planes that nosedived to the ground no matter what the pilots did, after Boeing knew what happened. Absolutely
Crypto mining
evil.
boom, both of which depleted supply. We're seeing that again. Definitely disheartening to see. But anyway, it's crazy. It's crazy to go to Newegg and sort by $450 to $650, which used to be like one of the most popular categories. I mean, far enough back, it was the flagship high end, but more recent history, it's been sort of that modern mid-range, really popular price category, especially if you start down at $400, $450, and it's gone. It's all gone. It's the South Park meme.
It's gone. It's all gone.
What's all gone?
The money in your account. It didn't do too well. It's gone.
What do you mean? I have $100.
Not anymore, you don't. Poof.
There's nothing left. It's the 7800 XT Pulse and a bunch of refurb units, and that was it. So really crazy. It makes it very difficult to evaluate value. Now, fortunately, we're going to wait to do that anyway, because the 9070 and the 9070 XT launch tomorrow when this video goes up, and that's when we're going to evaluate the value of the 5070 and its direct competitors. Broadly speaking, regardless where it lands, we'd say wait for things to cool off. If your current machine can last you a little bit longer, I mean, most people can probably wait at least a day, you'll likely save money as pricing settles. If saving money doesn't matter to you, maybe the time does, because unless you get lucky and snipe an early stock of the cards, you may at least be saving some time. All right, so that's pretty much it. As for the value, we're gonna kick that can to tomorrow's review because we want that data before we really talk about it. I don't know, I need an anchor point to talk about the value, and right now there's not really one. So yeah, we're gonna wait and we'll talk about it then. But either way, we don't think you should buy this card until you learn about the competition, as the on paper price is in similar territory, and we'll see how the in reality prices for both of them. So check back for the 9070 XT and the 9070 reviews. This gets you the basics for now. We'll have a lot more to talk about tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more to support reviews like this.
Let's see melting.
Who posted images of his damaged
cables.
card cable and PSU on Reddit on Sunday. He described in his post how he was playing Battlefield 5 and he saw about 500 to 520 watts under load. He then experienced a burnt smell and shut down his system. Then he investigated everything and he found his card damaged. So in the first image we can see the damaged card with a damaged 12-volt high power cable. Now if we look at the GPU, we can see one burned spot in the socket of the card. And now what was especially interesting is that also the PSU was damaged. So we can see even more damaged spots on the PSU socket. And of course, if we take a look at the cable, it is also damaged on both sides accordingly. It is also important to me that we don't take this case out of context. It is a single case which we want to investigate.
I mainly want to see a video of them testing the stuff, because I want to see the thermal, like the this is what I wanted to see.
we did a video about this.
I want to see the big red and yellow and white spots when testing this. Ugh, I can feel the tech turning your stomach. This video title, the real user is with Nvidia. Yeah, I got it.
After this video, I replaced my cable, so this is maybe half-year-old. And of course, it has seen some GPUs, but not like 100, you know. I also want to clearly show that this cable is fully plugged. There's no gap anywhere visible. And same goes for the GPU side. If we look at this,
PSU.
It's also no gap. Everything is plugged exactly the way it should be. So this should work normal, right? I was originally testing Star Wars Outlaws, which is pulling between 540 to 550 watts on the GPU. To keep it simple, I will just run FurMark for now. We're checking this with the thermal imaging camera, and you will see that right now it's only the motherboard that is warm. So we see center measurement, you can see on the top left. It's just below 50 degrees Celsius.
Oh, he's not making a joke, but he's recommending a different video from this guy. Oh, okay. Still, let me see the fireworks, okay? Let me see the fireworks.
How it's heating up, and it was surprisingly hot. But it was only one cable of the cables that was hot, and then I touched the one next to it, and it was cold. I was like, huh? That doesn't make any sense. And then I grabbed the thermal imaging camera. So we're starting FurMark, and currently, well, you can see it already on the PSU side, how it's heating up. This is after 45 seconds. You can clearly see how two of the wires are getting warm and the rest isn't. That is extremely unusual. And if we switch to the PSU side.
So very, very power low distribution. That's just lazy.
How it's heating up. This is after 45 seconds. You can clearly see how two of the wires.
So very, very poor load distribution. That's just lazy.
Already on the PSU side.
Not per pin power balancing. Seems about right. You can tell I'm almost out of gas. I'm sorry, Turtle Man.
I grabbed the.
But we'll watch a couple fireworks and call it a night.
Thermal imaging camera. So we're starting FurMark. And currently, well, you can see it already on the PSU side, how it's heating up. This is after 45 seconds. You can clearly see how two of the wires are getting warm and the rest isn't. That is extremely unusual. And if we switch to the PSU side, this is 1 minute of load. 1 minute of load, and we see over 120 degrees Celsius on the connector side on the PSU.
123 Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Celsius. No, I'm good. And you don't have to stop when I go to bed. There's plenty of more people here. I'm gonna get to sleep soon myself. It's okay, Eric. Glad you were able to make it to the stream. Degen tangent aside. Holy shit, I think that's baking temperatures at that point. You can bake something with those temps.
Warm and the rest isn't. That is extremely unusual. And if we switch to the PSU side, this is 1 minute of load. 1 minute of load, and we see over 120 degrees Celsius on the connector side on the PSU.
Oh, sorry. Let me check the Celsius to Fahrenheit. Celsius to Fahrenheit. 271. Well, more or less around that, yeah. Ooh, that's
20 degrees Celsius.
That's bad. That's malo.
On the connector side on the PSU.
That is unholy.
It's difficult to get something this tiny on the thermal imaging camera, but you can see that it's just those two wires. The rest is staying cold. But those specific ones, I can definitely feel it, which means
Not
Yeah,
good.
the estimated 50 degrees. That seems correct. In hardware info, you see 575 watts. That's the normal TDP of the card, the max TDP. Temperatures are looking really good for firmware. It's like 52 degrees on the GPU, 52 on the memory. That's all fine. Time in firmware, it's just above 3 minutes. And if we're switching again to the PSU side, it's now 4 minutes.
Ooh.
It is above 140 degrees Celsius on some of these after 4 minutes.
This is violence.
150. And if we are filming into the 12-volt high power connector of the card, which is a bit more difficult to do, I also spotted already 90 degrees Celsius here, not even after 10 minutes. I separated the wires to make it a little bit simpler. So the left ones are ground wires, and all the right ones are the ones that are carrying the 12 volt. This means there has to be an uneven current distribution. So we have to measure the current with this current clamp. This,
Just like Turtleman said, the lazy power distribution. I miss Bonnie already, but I'm thankful that I was able to spend most of my work shift with us all. Ah, thank you, Phantom. Imagine a Monhound 6-hour session on this crap. Ooh. I hope Steve does something like that to see if he can actually burn a 5090. Just for the fuck of it.
wire goes above, well, 23 amps with this wire. This is also one of the wires that is getting really hot. Then the next one, oh nice, this one is doing 2 amps, so basically nothing. This one is doing 5 amps. (11, 10, so in between. 8 amps. And this one is 3 amps. And after seeing this, I kind of thought, okay, this looks extremely similar. Like, this looks like a worst case of what is happening to me right now. Because if I'm measuring 22 amps across one of the wires, which should normally carry, I don't know, 6 to 8 amps, then something
It seems I'm gonna have to get one of those heat cameras and all this equipment just to monitor Nezuko not catching up, not randomly combust for this stuff. Bro, hand me the soldering iron. I can do better than this. Bonnie, what's the game you have the most hours in? Actually, I could check that in a real quick. Let me check my library. Multiplayer, unplayed, casual, gamepads, trading cards, sports, talks, friends. I wonder if I can see by hours played. Just skip the RTX 5K and you'll be fine. Actually, how do I look for a... Blade. 4090s were melting those cables too. Thankfully, she's an AMD bunny. Oh, I thought Nvidia was cool, but when I saw the melting cable stuff, I said, nope. Actually, I cannot see stuff by hours played. Oops. Sort by... Okay, hours played. Let me see. You wouldn't believe what I've played the most. And it's been a while. Action time, I mean. 779 hours. And I haven't played for a good while. Gotcha? Gotcha. Technically, yeah. I should probably go back to it. They released Francis. Huh? That does make sense. That was your bread and butter at debut, right? Yeah, it was. The game is actually not bad. Turtleman is right. It was my bread and butter at debut. So yes. I don't have a convenient tracker since I've mostly been a console gamer, but I'm sure mine will be either Ocarina of Time or Skyrim. Next is Monster Hunter World, 334 hours. Then is The Hunter. I have 2k hours in Crusader Kings 2, 1.7k in Total War Warhammer 3. Damn, Eric. Palworld 121 hours. Monhun Wilds 118 hours. Cold Vein 87 hours. Grand Strategy, nice. Skyrim 67 hours. Cult of the Lamb 56 hours. Neo 53. Isaac 40. Melty Blood Type Lumina 37. 35 hours in the Monhun Wilds beta. 26 hours in Little Witch no beta. 23 hours in Man-Eater. 19 hours in PoE 2. 10 hours in Plague Inc. 9 hours in Hunt Showdown. 8 hours in Class of 09. 7 hours in Faith. 6 hours in Party Animals. 5 hours in World of Horror. 5 hours in Noita. 4 hours in Silent Hill 2 Remake. 3 hours in Marbles on Stream. 3 hours of Fall Guys. 2.1 hours on Death. 115 minutes on Crime Boss. 18 minutes on PoE 1. 30 minutes in Bunhouse. And I only got an installed but not played Doronko Wanko and Saya no Uta. How many of those have you finished? Palworld doesn't have an ending, mind you. Neither does Isaac. Well, Isaac does have different endings, but technically Isaac does not have an ending. Hey, how many Vtubers actually finished their game? And I technically already finished Monster Hunter Wilds main story. And Monster Hunter World. And the Hunter has no story. Cold Vein I finished. Cult of the Lamb 2. Type Lumina has technically has no story either. Man-Eater I finished. Finished Little Witch Noveda. Not max rank yet? Not max rank yet. I'm sorry, Izari, I need to go back to PoE 2. Admittedly. Plague Inc. doesn't have an ending either. But I kept losing because I exterminated humanity except for fucking Iceland. They always somehow manage to fucking survive. And Madagascar. I finished Act 1 of Faith. I need to finish Act 2 and 3. Party Animals has no ending. And World of Horror technically has no end either. So mostly games that have no ending. fuck Iceland, fuck Madagascar, fuck Greenland. You know the pain, Eric. You know the pain. You went deadly a bit too early? No! It's never too early to go deadly. My trick back in the day was to get 100% infection before mutating any symptoms. A strategy that's completely impossible in real life, of course. I used to play that on my phone. Nice. So yeah, technically the games I play, most of them have no ending. BRB. New idol meeting. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so we saw some fireworks. Let's watch some more fireworks. Or rather, the end results. Welcome back.
Melted, and not only the connectors themselves. And if you think about that, I was seeing 150 degrees Celsius on the PSU side after like 5 minutes, I would guarantee if I run this for like an hour, that something would go.
You know, it's actually interesting thinking back about my played hours, that after all this time I have not after all this time I have not come nearly anywhere close to to my to my hours in action time and in any other game. Welcome back. Yeah, it's actually interesting. Like with how much I've played Monster Hunter and The Hunter, I'm still nowhere. I'm just barely half of it. I'm just barely halfway through the time and in hours. Okay.
Wrong. I don't want to kill my stuff right now. It's only my only Founders Edition, so that would be not a good plan. But this is absolutely concerning. This is absolutely concerning. The imbalance between the different cables, between the different pins, is a huge problem from what I can see. And I will definitely unplug the...
Hard to beat regularly streaming just 2 games for, what, a year or so?
Cable on the PSU side in a second after the video, or after this take, so we can inspect if something already melted. I don't think so, because it was only this very, very short time, but this could be a problem. So currently, still seems undamaged, luckily. I don't want to recap all the specs and the issues that the 12-volt high-power connector probably has.
He was actually worried enough to actually check that indeed it didn't burn the thing. Operation under load. Test with a new cable. I want to see fireworks though. I want to see funny lights and stuff. Well, yeah, 166 is literally baking, and he was brushing it up against that.
Unusual power distribution. It was just not as bad or as big as in my case, but then, you know, just plugging the same connector again, it was suddenly 7 amps and 8 amps between the pins. Jay also tested this behavior in his current video, and he verified
Jay. We have to look at Jay stuff.
With an RTX 5090 from Zotac, and he also could find an uneven current distribution. Again, not as bad as in my case, but as you can see, 3 out of the 6 pins were running outside of the spec of max 9.5 amps, which just shouldn't be the case.
Whoa. 7.8, 7.9, 8, okay, not terrible. 6.2, 12.1, 10.5, 7.9, 10.7.
So not as bad as Verbauer's, but still pretty inconsistent.
And while the problem in his case was much smaller than what I was seeing, it just highlights exactly the same behavior of you plug the connector and you have pin 1 here, have 3 amps under load, and then you just plug it again and suddenly you have 8 amps on pin 1. That is more than 200% difference between just plugging the same connector twice. And that is just exactly what I mean, which is concerning.
Oh.
And also that one of his...
We should actually go over this, because this is another...
We're gonna need
talking about exploding stuff. 2 months ago. Speaking about the exploding things. Reddit's catastrophic failure. That's Reddit, alright. What happened? Receive message to the audience. Damage report. Let's see, let me look if there is a... Oh, there we go.
Remember the video we just put out about this connector burning up on people, like I was concerned about, but I was crazy by being concerned about it, apparently. I said in that video I didn't want to try and recreate it myself because I don't want to cause damage to any of our 4090s. But you know what? Damn it, we gotta try. We gotta.
You know, I actually respect that in Gamers Nexus case, they actually sacrificed some of the power supplies they got for that one power supply issue. About power supply issue. I respect them willing to sacrifice that money for the sake of informing people and showing that it does happen. It does happen. Stuff actually blowing up with a spark and a crack is pretty damn rare. Those PSUs were nuts. Yeah. Like you said back in the day, like, it's one thing that those amount of, like, it's within the margin of error, but the fact that Gamers Nexus got 50% of the PSUs they bought actually got that problem, that is actually very concerning. That is either some terrible gacha luck, or there's even more PSUs with that problem that they actually care to admit.
Apparently. I said in that video I didn't want to try and recreate it myself because I don't want to cause damage to any of our 4090s. But you know what? Damn it, we gotta try. We gotta try. Because we need to know what the conditions are.
Look at that break.
There's still some residue on this because I was trying to do some AC overclocking, which, by the way, I can't come anywhere near anybody's score because I sucked this time around, but that's besides the point. These are anywhere near anybody's score because I sucked this time around, but that's besides. I was trying to do some AC overclocking, which, by the way, I can't come anywhere near anybody's score because I sucked this time around, but that's besides the point. These are included with every single 4090 graphics card. So I owe it to my audience and to myself to try and recreate the use case or use cases that can cause these to fail. So if you haven't watched our previous video about these connectors failing on people, and fun fact, ever since that video went live, like 3 or 4 more people have come forward showing photos and proof of their having damage, from light melting to charred. Also too, we're hearing rumors now that AMD is gonna probably pivot and not use this connector anymore, which is great news because when we first talked about the fear of these connectors, it was AMD was basically already planning on using these 12-pin because it was the new PCIe standard. So now it's sounding like AMD is gonna backpedal and not use it, which is awesome. Let Nvidia be all by itself in this crappy ass connector. We talked about the scenario at which to occupy all 4, most people are gonna have to use probably 2 dedicateds and a pigtail. They highly recommend not using pigtails at all, but not many power supplies have 4 dedicated. I mean, most only have 2 dedicated or pigtails that come with their power supply. And this is from a 1500 watt HX 1500i.
That's a problem. You're gonna have to go out of your way to find another 2 of those. And we saw what happened when you use cables that do not belong to the power supply you have. We saw the damage that can cause.
Power supply from Corsair, which in my opinion, because of SLI and stuff, it would be SLI compatible for older cards, obviously. I would think they would have 4 dedicated. So a little bit of a baked in ad, but also I think an important one to talk about at this point is the fact that Cable Mod sells replacement cables that are designed specifically for taking your standard plugs into your power supply end and terminating them to a 12-pin. Now check this out. They even have this neat, like they're pretty. This is metal, by the way. That little cover on there, this is metal. These combs right here are metal. But these are gonna be more compatible, I think, in my opinion, than even Corsair's own cable, because check this out. This one's terminating to 4. This terminates to 4. But as I already showed with Corsair's cable, this is what I've been using all along. This is why I said I haven't personally had any sort of issues with cable. And this is our FLIR setup right here. So we'll be having a FLIR camera on this when we do our testing. These are dedicated pins that are going right into the 12 pin plug, and they're fairly straight. I haven't put any bends or anything on this. But as you can see right here on the power supply end, they terminate to 2 PCI Express plugs, type 4 connectors. And I don't know enough about the spec to know if 4 is necessary, but I always thought, like, wait a minute, if the adapter needs 4, shouldn't this cable also need 4? But I guess it depends on the rail design of the power supply, and this is probably safer for almost like Cooler Master, Cable Mod to have more compatibility with more power supplies on the market, depending on the rail design, to have 4 rather than just 2. Also, too, you can see they pigtail farther down here towards the power supply end, which allows them to have a single cable running to this end in each pin. That way you're not trying to shove like these guys down here trying to shove all these wires into the plugs on that side, which I think is what's...
I mean, it sounds a bit like a shielding on the on that cable, cable maker thing, but he does have a point that the four pins pretty much being together at the end point of the adapter, that and consider the uneven temperature and stuff, that could actually sure does, but I'm pretty sure he's just happy with the product. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that he does have a point, those being like put together directly from the adapter, that's probably gonna cause some of the temp issues, and not to mention with the not helped by the uneven voltage going through the cables and themselves.
Making it delicate. Also too, because it's cable mod, you can have them configured in pretty much any color combination that you want. So you use their configurator, you go on there, you choose the cables that you, cable sleeving type that you want, the colors. This one's a black and gold. It's got kind of a Black Panther-y looking. That's nice. But I love this right here.
That looks gaudy.
They put this on there specifically, one, not to look...
Jay, I know that it's an ad, but come on. Let's see.
So you might have a bend going down, you might have a bend going up. Cable mod's on it, man. If you guys have never heard of cable mod, you definitely owe it to yourself to go and check them out. You can get...
It's not that I can't get cable mod anyway. Maybe I can.
Today even, because it might take a while.
I think your king would approve. I was gonna say, it actually reminded me a bit of Gilgamesh. But he will make the whole thing golden. Let's be honest.
For it to happen, but so they got a couple days use out of it, and then had to RMA, and apparently the RMA process has not been good. So rather than using the screen recording function on my camera and my FLIR attachment, we're just gonna sort of point the camera at it. So what I need to find right now is where the temperature on the plug stops climbing. But as you can see, it is climbing. Now 35C is not that hot. It's really not. But you can see the cable warming up. See that?
Yep.
We also have the emissivity on here set to max.
Black and gold are my favorite colors. You say gaudy, I say absolute drip. The problem is that I see that a lot around here, and it's usually about gaudy people. It's no, under normal circumstances it's not, but nouveau riche, if we could say, and not even. Sometimes not even riche, just nouveau.
It's important to have emissivity on a FLIR set properly. It has to know if it's looking at a reflective surface, semi-reflective, or non-reflective. So the emissivity or reflectivity is important. We're at 42.8, 42.9. Now we started at 26C, which was actually a little warmer than ambient because the card was powered on. Now remember, I don't expect anything to happen here. I have been load testing the crap out of this card. I have been playing around Port Royal, but I've always used this cable, which is gonna be a better, stronger cable than this. And I have always used, like, well, with the exception of the initial reviews, the air conditioner and stuff plugged into it, which makes the card run at like 35C under load. This is expected to be a non-issue, complete non-failure with this setup. I'm just curious as to having a temperature comparison. What happens with this plug and basically a dual wire set, because there's 2 wires going to each one because of the fact that it's a dual plug. But with it having a single plug going into the pin, that's not bent or anything, where does the temperature crap out at? So we just gotta wait till it's done climbing. So I'm gonna call it between 49.5 and 50C is where the plastic connector itself is at. And we're on the flat part of the connector too. I need to point that out. I'm making sure I'm not hitting the clip, because the clip won't be accurate. I'm just to the left of the clip, so right here on the left side. So there it is, right there, 50.5. I'm gonna max the voltage and the power limit up. We have got a decent enough baseline, about 52C. is where we were with that connector. I'm now doing something that is non-recommended. This sleeve is supposed to protect the wires. That's the whole point of it. Not just because everything's coming together, but it's also supposed to protect it from a bend. But as you can see, I've been pulling the heat shrink out, and I already showed you the outside doesn't make a longer radius, which means it has to pull somewhere. So that is the non-recommended way of doing it. This is just not how you should be doing this. But this is kind of like the way someone might do this. To clear a side panel, you would have to do that. Yes, we are doing the Mythbusters.
Sometimes, and especially with the, sometimes with the, and with the sizes of these cards and with these cases, you really have not much space to move stuff around.
Method right now of trying to make it fail, because we need to see where it fails.
Make it fail.
Interestingly enough, the first thing we've noticed is that it's rising in temp fast.
Make it fail like Rachel Zegler did with the Snow White movie.
Faster. I don't know if that has to do with the fact that the card's already warm, but I am pointing at the cable connector itself.
Imagine the claim well, there was other issues, but you are one of the big reasons a Disney movie is destined to flop absolutely fucking hard. Now, let's be fair. It wasn't just hair, just like 80% hair. I don't even like thinking about that shit. Understandable, Eric, but what I mean is, like, holy shit. If I could say that I costed Disney at the very, very, very least $400 million. That is a fucking badge of honor. The absolute flex. Her career is ruined, but I mean, acting it is technically not my career, but that is a flex. Disney sucks. This was just throwing gas on a wood fire. The evil queen is 500% more attractive than Snow White, and the mirror decides to be a Peter and say the 15-year-old is the fairest of them all. Honestly, when you put it that way, it kinda is. Fuck Disney too. I don't get how Disney is so out of touch with what the audience wants. But that's how the original story goes, Eric. But that's just how the original story goes. Snow White was very beautiful. When she hits 14, 15, she's very beautiful, and that's when the queen starts getting jealous because the mirror said she was. The original is from 1812. 15 was not a child in 1812. The original story had sex in it. Admittedly, I don't know the original. But they shouldn't have picked an absolute drop-dead gorgeous woman to be the evil queen. That is something that Hollywood tends to do a lot. Here's the thing, Eric. The queen is explicitly said to be absolutely gorgeous. I think he meant out of touch with the politics and computer dwarves and shit. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Eric, it is kind of that the queen is supposed to be absolutely beautiful. The issue is that Snow White has to be even more beautiful. And in the case of Hollywood and stuff, here's the thing. Hollywood has many beautiful actresses, yes. And so far in all those adaptations or versions of Snow White that we've seen in cinema, the queen is indeed very gorgeous. But here's the thing. Right now, the clear implication is that she's the second fairest, true, but they fucked that one up, right, dude? Here's the thing. Pretty woman, evil and sexy, kinda hard to compete. So let me try to get to the point. The thing is that I'm gonna be honest with you. For a good while, we haven't had drop dead actresses. Drop dead, not drop dead actresses. We have had them, but we haven't had drop dead gorgeous, relatively young actresses. Never mind the whole thing about Snow White being white as snow. Like, so far, like, we have a beautiful actress long-standing, like, fuck, I don't remember which, but I do remember that with each Snow White movie, the evil queen is always like a big-name actress that is drop-dead gorgeous. The problem is that Hollywood... There aren't many young actresses that come even remotely close to how gorgeous the long-standing actresses are. That's the thing. There aren't like absolutely gorgeous that come even close. So whenever we see the Hollywood adaptations of Snow White, the ones that we've had so far, the evil queen will always be absolutely more beautiful than Snow White, because there are no drop dead gorgeous young actresses in Hollywood for a good while now. There is let me see. Snow White and the Hunter. That was one adaptation with Kristen Stewart. Kristen Stewart was Snow White. Who is the evil queen? Fucking Charlize Theron. The idea was that the whole point is that in at least in the original story, like, Snow White was already absolutely beautiful when she was only 15, and the implication is that as time went on, she will only become more and more beautiful. The thing with trying to translate this into reality is that the current generation of young actresses, or at least for a good while now, they're not ugly, but they're not drop dead gorgeous to be a Snow White. Hollywood only has for the perfect casting for the evil queen, because there are a ton of actually talented and gorgeous women to be the evil queen, but there are talented women to be Snow White. Well, debatable with Kristen Stewart, but they're not quite. They're not even remotely as beautiful as the evil queens we've had. An easy solution is to make her 2D. Make the whole movie 2D. That's pretty much it. But Snow White was already 2D, so why do that? But then compare here to Lord Farquaad. So the critical drinker actually pointed something out in regards to Snow White. You have the conundrum that you have a good actress in in Rachel Zegler that is absolutely fucking insufferable and nobody likes. And you have admittedly not, I'm not saying she's a bad actress, but she's not exactly great, amazing. Gal Gadot. She's not exactly up to par, but she is gorgeous and everyone loves her because she doesn't run her mouth. Or at least not as much as Zegler. So you have that conundrum. With a 1938 release, Snow White is by far the oldest Disney princess movie. I'm actually shocked they never tried to remake it. They actually remade 101 Dalmatians first. Chloe Grace Moretz. So Eric, I'm gonna put it like they had to pick an absolutely gorgeous woman to be the evil queen because that is a plot point. The problem is finding a young, talented actress that is, at the very least, as beautiful as the actress that's going to be the evil queen, if not even more beautiful. And I'm gonna say it's hard to do that when you're going against Gal Gadot in terms of beauty. Who's this Chloe? Oh, pretty. Though this is not a good picture. I could see her working as Snow White. Darker hair, but she's not gonna come close to Gal Gadot. Wait, Moretz got a buccal fat removal, she's ruined? So that's what's so weird about her? Oh. If she did that, and yeah, that was not a great thing. Well, she was significantly more attractive than Gal Gadot, in my opinion. So I would say there is nothing wrong to say that the 15-year-old girl is more beautiful than the evil queen. That is the pain of being a woman. Eventually a younger, prettier girl will come and take your place, like it or not. But the thing is that Hollywood Hollywood really had better choices. Disney had better choices, but they had to virtue signal and pick an honestly mid-looking actress with an insufferable attitude to be a kind and benevolent princess. Yeah, Moretz was beautiful before. She had a fair face and cute smile. Unless, of course, you like 15 long after 15, right, lady? Like 15 long, 15. Unless, of course, you like 15 look after 15, right, lady? I'll throw the red guys joke. I stopped aging when I turned. I stopped having birthdays when I stopped aging when I reached 16. Dejé de cumplir años cuando tenía 16. Hoy. Should have been good in a few years ago. So the point I'm trying to make is that there is no honestly good-looking girl, good-looking actress that has the skills to be Snow White. But Disney decided to grandstand and pick that fucking cunt. Segler. Oi. But yeah, the point is that the evil queen is always going to be absolutely gorgeous, because it is a plot point that the queen is absolutely gorgeous. The issue is finding an even more beautiful young actress to be Snow White, or at least one that comes close to the beauty of the long-standing actresses, or the more established actresses that are beautiful. Though Gal Gadot, hell, Angelina Jolie was Maleficent. What else to say? And she did look like Maleficent. I'm fine with a tactative lady as long as the words aren't mind-numbingly stupid. Alas. Sounds like a man problem to find a good-looking girl that won't run her mouth too much. Haley. The actress that was Ariel in the live action, she was pretty. I mean, she was pretty, and she actually didn't run her mouth like Segler. If anything, she was actually very open about loving the original movie, and she was excited about being Ariel. So even if she was basically casted for DEI points, she had a genuine love for the original movie and stuff. Not with Segler. The issue is not that them running their mouth. The issue is what they run their mouth with. Say, like Turtleman says, as long as the words aren't mind-numbingly stupid.
Which has not had heat through it yet. So I don't know why it's rising so much faster. So we just crossed 50. It took like maybe a quarter of the time to get there. Remember, time goes by between takes, and I don't remember what I said. So we're already at 52.2. We're hotter with this plug right now.
Ooh.
Than we were on the other plug. And we have now exceeded the temp where we were, and I haven't moved the power sliders yet. So we're talking a C right now, and this is not like it's...
Oh yeah, we've seen the meme. We have to see the meme. Give me a second. Snow White, Rachel's... Ah, no. Rachel, Segler, Lord, Farquaad. And it does look like the fucking... and it really looks like they cheapened out on costuming and stuff. Like, Snow White's hair in the original animated movie is a style that was worn during the time the movie was released. They shouldn't have tried to make it look like in the animated movie, because it would look like Lord Farquaad. They should have looked into the hairstyle of the time and tried to emulate that. There, in the Spanish speaking, this. Here it is. They should have gone for a more like should have consulted or looked for hairstyles of the time that were similar to what Snow White had, and try to go with that. Also, the lack of red ribbon does not help the Farquaad look here in Zegler's case. In the Spanish-speaking side of things, like here in Latin America, like there is like entertainers or people that like basically in children's parties, that performers in children's parties and stuff, and Disney princesses are pretty popular. And let me tell you, like the ladies that try to be Snow White, the performance as Snow White in these parties, they actually look more closely and are better. They have better costumes for this stuff than what Disney pulled with this. Also, the low-key implication that Disney think that all Latinos are brown. They didn't style the hair properly, is what I feel. Actually, we can look at this. Snow White Disney wig. I'm pretty sure there are better wigs out there. Something like this. The parks had stuff like this. At this point, just replace her by CGI Farquaad and we'll see any difference. Something like this. Look, this is very good. This one here is very good. Every picture, Zegler looks dead-eyed. That's modern women for you. Alright, I'm dead. I need to sleep. Have a good night, everyone, or morning, as it may be in some of your time zones. Have a good night, Toodleman. Like this wig in particular looks very good. Let me see if I can move. Like this wig, this Etsy wig actually looks very good. The costuming and stuff for Zegler looks so fucking budget. Oh, let me go with this. Let me show you real quick. This. Look, this cool. Well, it's not as good as the other one that I highlighted, but this still works too. But then we go back to Lord Farquaad. So yeah, it looks cheap. Cheap as hell. There are porn parodies with better costuming.
Not within spec. That's about capped out now. We're gonna call it there. Now we're gonna max the voltage and the power limit. Okay, so 50, high 55s, 55.8, 55.9. It might hit 56 right here. I'm gonna go ahead and push up the clock now. Okay, we're speeding again. It's starting the test. Capped out at about 54C. It's down to 51 and going down because the test crashed. Fun fact, that the little side effect, the only thing I've noticed so far is it's actually less stable at a lower clock with the adapter. I don't know if it has something to do with the pigtail. I really have no idea. It hit about 55C. That is not enough, anywhere near enough to cause a failure there. I'm adding a second cable with pigtails. So we're gonna be doing 2 cables to 4 pigtails.
Not even Jav
not
actors,
something
just
you should do ever. And by the way, Corsair did correct me on something. I said that this felt like solid core.
Actually, not even AV actors at this point. It just hire the costume department for adult videos. Usually those parodies have they actually kind of they actually apparently the guys that make those parodies, they do have a lot of like, they admitted their love and respect for the original works, so they say that they go out of their way to be as faithful as possible and have some quality costuming, even if the costume is gonna end up on the floor not long after the movie starts. But the fact that the costuming department actually has more love and care for the stuff they're parodying in a porn movie says a lot, especially with stuff like hero movies. Costumes end up repainted and squishy and gross. You mean in those parodies, or because you mean in those parodies, Eric, or in the Disney Hollywood stuff? Because, for example, there is a there was this is probably a not safe for work search. Let's see if I can find the image. Oh, it's Ironheart in the porn parodies. But Eric, you still cannot deny that even then the costumes themselves seem to have more quality than what fucking Disney is pulling here. Yeah, man. Oh, this one, like this Snow White had no way to win this. Ironheart. Let's see if we can the parody. Ironheart parody. Here it is. From a Jav. That actually looks really good.
Because of how heavy it is not, but it is definitely a higher gauge stranded wire than what you find in these cables. So that's one of the reasons why they had responded saying why they can get away with going 2 of these to 1 of these, and why this is not the same. This is a much smaller gauge wire, which all of this, these are all variables. Don't do this, please, ever. This is bad. I'm trying to create a situation at which it fails. And if we're only left with it failing when putting it through these extreme kind of circumstances, then it's a little bit less valid to say, hey, it's failing.
The point wasn't that, Eric. The point I'm trying to make is that at the end of the day, it seems that those parodies actually put a lot more love and thought into their costumes for their, well, parodies than the actual owners of the IP.
Here is that we can get more information from those that have failed plugs to be able to say, I need details. What case were you using? What power supply were you using? What cables were you using? Which plugs were they plugged into? What were you doing when it failed? Have you bent the cable before? Let's see a photo of the cable close up where the connectors are. You know, we need all those details because we can't just say, oh, we plugged it in and it failed. Because everything.
Have you seen the Teen Titans Netflix stuff? Teen Titans Netflix. What they did to my poor girl Starfire. She looks like a hooker. The only one that looks remotely like a teen is Raven. $10. They did Starfire and the actress so dear, particularly because Starfire has had better stuff, better designs and costumes out there. And Beast Boy isn't even green. He's just a zoomer with green hair. It really is very cheap. But then again, this is Netflix. So we cannot expect a budget in Netflix. When there's trouble, you know who to call. Teen Titans, from their tower they can see it all. Teen Titans, when there's evil on the attack, you can rest, no, because they got your back. Cause the heroes on patrol. Teen Titans, go! Don't look up Raven cosplay. It will blow your mind. Oh, I'm aware.
Has a failure point. Everything in life has a failure point. You can't just say, oh, it failed. It's a terrible plug. But if we can find a common denominator of them failing under regular user conditions, that's where the scariness comes from. So just under 52C, there's 52. Stock voltage, dual pigtails, all bad.
That especially hurts my soul because people are such huge fans of Teen Titans. There's so much nostalgic and love for it from people. And they go and slaughter it pretty much. I mean, it was already dead when they fucking released Teen Titans Go, but that's not quite here there.
Bad stuff, still nothing bad happening. So now that I'm just maxing out power limit and such again, I don't believe that this one would run into a failure. I guess it depends on just how long it's running. You can look at this a couple ways. You can say, one, well, Jay, you couldn't recreate it, so clearly it's not a problem. It's just obviously not correct because the card has only been out for 12 days, 13 days. And there's been enough now reports in 2 weeks of failures at the plug that there's clearly some combination of happenings that cause it to happen. And we're trying to figure out what that is. We've gone hotter than we have yet. I mean, it's at 55. What I want to do next, though, before I mess with the cable some more, I'm gonna put an 850 watt power supply on here. So what I'm trying to do is put more load on the rail, which would heat up the cables as a whole. Because again, I need more details. We're to hit 59. I need more details on that setup. It crashed on us after a while. So right now the plug's gonna cool down. It was at 62C. We've got to start making things happen here. First things first, I'm gonna go aggressive bend. It's a pretty tight bend. And we're gonna do that and not plug it in all the way. There, I'll seat it on one side, but not the other. All right, we're moving on to some drastic measures. I mean, look at this. The fan on the power supply isn't even running.
Oh.
You know, it's just the power supply is so big. So I think now the variable that we need to move on to see if we can't find some sort of failure point here is, I bent the crap out of this. It's not hurting anything. We've done double pigtails. It's running just fine. The connector here is warm because there is a lot of, there's almost 500 watts coming out of 2 plugs right here, but this rail system can clearly handle that. Now we're gonna just leave all the plugs as they are, but I'm gonna move them over here to an 850 watt PSU, which is not, I mean, it should be able to handle this still. Maybe not in the most, like the most ideal of scenarios, but nonetheless, should be able to handle it with a little bit more, you know, being asked of it than the 1500. I think one of the major takeaways here is the fact that this is the warmest config so far, but that the custom cable was definitely the coolest. Our FLIR battery died. This thing is old and very worn out. Anyway.
OCP.
We had some pretty significant do not do this moments with this that we could not create a failure. Now, does that mean that there's not a potential issue with this plug? Not at all. There's definitely a known condition that has caused these plugs to fail already in the wild in less than 2 weeks of ownership. And I don't know what that condition is, and I was hoping to find that out today. So what I'm gonna end with here is a couple of, ooh, that's warm, a couple of recommendations to keep yourself from ending up on Reddit with a My 4090 burned up. I'm gonna cut this open real quick. I wanna see, there's a hard plastic deal under here. You see that? I wanna know what that is, and I wanna inspect. So this cable is now being offered up to science in more ways than one.
Oh no.
But why did they even put it in there? If this is a ATX 3.0 to 2.0 adapter.
He cuts all the cables but 2?
Why are they even in there? There is a lead exposed. And they were both in the same sleeve. So this end being open is fine, but if they somehow touch, there is absolutely a logic board inside there that is connected to this. I just think it's weird that these are just chopped with a little bit of wired lead actually sticking out the end, and they're just shoved down the same sleeve
I just remember something
together. I don't even understand why these are
the Grimm Brothers anime Snow White. I know, like, you talk about the mirror saying Snow White was the first of them all, but at least in the anime version, anime Snow White was really a lot prettier than the Queen, and the Queen wasn't bad looking either. Let's see if we can find her. Here she is. Grimm's Fairy Tale Classics. Obviously based more around the Disney version, but with the unique anime spin. But this is Fuera, right? Let's see if I can find the evil queen. Grimm's Fairy Tale Classics Snow White Evil Queen. Let's see. Here she is. Looks better with the weird headdress thing. But definitely gorgeous still. Just that Snow White is actually even prettier. Especially with the makeup on here. Mirror, mirror.
Populated, to be honest, if they don't do anything on this adapter, because those only are going to talk to ATX 3.0 power supplies. This adapter is only necessary to an ATX 2.0, so why are they even populated? So in terms of its construction, it's actually really robust. Like I even tried to open up one of the ends here, because I wanted to see, are these 4 12-volt and 4 grounds?
Jay, you lied to me. You said you were going to burn the cable and you didn't. I think I should call it a night. I want to take a shower and I missed my Infinity Nikki dailies. Great. It's 6 a.m. Should probably get to that. God damn it. My Infinity Nikki login too. Damn it. But at least we had fun, alright? Let's see who can we raid. Time for me to go and get something. I hope that the chat or anything that I said didn't make you or anyone in chat uncomfortable, for that matter. Me and my weird tangents. I had a good time today. Glad to hear that. Not alive. I'm having a chill time. Nice. God, I feel stinky. We all knew you're a degenerate hentai watcher. I love you anyway. Ah, thank you. As long as you don't get put into YouTube horny jail, I guess I could cut off the horny talk from the VOD. I'm gonna leave you guys with Face Connect's Pico. I'm gonna leave you guys with Pico. So yeah, say hi to Pico for me. She's having a what day thingy. So see you all later today for monster hunting. Hopefully it doesn't burn Nezuko. Now that we were watching stuff about burning connectors. So thank you guys for coming, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.